know, you know,
I
an opinion.
I get that, but then
As far as like,
people will make the argument that that's just your opinion.
yeah, but you can always just throw that in the end. That's like Socratic.
That's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
how do you know?
That's what it
Yeah,
is. You don't. You can't. You can't really know anything.
exactly.
And that's what I'm saying. You can't really know anything.
Yeah,
Anyway, she caused me to change my statement that I used to say everything in the world is subjective except that sentence, but now it's every opinion in the world or in the universe is subjective except that statement, which is kind of like a self-fulfilling thing, which I get. Like the fact that it's an opinion means it's subjective. I get that, but there has to be one objective opinion to make all of them work, which is, and it's like it's paradoxical. Um, basically, like there has to be one opinion that's objective to be able to prove the fact that every opinion in the universe is subjective. If you don't have that, then you can't have anything be consistent.
uh, yeah. No, there must be at least one out there. Every thinking creature has its own opinions. There you
Exactly.
go.
Yeah, exactly. But well, yeah, okay. So all that works. Um, but it's basically like I don't know. I use it a lot just because people come in here and say whatever the mean things they want to say or whatever, and I just basically counter them with, that's just like your opinion, man, and
Yeah,
that's that to me is basically it. Just it allows me to um diffuse them a little bit. Like you can come in
yeah,
here and be like, you're fat. Okay, well, in comparison to like a 900-pound person, I'm pretty thin. Some person can be like, um, you're you're I don't know, tall. Okay, well, in comparison to Yao Ming, I'm not. But in comparison to a
yeah,
child, I am. Everything is just your opinion. I mean, you're basically just like telling me something. You're sharing something with me. That's fine, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily correct. Anyway, um, that was I don't want to say mind blowing to me, but it was interesting. Okay, so what else have I done recently? I did a concert last night, an interesting concert where I changed all of the like classic non-Jewish holiday songs to have some kind of Jewish spin on them, almost like Weird Al. Um, and then I recorded that. What else have we done? I ordered my groceries from Walmart, which I generally do. And because I believe the holiday rush or whatever, they keep getting delayed. So that means
yeah.
that I keep having to wait on them. And it's it's just I don't know. I wish they would just tell me when they would be delivered. What else is there? We had
Yeah, that shows up soon, man.
yeah, I mean I ordered them they were supposed to be here yesterday and I keep looking and it just keeps saying delayed. And I have a feeling like the people at Walmart are just like they've given up. They're just like they're we're not going to be fulfilling these things until after the holiday or whatever. And it's like okay, well I understand, but then why am I paying for like premium delivery services? Is my question. Um, I keep getting more and more people who are friending me and stuff in Discord, which is cool. I I had somebody come in here yesterday, this girl, or this morning, or something like that, and she's very nice. Her name is like Braylin or something like that. And she's like, I see you everywhere, and I didn't know if you were are you a real person? Yeah, and we talked for at length, and she was just like, "Wow, you are really really nice." Like I had no idea. I just would see you in your room, and I would see you talking to people, but I didn't know to whom you were speaking. And now I know, and now it like all makes sense to me. And to me, it's very interesting that like more people just don't do what I do.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes me feel like I'm connected to people, and I think that people love the um, anonymity of the internet. In fact, do you remember Sophia? Sophia, like she was a girl who was in
Yeah, I
here. Like,
remember her.
yeah. So she was here yesterday, and with Afirmachi, I had two girls here at the same time. It was like a fucking record. I really think it was. At least two girls who were talking like politely. Yeah, I normally don't get girls who come in here and rip on me, just like adolescent boys. But they were so Afromachia is becoming like kind of a I don't want to say a serious streamer because there's but like I will say serious streamer. She's streaming like 7 hour intervals, 9 hour intervals. That's a lot of time to put in to streaming. And she wanted some advice on how I handle haters basically. What do you do when people are being mean to you? And I explained that my theory is to kill them with kindness. Basically, if you want to be like, hey, you ugly mother, blah, 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 okay, well, thank you for the information. How are you? How's your day going? And it's just such
Yeah.
it's like off putting to people because they expect you to just want to blow up and throw curse words at them or whatever. And I just don't bend to that level. And so Sophia was giving her advice as well, just basically like what you do when you get like somebody who sends something to you in a mean way. I don't know. I have basically the same defense mechanisms or statements that I say. So when somebody comes in and they're like, "I think you're ugly," okay, well that's just like your opinion, man. When
Yeah.
and and it's off, it's diffusing. Okay, I guess it is. Um, then somebody can be, it's just like it's like a perfect statement that I've taken from the dude in the Big Lebowski, but or they can be like whatever. I think you're ugly. Okay, well I appreciate the information. How are you today? I mean, I just put it right back on them, and they can do with that what they wish. If it makes them feel good to bring me down or try to bring me down, that's their own prerogative. They're entitled to do that. Um, a big one happens when people are writing to me or typing to me. They'll write something like incredibly mean, and I have this method. I just I will just write CSB, and they don't know what that means because it's just like an acronym. So they have to say, "What's CSB?" And then I just write cool period story period bro period, and
Yeah.
then that's like a slap in the face to them because they had to ask me for help, and I have to give it
Mhm.
to them, and then it's just like, oh well, that's what that means. Well, fuck you, and I get great joy from that. Um,
That's a good one.
yeah,
Looking someone figure out their own insult.
exactly. I find that one works really well. And then people make fun of them. They're like, dude, why didn't you just Google it? And they're like, well, I did, but it looked like it was California, Santa Barbara, or I thought it was something like they'll come up with something that they think it is. When if you do look in Urban Dictionary, it does show up. But CSB is just cool story, bro. And some people
That's
do.
funny.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious too. So then there is a way for them to figure it out. What else do I do? Sometimes if somebody writes me just a huge fucking paragraph or something, I will. Well, I don't want to say I do this. I guess I do it to people I like and people I don't like. Um, Sometimes somebody will write me a huge paragraph of something, and I'll just give them like a thumbs up, like, "Hey, I read it," or an "okay," like I understand, or a heart, or something like that. Like I don't really have anything else to add, but I want you to know that I read it, and we can talk about it later or whatever. And then some people will just write this incredibly hateful thing or whatever, and I'll give them like that okay symbol, and it kind of it in my own way. I didn't ignore them, but also it's like I'm not going to be just like
Yeah, you don't. Just because you're online all day, every day, doesn't mean you owe anybody or everybody who comes in here like every moment because like they decide that now's the time they want to talk to Rabbi. That doesn't mean the Rabbi's been waiting.
right, exactly. And if you're gonna be nice, I have no problem stopping what I'm doing to talk to you. But
Yeah.
if I'm in the middle of doing something and you want to just come in and ask me the same fucking questions that everybody else asks me, well, okay, that's fine. But you're gonna have to just wait for a second. And
So, Rabbi, do you like stay in that? Is that like your room?
yeah,
Those computer screens.
Yeah.
Are they on?
Yeah, they are
Like,
on. They're
the
streaming at
level
any
of,
time.
like, questions that they ask you.
Right. I mean, you see
It's
that
like-
they're on. I don't know.
It's really weird.
I don't know. What? Well, and they think it's weird, and I just think it's. I mean, I don't want to. I know it's not normal. I know it's different, but it's like, how else can you record your whole life if
Normal is a word.
normal's a subjective opinion. But I mean, how else? If somebody knows an easier way to be able to upload your entire life without having computers, please tell me what it is, and I will do everything I can to buy it and to be able to utilize it. But at this point, the best way that I have found to do it is through the use of laptops and Chromebooks and phones and I mean, as this happens, and I recognize that, hey, that's more and more people who know about me, more and more people who are talking about me, and that's exactly what I want. I mean, you're falling right into my trap, and if they don't realize that, then that's their prerogative. They're certainly entitled to like I. This is great. Um, I noticed. Okay, so my big thing is see like, are people following me more? Are the amount of shit that I get in Discord and the amount of people who are watching me on YouTube, and every day my YouTube numbers grow, which is good. I mean, and they grow in the amount of people who are watching me and the amount of time they're watching me, and that that's definitely beneficial to me. I really still think at like the way that I will go viral. I really mean this. Absolutely, in my heart of hearts, believe this is one of the people who are in a Discord that I'm in will notice, like, man, this motherfucker is always in here. I'm gonna try to find some shit on him to make fun of him, and they'll see how much content I have, and they'll tell a friend, wow, this guy is fucking bonkers. Look at all his fucking accounts. There's so much fucking content here. There's so much to make fun of. Let's go tell another friend. And then they come in here and they'll be like, yo, you have 100 different YouTube accounts and 200 different Instagram. Yeah, I know all that. I'm the one who created all that shit. Yeah, I know that. Finally, you fucking saw it. And they're basically like, all right, well, they'll just be influential enough that they will have told the right people, and then it grows from there. I do not think I am almost sure I will grow from a negative perspective than a positive perspective, because it's very rare. I don't want to say it's very rare. It's it's um it is just, I think, human nature to want to be able to perhaps find an anomaly on the internet, and I'm an anomaly. I'm different. I recognize that, and I embrace it. And not everybody does. So if there are people out there who don't, they want to bring you down to whatever level they feel is appropriate. And I just need one of them to be influential enough to tell the right people. And it's getting to the point like normally when people would come in here, I'd like hop up, I'd be like, hey, yeah, let me tell you about all my and it I mean I still do that to some extent, but it's getting to the point too where it's like if if our paths align, that's great. But I'm going to continue doing what I'm doing, and if if not, I know you'll be back. I mean, you've already joined my fucking server. You will get bored. You'll look through all your servers and realize that nothing's going on in most of them at any given time, and you'll hop in here in the future and just see what's going on. And so I'll get you if I don't get you the first time. And yeah, so I'm enthused about that. I um I really think the one I know I could be wrong, but this one Wall Street Bets server that's 66,000 people, which isn't the biggest of servers, but it's still big enough to be serious. And I get a lot of haters in there, really mean haters, like guys who are just over the top mean, and that's great because it tells me that they are interested in me. And I've been banned there so many times. I have been banned there quite a few times. I can't even count. And because of that, um, I've like won them. I've worn them down. And then also, these guys, these guys, love to fuck with me. They love to kick me out. And I've got this robot that just brings me back in, which confuses them because it's like, hey, I'm watching this guy sleeping, and how is he coming back into this Discord? It confuses them, and I think that that's somewhat hilarious.
Yeah.
So with that,
I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
I was gonna say I'm gonna do the same. you living, pimp?
Yo, what's good, gang?
I'm just adjusting some computers. I'll be with you in a moment. How's your day going?
It's doing all right. How's your day going, bro?
Excellent, excellent. Just one moment. I'm almost done. I'll be there in
No, you're good.
just...
Take your time. Take your time.
You're the man. There he is. Kick Hellafaro. How you doing, big dog?
Yo, what's good, brother?
Living the dream. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Tight. Wait, so I had a question.
Go for it, big man.
If you don't mind, like
Go for it.
it's like a little interview type question.
Okay.
Have you like you actually stream? First of all.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm live on 11 different
Okay.
YouTube.
Where do you stream at?
YouTube primarily.
YouTube primarily. No, I just be seeing you. I be seeing you a lot. In other people's chats, so I just be like, curious.
100%. So I imagine you've seen me on Kick.
Yeah, I be seeing you be like clipping this shit and then putting your link in there. Low key, that's smart though. I ain't gonna lie.
The hate got you in here, right?
Yeah, low key, that's actually smart. Is it working? Like how many viewers would you say like you have come to your stream and like click your shit for real?
Oh, it at least a few dozen a day. So that works. I mean, I get people in here. I get people in my YouTube streams. Yeah, so I live stream my life 24/7, 365 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. Essentially, this gives me a platform to be able to discuss world peace. Some other things that we discuss on the stream are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, de-extinction, really interesting scientific aspects. Essentially, you can watch my life like a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's really a time capsule or timeline for society. And I think in the future, perhaps people may study it. It's essentially history that I make every single day. I ensure to keep radio going so that every major news story is archived every single day. And allow people to watch me in 360 degrees from 11 different streams. So right now on YouTube, I'm live on 11 different YouTube streams. You can watch me like from this way, you can watch me from straight on, you can watch me from behind, any which way that you want. And we do a lot of learning in here. We do a lot of growing. I do my best to be a positive figure for people and maintain optimistic states of mind and just do everything I can to make people's lives better. How's that sound?
Nah, low key. Hey, I ain't gonna lie. W answered. Nah, I wasn't expecting that. That's crazy. So like, wait, so you actually stream from like 11 different platforms? How's that? You got like phones for everything?
Oh, absolutely. I'm on 33 different platforms. Just one moment. I'll send you my one link and you'll be able to see everything at once. Just one moment. I gotta see where I put my phone. I've got so many phones, my man. It's ridiculous. Okay. I have 33 different devices. Currently multi-streaming on 33 different platforms. The only one that I don't really stream on is Kick, and that's because I sacrificed my Kick account for the ability to spam everybody. And I mean, I don't know if you know who Eddie Craven is, the owner of Kick. He and I are friends on Discord, and he knows what I've done. Basically, I was not really well known on the internet until I started utilizing his platform in order for people to be able to find me. And now I'm one of the most famous people on Kick that there is, and I don't even stream on it. So if you would take a look at the link that I just sent you, and you'll see, you'll be like, wow, I've never seen one person with so many different lives in my entire life. And yeah, it's essentially an archive of society. And I think it's very interesting. Did you ever see the movie The Truman Show?
The Truman Show? No.
That's okay. It stars Jim Carrey. It's from the 1990s. It's essentially a story of a person whose entire life is on camera. And the only difference between Truman, the main character of that movie, and myself, essentially, is that we have my consent to do this when that in the movie was done without his consent. I'm sure you're aware of like television shows like Big Brother where they put cameras all over a house. Well, I've just done the same in where I live and ensure that I do my best to have every waking hour of my life recorded for the last 3.5 years, going back to the pandemic.
Damn. So like, do you shower? Do you do everything on stream? I ain't gonna lie, bro. I've been seeing you in Aiden Ross's Discord a lot. What's up with that? Is that just like to bring more people in, or?
Yeah, definitely. I'm the number one streamer in the history of his Discord, which I think is quite cool. Meaning, no one has streamed in there more than I have. And yeah, it gives people a way to find me, and I think that you got to be able to find me to know who I am, and I've given anybody in his Discord a portal into my life. They essentially can watch me do what I do on a daily basis. And I really want to bring attention to people of the world that we're not all that different, that we all laugh, we all cry, we all yawn, we all bathe, we all go to the bathroom. We all are have much more in common than we think. And that the big message is that we don't need war anymore, and essentially we need leadership to be able to discuss the fact that we can have peace. And the reason why I'm so passionate about peace is because I'm a big thinker. I want to eventually help the world with space tourism and terraforming of different planets and eventually interstellar travel. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, how are you going to do all that within your lifetime? There's technology out there, life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells and nootropics and cryonics, cryogenics, ambrosia therapy, where the platelets of younger people are utilized for the benefit of older people. And these types of things will get us past the current life expectancy of, let's say, age 80. It'll get us to age 100 and 120. But eventually, my body's going to break down just like yours is. And then we need a new option. And that new option is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And we take that information for later download into an android, an avatar, a clone of yourself, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying is that you have an opportunity perhaps at digital immortality. And when we start thinking really in big terms like that, and then the idea of space tourism and terraforming other planets, interstellar travel, intergalactic travel, faster than the speed of light, all that shit becomes real. All right, well, that shit happened.
View them that this is just going to be another one that we add.
You dedicate your book to your dad. What did you learn about life?
Oh man, my dad he's a great listener, and he is the best person I know at the type of cognitive empathy that's like perspective taking. So not like emotional, like crying empathy, but trying to see someone else's point of view and trying to put yourself in their shoes. And he really instilled that in me from an early age. And then he made me read a ton of science fiction, which probably led me down this path.
Taught you how to be curious about the world and how to be open-minded.
Yeah.
Last question. What role does love play in the human condition? This will be talking about love and robots. Uh, and you're fascinated by social robotics. It feels like all of that operates in a landscape of something that we can call love.
Love. Yeah, I think there are a lot of different kinds of love. I feel like we need, like the Eskimos have all these different words for snow. We need more words to describe different types and kinds of love that we experience. But I think love is so important, and I also think it's not zero sum. That's the really interesting thing about love is that I had one kid, and I loved my first kid more than anything else in the world, and I was like, how can I have a second kid and then love that kid also? I'm never gonna love it as much as the first, but I love them both equally. It just like my heart expanded, and so I think that people who are threatened by love towards artificial agents, they don't need to be threatened for that reason.
Artificial agents will just, if done right, will just expand your capacity for love.
I think so.
I agree. Beautifully put. Kate, this was awesome. I still didn't talk about half the things I wanted to talk about, but we're already like way over 3 hours. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you talking today. You're awesome. You're an amazing human being, a great roboticist, great writer now. It's an honor that you would talk with me. Thanks for doing it.
Right back at you. Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Kate Dowling. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Maya Angelou. Courage is the most important of all the virtues, because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Hey, look who it is. Rainier, how are you?
Hey, I literally joined this morning. You were asleep.
Hey, that happens. We gotta sleep at some
That's
point.
my tail
How's your day going?
It was good. I'm literally hungover. I've been asleep all day. I went to the club last night.
How was that?
It was good.
Did you meet any nice
Yeah, but I'm
people?
hungover.
Did you meet any nice people?
Yeah, I did. I met some people, but, yeah, it was cool. But,
Excellent. Did you give out your number to anybody?
hell no, I don't pass out my number.
Okay. Then how did somebody get a hold of you when you're at the club?
I just gave them my Instagram.
Okay, that works. All right, very, very well.
Yeah.
So did you give
I
out?
would give you my number though, but I wouldn't give anybody else my number.
That you're good. You're good. We have Discord. Okay. So did you dance?
So I'm not like a dancer. Like I don't twerk. I'm just the person that just watch other people.
Sure.
I kind of just get drunk on the wall.
Excellent. And what did you have to drink?
I had some rum mixed with something like some pineapple juice. Like I just kept having rum the whole night.
There you go. Okay, so
Yeah.
have you rehydrated today?
So I just woke up. I have like 3 bottles of water next to me, and I'm drinking right now.
Good girl.
But like I have not seen daylight today. Like.
Okay. Well.
I was really asleep.
Hey, that's good. Now, did you sleep well?
Yeah, I did. I feel better because I woke up this morning and I felt like shit.
There you go. All right. So, the club that you went to, is it a popular club?
Yeah, it's a popular club in Houston.
Oh, excellent. And did you go with friends?
Yeah, I went with a group of friends.
Very cool. And they took after you, or they looked after you?
Yeah, they did. They made sure that like I wasn't getting too fucked up, but yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. All right. Are there any songs that you will go out and dance to?
No. I mean,
Okay.
if it's Bruno Mars, yeah.
Okay. So there you go. Everybody's got a their jam. So that's great. Bruno Mars is great. He's very talented.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. And you have big plans for your week?
So I have work tomorrow, but yeah, I have work this week. Other than that, that's about it.
Do you have to work every day this
And
week?
then I have to go to a WWE show,
Oh, that's amazing.
and meet up with some wrestlers.
Wow. So are you really into wrestling?
Yeah, so I'm a trainee. I train, but I haven't trained in a while because I've been so busy with work. But like I know a lot of wrestlers, and we kind of just do things like after the shows and stuff. Um, yeah.
Wow, that's really cool. So is it your goal to be in WWE someday?
My dream is to become a wrestler, yes.
That
But the
could,
wrestling industry is just a crazy place to be.
it most certainly is, definitely. And it's not like unless you're a really, really big wrestler, it's hard to get a rewarding career out of it.
Yeah.
But okay, so how did you get like did you want to always be a wrestler since you've seen it on TV as a little kid?
Yeah, but I didn't start like actually taking it serious until COVID like happened.
Okay. So the pandemic hits and Grenier says, I'm gonna be a wrestler, correct?
Yeah.
All right. And I mean, I've seen a lot of the training that they do. It is brutal. So doesn't that take a toll on your body?
Yeah, it does.
All right. So do you have to find time to heal and everything?
Yeah, and it's mentally draining.
I imagine. Do you have a stage persona?
No, not yet. Like next year, that's when I'm gonna start like actually being consistent. Like I wasn't consistent this year because of my work schedule, and I had a lot going on this year.
Okay. Now, what's your dream persona?
I want to be myself. Like I feel like I'm already a character.
All right. Do you think that that's going to fly with Mr. McMahon?
Man, Triple H is in charge now,
That's
so
true. That's true.
we just have to put that up with him.
Okay. Now, let's say he says, Brenya, I love your attitude. I love your style. I love everything about you, but you can't be Brenya. You have to choose to be something. What do you want to be?
I don't know. I haven't really thought about that.
You haven't thought about what your persona would be? Wow, that I would think that's
No,
okay. All right. Well,
because I've had talks with people and they like my name. Like I can use my name and be myself.
I think you could use your name, definitely. Um,
Like a lot of people don't use their name, but I feel like I'm already like a vibe.
I agree with you. I think you are a vibe. I so like normally when I see wrestlers, they're either like one of two styles. They have a gimmick, or they are kind of themselves, and I think that you can fit into that. You're just going to be you. Would you have colors that you would want to wear even? I don't know if you heard me. Would you wear like a certain colors that?
It had exited out, like it kicked me out of Discord. But anyways, what did you say?
What colors would you wear as your outfit?
Pink.
Oh,
Because
cool.
my hair is pink.
Oh, your hair's pink. Very cool. Well, yeah, then you are a vibe. They'll probably walk in and they might say, you need to tone it down, girl, for the WWE. You are on your own wavelength, but that's excellent. Okay, so you'd wear pink. So that means like pink elbow pads, pink knee pads, pink boots, pink shorts, pink top, everything pink.
Probably wear pink, but like I'm not gonna lie, I am in my vintage era. Like I'm now into blonde, brown. Like I am in my Bruno Mars era in
Okay.
life.
Oh, you're allowed
So
to do that.
I'm trying to tone it down on the colors because I've had some very vibrant colors, but I want to go back like to just the natural for a minute.
Okay. Now, I imagine you like. I've always been impressed with the choreography of wrestling. Do you actually get in the ring and go through the motions with the people?
Yeah, but like I haven't made it yet. But like we do like cut promos and things like just for practice. So like I haven't made it yet as a wrestler because yeah.
Well, I mean, everything in time. Um, have you ever had a match against someone?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Hopefully I will soon.
Okay. Do you like to wrestle? Like, did you wrestle in high school or anything like that?
In high school I did like wrestling, but like I only did it for like a month because I moved to high schools, and the high school I moved to didn't have wrestling.
There you go. There you go. But at least you have some experience doing it. Um, do you
Yeah.
do you find that? I mean, the thing that I would worry about is like getting injured, because I know a lot of these guys get injured pretty badly, or guys and girls. How is it? Are you like a natural? Naturally, are you able to fall pretty well?
Yeah, I can take bumps and fall. Rabbi, I'm getting a FaceTime call.
You take
Hold on.
you go ahead and take it.
Hold on 1 second.
Absolutely. Shout out to Brenier. We're gonna make her dream come true.
We're going to kill any human on the planet, including Gordon Ryan.
So Gordon Ryan fighting a chimp, a
Dead.
good size,
Dead.
no, 1,000 times. How many times does he win?
He loses 1,000 times. It's not even competitive. It's not even remotely competitive.
Do you think he will disagree?
No.
Do you think anyone will disagree? Anyone?
Yeah, moron.
The following is a conversation with John Donner, his third time on this podcast. He's widely considered to be one of the greatest minds in martial arts history. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's John Donner. The ADCC is the premier submission grappling tournament in the world. We just had it a couple of weeks ago. We saw many demonstrations of greatness from athletes you coached. But a year ago, the team and you were at a very low point. Take me through that journey. What was the lowest point?
We had a very, very tight team for many years, which began in New York City. During the peak of COVID, training in New York became very difficult to sustain. So most of the team despised the city of New York. I was the only person in the group that liked living in New York. I think part of the problem was that I was the only one who actually lived in Manhattan. The others had to commute to New York, and there's a world of difference between living in New York and commuting to New York. So most of them had a very negative view of New York City. That was compounded by COVID, when even the basic active training became very, very difficult. And so everyone decided they want to leave. So there was a prospect of a complete breakup between myself and the team, or I would have to leave New York. And it was a difficult decision for me to make because I'd lived in New York for 30 years. I'd built my life there and had most of my friends and associates that I know here in America were New Yorkers. So I thought, these guys have been incredibly loyal to me as students. So I should also be loyal to them, of course. So I decided that if they wanted to leave, I would go with them. We decided to go to Puerto Rico because there was a private gym where we could train through the COVID period. I personally wanted to go to Texas. I thought that Texas was a better place for the team to go. But many of the students, including senior students like Gordon Ryan, Craig Jones, had been to Puerto Rico and stayed with one of the head officials of ADCC, Mo Jassim. So they loved their experience in Puerto Rico, and almost everyone wanted to go down there. So I tried to explain to them there's a world of difference between going to a place for vacation versus living there, but that didn't have any effect. So the decision was made, a majority decision was made to go to Puerto Rico. In Puerto Rico, the conditions in which the team lived changed significantly. When you're in New York is such a big city that if there's any tension between team members, and inevitably there will be in a competitive sport where everyone's fighting each other, you can kind of bury them in the size of the city because there's so many distractions in New York. You come in, you do your workout, you go outside, and it's New York City. In Puerto Rico, we lived in a very small local town, Dorado, and most of the athletes were living with each other. And so, unlike New York, where there's always a break, you train together, but when training was over, you went about your life in New York and New Jersey. With everyone living in very close proximity to each other, any tensions got magnified because there was no relief from them. You didn't get to get away from people. If you had a problem with someone on the mat, now you had to live with them for the rest of the day and the night. And this goes on for long periods of time. So I believe it had the effect of magnifying whatever tensions there were. In particular, there was a family tension between two brothers, which magnified over time. And, as so often is the case, you get two brothers growing up, one older, one younger, and the younger one wants to grow and it feels somewhat like a young tree underneath a bigger tree. And sometimes people just need their space. So there was some unhappiness. And
As a younger brother, I can understand.
yeah.
As a little tree that had to grow up under a bigger tree.
Yeah. So
Fuck the big tree.
my God,
There's a lot of aggression I have to work out. I'm sorry.
unresolved family issues come out here.
That's fair.
I'm just kidding.
I love you.
He doesn't. He's lying. So as time went by, these tensions started increasing. They came to a point where it was difficult for them even to be in the training room together. At that point, you're starting to, once training takes a hit, then you've got to start to address these. The attempts at reconciliation fell through, and a decision was made to move to Texas. I wanted everyone to move as a team. What I wanted to do was keep the team together as long as the period leading up to ADCC so that everyone could train together. So I said, okay, there's problems, but let's just tough it out 1 year. We move to Texas, let's just go there and keep unity. If some people don't want to train with other people, that's fine. But I believe that the team would be weakened by breaking apart. I believe that they had an excellent rapport as training partners. Their technical level was increasing dramatically. Many of the younger athletes were really starting to come into their own and really develop well. And so my take on it was, okay, if there's problems, so be it. But let's all just stay together until ADCC 2022 as a unified team. Go out, prepare yourselves as best you can, and then after that we can make a decision as to whether we break up or not. But that was rejected, and the team split. And they moved to Austin. We'd made prior arrangements to go to a local gym, and they took that gym, and we were left with no gym, and more or less homeless in Austin. So
A year out from ADCC.
yes, this is 1 year out. So roughly 3/4 of the competitive athletes left in 1 week. So at that point, that was probably the lowest point because at that point, not only did we not have a place to train, um, we had very few training partners for the few that had remained. And uh, the main athlete in the team, Gordon Ryan, was going through a particularly bad spell with his unresolved stomach issues, and there was doubt as to whether or not he could compete at all. Was actively thinking about retiring from the sport.
So maybe not compete ever again.
Yeah. So that was a time when it was like, man, the whole program seems to be dead in the water at this point. Most of the competitive athletes were gone. There were very few training partners for the few that remained, and the main athlete around whom the group had initially bonded was seemingly out of action, possibly permanently.
Where was your mind? Where were you mentally?
My thinking is everything bad passes in time. I've had a lot of bad points in my life. So my life experiences, whenever things seem dark, have patience. Time will ultimately cure most ills. Not all of them, but most of them. And I'm confident that if you give me a new crop of students, I can produce magic. But it's going to take time.
So that confidence was in part a source of strength.
Yes, it's just like I wasn't confident that ADCC 2022 would go well because we only had 1 year without a gym and with a team that was completely broken up to even attempt to get into ADCC. So things looked a little grim, but I was confident, given enough time, I'd get a new group of students and work. As it turns out, one of the demonstration partners that I used during filming for instructional videos, who lives in Boston, John Carlo Madoni, was interested in the idea of coming down and training. But he'd always felt like it would be difficult because there were people in his weight class who were already there, and he felt it would be awkward. But now that they had left, that opened up an area for him. So he was the first one to come down. He moved from Boston to Austin, Texas. I began teaching at a local school. It was rather like going back into my earliest days in jiu-jitsu. I went from teaching at the Big Henzo Gracie Academy to a tiny school in Puerto Rico and now an even smaller school in Austin, Texas. And locals would come in and train, and I would watch every day, teaching there twice a day, 7 days a week. And I would see people come in and train, and I would say, this guy has some potential, this guy has some potential. And I would recruit people and bring them to another gym where they would train with the professionals. And if they proved adept and hardworking and someone who can work well in a team, they would stay and build their skills. As time went by, more and more such people started coming in. And we had some remarkable people like a young South African purple belt, Luke Griffith, came in. He had lost in the European trials for ADCC. And he was down on his luck. He came into Austin. He did a show against a local purple belt and lost again. So he was feeling bad about his performance in his future. He came in, and I thought he was a lovely kid who worked hard and trained well. So he became one of the main training partners. He was similar size to Gordon, so I encouraged him to train with Gordon whenever he could. And more and more people started coming in to train under that kind of basis. One day, I got a text from Gordon, who was filming an instructional video in Boston. He said, "Hey, Nicholas Mirigali was training at this. He was shooting video at the same time as me, and we just did some grappling. He's a really nice guy, and he's literally never trained without a gi before. He's for those of you who don't know, Nicholas Mirigali is one of the outstanding gi jiu-jitsu competitors of his generation. Has an amazing game. And is a superstar with the gi side of the sport, but had never even trained without a gi once in his life. So his first ever no-gi training session is with Gordon Ryan, the best no-gi competitor of all time. And I remember Gordon texted me saying, "Hey, he's really talented, he's a nice guy, and he wants to come down to Texas and train." So I said, "Yeah, sounds great." So over time, just more and more people started coming in. And I told everyone, like, you guys are at a severe disadvantage. Like, you've got very little time to get ready for ADCC. Luke wasn't even in ADCC. He had to win trials. Same for Dan Matasoya. He failed at trials and needed to get a win to even get into ADCC. So around this time, a doctor suggested by Mo Jaslam, who had himself had stomach issues earlier in his life, began working with Gordon Ryan. And
Mo's the organizer of ADCC.
yes,
No.
yeah, he's the head organizer. He was able to get Gordon Ryan not cured, but significantly better than he was before, and to a level where Gordon could train up to 5 to 6 days a week, and it was a big improvement on what was going on during the end of the time in Puerto Rico. So things started moving. We had a core group of athletes training at a local gym, which was very, very generously offered to us by the head manager of Roca Sunglasses, a company here in Austin, Texas. They have a private corporate gym which we were able to train in. And these talented youngsters from around the globe essentially came together, and I said, you guys are going to have to train harder than you've ever trained in your lives, because you've got less time to get ready for this than anyone. And you're going to be going up against people potentially who know exactly what I teach, because I've been teaching them a lot longer than I've been teaching you, in addition to the other best people in the world. So it was an incredible challenge for them. And I must say, all of them gave literally everything they had. Everything I asked for, they gave twice as much. And we had a crazy training schedule, as many as 3 classes per day. I know that sounds easy, 3 classes a day, but try doing it sometime. These classes are not your average classes. These are preparation for ADCC.
And they're both mentally and physically
very, very hard. And we had many people come in and try to train alongside us, and they fell off by the side of the road within days. Forget about weeks, months, or a full year of this. I gave a very abbreviated set of skills for the athletes. I chopped everything down to what I believe were the most essential skills. Anything that wasn't essential to ADCC preparation was just pushed aside, and they had to focus almost entirely on ADCC, with one exception. I'll come to that soon. Over the period of their training here in Austin, so it was compacted by time and also by the breadth of skill that I taught. Everything was just purely for ADCC preparation. In a very short period of time, Dan Matasoya and Luke Griffith and Oliver Taza all won European trials and got into ADCC. Nicholas Mirigali was already a superstar, so he was invited, but he had to show himself. So we enrolled him in local shows here in Austin, where he had his first 3 no-gi matches. And with each match, you could see progress being made. And so that convinced the ADCC people, okay, he's good enough to compete. He ended up winning decisively a match against one of the greatest American grapplers of all time, Rafael Lovato, and this was like a clear sign that his skill level in no-gi was sufficient to justify an invite.
And by the way, Lovato, an incredible set of matches in this ADCC.
Yeah, that was actually very impressive.
And retired.
Yeah.
Just really impressive and heartbreaking as well. But if you go out, that's a good way to go out.
Indeed. So there was this long and tough preparation, and it was compounded by the fact that as Gordon felt better, he felt a need to build up his own competitive record prior to ADCC, because he'd been inactive for so long with his stomach issue. So he proposed one of the most ambitious fight camps that I've ever heard of in grappling, which was he would take on the current WNO champion, Pedro Mourinho,
who's number 1 is WNO.
And also, I believe, the current no-gi world champion, IBJJF. as a tune-up match, as a warm-up match. And then he would fight his old nemesis, Felipe Pena, the only man who submitted Gordon at black belt and had defeated Gordon in an ADCC match in 2017. And then ADCC itself. So there was going to be 3 big high-profile matches back-to-back. And very different rule sets. So WNO was a 15-minute match. The fight with Felipe Pena was no time limit, which is a very different format to compete in. And then ADCC. So we had to drag out a 14-week camp covering 3 matches with 3 different rule sets, which went in diametrically opposite directions. And the entire team had to go through all of this over this 14-week period. In addition to the previous year that they had been working hard. There was a further complication in the midst of all this. Nicholas Maragani had to go to the GI World Championships, and we had to throw an extra morning class for that to help him get ready. Nicholas went on to win the openweight gold medal in the GI competition, and then the next day had to come back to Texas and begin his ADCC preparation. It was a crazy, crazy time. But they all came through it so well. I'm immensely proud of what they did. And shockingly, in the space of less than 12 months, we went from rock bottom to having a more successful ADCC team performance than we did the previous ADCC. It was, in fact, the most successful team performance of the event, and is testimony to how hard those young men worked in the course of less than a year to prepare themselves.
If we could just linger on the low point, is it heartbreaking to you that the so-called Our Death Squad split, or the team as it was originally called split? You know, we live a short life on this earth, and you put so much of your love and work into this team, and everybody put in the work. Does it break your heart?
It was a sad time. It was. It was. I'm not a particularly emotional person, but it was an emotional time for everyone. It had an element of tragedy insofar as not only was it a team breakup, it was also a family breakup, which is much more serious. I do believe that in time, even the most intense family breakups can be reconciled. And I also believe that once dialogue begins, people will remember just how easy it was for us to get along and how tight we were for many, many years. It's so easy to let a minute of anger destroy 10 years of friendship. So, but there's also the weight of those 10 years. Like when I ran into the old squad members at ADCC, we got along like a house on fire. It's like we never had a problem.
So a house on fire is a good thing.
Yes. Sorry, that's a New Zealand expression. Yeah, they definitely could have gone the other way, right? So
Only a New Zealander would say that is a good thing. Yeah.
So I still believe, in time things will be fine, but there was an element where, youngsters need to grow, and sometimes think about it this way from the athlete's perspective. There's definitely a generational problem. I'm much older than my students, okay, and the years and the viewpoint that I have is a reflection of the time in which I grew up, and they're from a completely different generation with a completely different worldview. It's got to be hard from the athlete's perspective when you're training 7 days a week and you're getting very, very good. You're beating everyone who's getting put in front of you, and you're losing very, very rarely, and it's always a tough competitive match when you do. Everyone around you is calling you a superstar, and you look phenomenal. You check social media, everyone's saying you're a god on the mat. And then you come into the gym and there's some old guy telling you you're not good enough. And every day it's like, well, what does this guy want from me? How hard do I have to work? Like, you're not good enough. Like, I want you to be the best in the world. If I want you to be good, I want you to be great. And all of your friends are telling you, "Hey, man, you're incredible. You let me so easily do this." And then this old guy's just like, "Nah, you got to get better. You got to work more. You're not working hard enough." At some point, you're gonna be like, "You know what? Fuck this old guy." Like, it's tough. Mentally, I get why, they left. When I was 20 years old, I didn't get along with authority figures at all. And to have someone telling you, you've always got to work that little bit harder. Your skill set's not complete. You still need this, this, and this. When you're already doing very, very well, and far better than all but a tiny, tiny percentage of people. And then you've got this guy just constantly telling you, no, more has to be done. You're not there yet. I can, of course, I understand. Just want, let me just enjoy this more. Like, it's always a choice in life. You can be the best you possibly can, or you can go around where you just get to enjoy life a little more. You do other things. Like, there's more to life than just the inside of a gym and learning how to do a better heel hook or a better double leg. So of course, years go by, you want to try other things, and you have to make this choice in life between extreme excellence versus being incredibly good, but maybe just enjoying my life a little more.
It's so interesting that incredibly good is a hard thing to deal with. You saw, like, when Kayla Harrison won her first gold medal at the Olympics, to go back to the gym and to trust again maybe the old man. You're being do question yourself, but to trust the old man. So Jimmy Pager Senior in that case, to say, okay, we're gonna go back to this grind, and there's still a path to improvement. There's still a lot to grow, and still have the humility, even though you've just demonstrated greatness. So really good is just a stepping stone to true greatness. That's really tough for athletes. Like, winning is actually very difficult.
Yeah.
Gold medals are very difficult. Plus, there's the personal stuff of depression that comes with that, which is you give so much of yourself to trying to win that. And once you do, there's a lot of personal stuff you have to deal with, which is like, what do I want from life? To understand what am I chasing? Is it just winning, or is it some bigger picture of excellence that's beyond just winning? So that's all that mixed up together. And then when you have to be as a team really close together, there's the personal relationships, all of that gets exacerbated.
Yeah.
Do you think the team ever gets back together?
I think there's definitely a chance of that. Right now, I think they have an excellent team themselves, and they're doing very well. They had an excellent performance at ADCC, so there's not a need for them to come to us. It's not like they lack anything. They still remember everything I taught them. They still coach and teach with the same methodology that I taught them. So I don't think they have any need to do so. If they did, it would be because they wanted to. I still think many of the same personality conflicts that originated the conflict would reemerge currently if they started training together.
By the way, to pile on the compliments, they have really nice merch too. T-shirts are just excellent. What have you learned from that process about how to have a team with personal conflicts? You have to deal with these giant egos as well.
Yeah,
ego is part of superpower too, so you don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to suppress egos. Like, I always laugh when people say ego is the door. It's like, what do you think drives competition? Like, if you want to be good at anything in life, you got to have an ego. No, I don't believe it's good or even a healthy thing to suppress egos. I'm a realist, and I understand that this is a sport where they made one gold medal per weight division. As guys get better, they're going to be looking at their training partners and thinking, like, I'm going to have to fight this guy one day. And they're training next to each other. Of course, there's going to be tension. There's always going to be disagreements about, what's the right way to act around certain people, certain issues, and people are going to come into conflict. Everyone's being programmed to be an alpha competitor. And you get a room full of people like that, there's going to be conflict. Your question was, well, is there a way to resolve this? Yeah, there was. And for 8 to 9 years, I was very successful with this. But there's also a tipping point where things can flare out of control, and there will be periodic breakups. You're not the first students I had that left. I've been coaching a lot longer than I've been coaching the squad. And I'm sure in the future there'll be other students who are leaving. And that's just the nature of the beast. It's sad when it happens, but life goes on.
Like Bukowski said, love is a fog that fades with the first daylight of reality or something like that. So even love is temporary. Uh, let me ask you about leading up the preparation for the athletes. I mean, this is such, given the darkness from a year ago from which you had to find glimmers of light and try to get greatness out of athletes, what was the mental preparation like? For Gordon, for Nicholas, for Giancarlo, for the other athletes, what was the mental side of things like? Is there some key insights you can give to their mental preparation?
I really think that people, when they talk about mental preparation, need to take a step back and realize that almost every element of what people describe as mental preparation has physical underpinnings. Literally 95% of what I teach the athletes is physical skills. And it's my belief that every mental aspect of competition, the most important of which will be confidence on stage, is a direct result of the accumulation of physical skills. People tend to see things like confidence as a mental state. It is, but it comes out of the performance of physical skills. All my life, I've seen sports psychologists try to create confidence in athletes through non-physical means. And it always ends up being the same kind of cheesy motivational speeches, highlight video reels where they try to pump artificial confidence into people. And I've never been impressed by this, nor have I had any kind of positive effect on athlete performance. What I do see build confidence is the sense that athletes are developing skills and using them successfully under conditions that closely mirror the event they're preparing for. Once they get this down, that's where true confidence comes from. Confidence doesn't come from words, it comes from accumulated skills, which experience shows you have been responsible for successful performances in the past. And if you accumulate enough of these, your confidence rises. So when it comes to the mental aspects of competition, I created a program where everyone was given a set of skills that they had to work on, skills directly related to what I believe are the most important elements of success in ADCC competition. In the gym, they accumulated those skills over time. I do it in two different ways, depending on whether these are offensive skills or defensive skills. For the accumulation of offensive skills, I like to have my athletes work with athletes who are lesser than themselves in ability, so that they start to gain confidence over time. Just as you would never send a beginner into a weightlifting gym and put 500 pounds on the bar and tell them to lift it. Rather, you would start with a wooden bar, then the metal bar, and then gradually accumulate weight over time, so you get a progression in weightlifting. So too, you don't take a brand new move and say, okay, do it on Gordon Ryan. You're never going to succeed. I have the athletes practice their offense on blue belts and work their way up. Defense, on the other hand, you've got to start them in the deep end of the pool so that they start to see what are their vulnerabilities. Okay, so I put them with highly competitive athletes at the start so they can see, okay, there is a problem here. And then even in defense, they start off with lower belts and build up their confidence over time. So just as a weightlifter builds up his ability to to lift weight over time, so too a jiu-jitsu player does it by gradually increasing resistance. Now in jiu-jitsu, resistance is not done by weight, it's done by skill level. And so over time, they started to accumulate this experience. In time, they we were able to switch off and have them go against very, very tough athletes each other. So, Luke Griffith will do a full power match with Gordon Ryan. Now, they're fully aware that there's no one better in the world than Gordon Ryan. So if you have a competitive match with Gordon Ryan, that's a very, very healthy sign. So they went from the start, where they were being programmed going against relatively mild resistance and building up over time, and then building up to the greatest resistance possible in the sport of jiu-jitsu. And their goal was not to win, obviously, but their goal was to provide a competitive match. Now, Gordon doesn't have any confidence issues, so for him, it's just good, hard competitive training against people that are, in some ways, better than those he'll be facing in competition. For the other guys, it's getting a clear assessment of what their current skill level is by going against the best there is. Then we add to this a competitive schedule where the athletes have to go out into competition, so they get used to the idea of performing in front of strangers on stage, getting used to the strange elements of going out, being observed and judged by people you don't know in a performance atmosphere. And so they were all given matches and WNO competition leading up to the event, ADCC trials, local grappling events here in Austin, and given a competitive schedule to fight and prepare them for ADCC. Obviously, as ADCC got closer and closer, this was pulled back because of the danger of injury. So within about 3 weeks out was the last time we had a competition. And by this method, confidence starts to grow. And so the mental preparation came out of those physical underpinnings, the idea of progressive resistance increasing over time for both offense and defense, building up to a peak where they're going against the best athlete in the world, so they can get an accurate assessment of where they stand. Once you're giving a competitive match to the best guy in the world, you know damn well that when you go out in ADCC, you're ready to fight anybody.
And defense is broadly defined. So defense in symmetrical positions, like positions like guard, and then defense also includes escaping from horrible positions.
Yes, we're big believers in the idea of depth of defense, the idea that you should be able to mount defense all the way through from early stages based mostly around anticipation of identifying danger visually before it emerges, and all the way through to the deepest levels of defense where you are 100% defensive in terrible positions and you have to claw your way out and over time and get back to a neutral position, or even better, back to an attacking position.
You have an Instagram post on this topic. When you get ready to step out for the biggest moment of your life, ask yourself one question. How different is this really from what I do every day? If the answer is not very different at all, then step forward with confidence and do what you do every day in the same manner and ignore the hype and distraction. You're ready for action. By the way, for people who don't know, you need to follow John Donahue, John on Instagram. You have nuggets or large buckets of nuggets of wisdom often, which is quite profound, even bigger than jiu-jitsu. But anyway, so there's some aspect where you want to mimic the conditions of your daily training in intensity, in what, so physical, to that of the actual matches.
You asked the question about mental training. For me, the central focus of whatever small amount of mental training I give my students comes down to a very, very simple concept to understand. This is the idea of identifying competition in terms of its normalcy. Most people see training and competition as two different things. Training is normal activity you do every day, and competition is the exception. Okay, it's different. You're going out, there's people watching you, there's a big crowd, they're making lots of noise. In fact, the promoters of shows go out of their way to reinforce this. Look at, for example, ADCC, when Gordon Ryan went to fight Andre Galvão. Okay, do they just come out on the mat and fight each other? Absolutely not. There's music, there's pageantry, there's fireballs. They're literally shooting fireballs.
Yeah. Some dude in a tie sitting with Joe Rogan,
I heard about that guy.
Meathead podcaster, comedian, whatever.
Which one was the meathead?
Well played, John. Well played.
But you see what they're trying to do. They're trying to create theater and pageantry when in fact it's just a grappling match. It's just two athletes, a referee, and a rule set. That's the reality. Now, what they try to sell you is something which is not reality, which is this is somehow bigger and different. And they reinforce this with pageantry and theater so that it becomes not just a grappling match, but a grappling performance, the same way you have a theater performance. And my goal as a coach is to dispel that and say, when you go out there, there's only one reality. You, him, and the referee reinforcing a rule set. That's it. Everything else you see, the smoke, the fire, the music, is an illusion. And it's put there intentionally to make you feel a certain kind of way. And your whole goal is to see this as an illusion and walk out and see only the reality, which is that this is the same damn thing you do every day in the gym. The only difference is you're going with a guy you've never grappled before.
So the actual act of removing the illusion or realizing that it is an illusion, how do you practice that? So when you step on the mat,
Once you're aware of it, I always have them. It's like when you see a magician and you have his tricks explained to you, you never see the magic again. The first time you see a good card trick from a good magician, it's oh my God. Then when they explain it to you, I did this, and then step one, step two, then you look at it like, it's not that special. And when you explain to people this idea of the pageantry is an illusion, then just as when you watch the magician and you learn the trick, all the magic flies out the window, so too with the nervous response.
So that's for the pageantry, but what about maybe the physical intensity of competition? Isn't there an extra?
No, it's the same in every competition. It's not like, they're twice as strong in ADCC as they are in the IBJF World Championships. The physical intensity is always pretty much the same. They experience it every day in the gym. And, if you go out and you grapple Gordon Ryan, it's not like the next guy you grapple is going to be twice as strong as him or twice as fast. This could be a little stronger, a little faster, but not so much so that it completely changes your approach to the game. There's not that much difference between the human bodies out there on stage. So if you've felt intensity before, you're not going to be shocked by ADCC.
But in terms of in training, do you have to try to match the intensity of competition?
No, that would be foolish. Should be every athlete in the gym would be injured. You can do it for short periods of time, but the training has to be carefully monitored in terms of intensity levels. Remember, we're training 7 days a week, a minimum of twice a day. You've got to keep things under wraps. Like, every other workout you can have one of the 5 rounds can be full power, but not 7 days a week, 3 times a day. That's just going to break bodies.
And with full power is just a reminder.
It's more about skill development. For us, it always comes back to skill development.
But what about matching the feeling of the intensity of competition?
So, yeah, periodically. But it can't be every single time. It's not really. It's not real. Like
meaning like
out of 3 hours of hard sparring per day, like 15 minutes might be done 100% full power. That way you that's more than enough to get psychologically ready for the intensity of conflict, but won't break your body over time.
Intensity of conflict, that's well put. There is competition doesn't it have that extra level of animosity? It's a little bit more conflict than it is.
It can. Sometimes there's personality differences. Like, for example, like Gordon Ryan and Felipe Pena, they admire each other a lot. They respect each other's skills, but they certainly don't love each other. That's for sure. So there can be certain matchup where there's more intensity, but then there's other matchups where the two athletes come out and it's no more intense than a hard sparring session.
So first of all, because I would love to look at a couple of matches with you, and before that, let me say big thank you to Flow Grappling for, first of all, helping the sport of grappling and jiu-jitsu in general by having organized footage and tournaments that sort of show the sport in its best light to the world, and they do an incredible job of that. So if you're interested in supporting grappling as a sport, helping it grow, you should definitely support Flow Grappling. Go to their website, sign up. Also, Flow Wrestling. I'm a huge fan of wrestling, so maybe there'll be a Flow Judo at some point. They don't currently, I don't think, do any major judo stuff. So anyway, I'm a big supporter of theirs, and I do have criticism that they know about, which is I hope they continue to improve on the aspect of making the footage discoverable and accessible, making it easy for you to do search through Google and on their website to find matches, to get excited. Like if me and Joe Rogan are getting excited about a particular match, we want to be able to pull it up super quickly. We want to be able to pull up Gordon Ryan's matches super quickly from ADCC, make it super easy to show and share. If we have to pay for it, fine, but make it easy. And when you sign, in order to sign up for Flow, it should be one click, not 5 clicks. It should be one click. It should be easy. I think it's inexpensive. If you care about grappling, it's definitely worth it. You should sign up. Anyway, my love goes out to Flow Grappling, and also my love goes out to Mo Jassim, as we said. He's the organizer of EDCC. The next one is in 2024.
It should be 2024.
Well, you should follow ADCC _ official on Instagram and just send as much love towards Mo and ADCC in general. It's like I said, the most prestigious. It's like where the best grapplers in the world show up, and the magic happens. It's like some of the most historic matches in grappling and jiu-jitsu ever happened on that stage. Anyway, if I could talk about some of the interesting performances for the athletes who coached. You post on Instagram. Let's start with Gordon Ryan. Gordon Ryan, ADCC 2022. The greatest event in grappling history is over. New stars emerged. Established stars shone bright again. But one man stood above all like a colossus. Gordon Ryan. They have a way with words, got down here. I've seen many incredible feats of grappling, but I've never saw a performance like this. For many, Mr. Ryan is a polarizing figure in the sport. For many others, an inspiration to look up to. But after this weekend, there was no disagreement amongst haters and fans about his merit. He is the best ever. It was a long and difficult journey to ADCC 2022. Just 1 year ago, and so on as you told the story. It was a virtuoso performance of unmatched technique, preparation, and confidence. No one else can claim credit for this achievement. This was his and his alone. No one else today brings together technical depth, tactical insight, and confidence to use them on stage as he does. I had many students, but I only one Gordon Ryan. And I think Gordon responded, all this is true besides the credit that sits with you. Thank you. And a heart emoji. Very nice. So anyway, that's it as a way of introduction to Gordon Ryan. Can you take me through his set of performances and maybe any matches that stand out? So he competed in his division, which is the plus 99 kilos, and in the super fight against Andre Gola.
That's correct. This was, in fact, the first time in history that this was allowed. For your listeners who don't follow grappling, we may have been very rude and just throwing a lot of stuff at you without explaining ourselves. First of all, ADCC is like the Olympics of grappling. It occurs every 2 years. You can either qualify for the event through winning matches in a qualification process, or you can be invited. The only people who get invited are either former winners or people in the sport who are just widely recognized superstars who bring some kind of brand value, who have proven in the past that they have what it takes to compete at that level. In this format, there are two kinds of matches. There are weight division matches in which you compete against people your own, roughly your own size and weight. There is an open weight where anyone of any size can enter. So you can have very small people fighting very large people. And there is a second category called a super fight, where established champions who have won previous open weight tournaments fight each other in one-off battles, one athlete against another. So in most of the matches, you will fight repetitively over time towards a gold medal. But in one category, you fight one fight, the so-called super fight, which is usually the headline fight of the event. Traditionally, if you were in the super fight, you could not compete in the weight categories. It was seen as too risky because you might get injured during the weight category, or you might have to fight 4 very tough fights in a row and get exhausted, so that you're ineffective during the main event of the show, the super fight. So throughout its history, ADCC has always resisted the idea of an athlete being allowed to do both weight category and super fight. It's never happened before. Gordon Ryan requested to be able to do this because of his extraordinary stature in the sport. The ADCC organization granted his request. That was the first time ever. In addition, Gordon Ryan would be fighting to be the first person to win 3 gold medals in 3 different weight categories. This has never been done before. So it was a huge event on Gordon's part. And bear in mind also that prior to this event, he had fought just a month and a half earlier against a former ADCC openweight champion, Felipe Pena, who had defeated him in the past in a completely different rule set, and then previous to that against the current world champion. So there had been a build-up to this. So he had been very active coming up to the event, and then he went in to fight arguably the greatest ADCC champion of all time, Andre Galvão, which would occur late on Sunday, and would have to fight the toughest people, including the possibility of fighting his nemesis, Felipe Pena, in the weight division prior to getting to the super fight. So there was genuine concern here that he may have completely overstepped himself. The biggest concern I had as a coach, and I'm sure the organizers, Mo Jason, must have had the same concern, so he would get injured or exhausted fighting in this weight division. There were 2 athletes in particular, Felipe Pena, who had given Gordon a very tough 40-minute match in a no-rules setting shortly before ADCC, and his former training partner, Nick Rodriguez, who were expected to give Gordon very, very tough matches if they came up against each other. So there was a genuine concern that Gordon may burn himself out before he even got to fight the guy who most people believe was the greatest ADCC champion of all time. So our concern was, how do we manage this? So what we looked for is extremely efficient methods of reducing the time of the matches, making the matches as short as possible. Our favorite way to fight bigger, stronger athletes, and I think Gordon was the lightest athlete in his weight division. Everyone says, "Oh, Gordon's so big and strong," and he's actually quite light. I think he was outweighed by almost all of his opponents.
It's nice to see Gordon looking small relative to his opponents, which is absurd to say, but it is the open division, plus 99 kilos.
It was plus 99 kilos.
Right, that's what I mean. Sorry, by open, plus 99 kilos.
Everyone looks like the Incredible Hulk. Yeah. So our big thing is when we fight bigger, stronger opponents, we always go in 2 directions. You either go for the legs or you go for the back. And so we constructed strategies based around those 2 methods.
But going for submissions. And we should also mention that ADCC rule set is for regular matches, it's 5 minutes and 5 minutes. Total is 10 minutes, and then for finals matches, it's 20 minutes. And half the time is spent with no points.
So these can be very, very long matches. I mean, put this into perspective, a modern judo match is 5 minutes. A modern wrestling match, I believe, is 6 minutes in international freestyle. So these matches can be 14 minutes long. Now, that's a long, long grappling match. And
depending on how you compete in it, that can have a huge toll on
absolutely. You can get to the finals and just be absolutely spent. So our whole thing is, okay, Gordon's got to not only get to the finals, then he's got to fight the toughest ADCC grappler of all time after that. So we were looking for quick and energy efficient matches, and that meant going to the back or going to the legs. And in the overwhelming majority of cases, that's exactly what he did. He was able to get some very, very quick matches, courtesy of leg lock finishes. And in the few cases where he didn't finish on legs, then he would simply take his opponent's back. And that's a very low stress position to occupy. In one case, his opponent deliberately kept his back on the ground to prevent the back tag, and he just chose mounted position instead. And so he was able to go through his weight division with extremely low energy expenditure, which set him up well to go into the finals. No injuries, very little energy expenditure. Now, it sounds easy to say that, oh, okay, the strategy worked. But in order to get that strategy to work, you have to have one hell of a set of skills. And
Oh man.
and we can see those now. Would you like to?
Yeah, I would love to go through that. And I should also mention, for people just listening to this, I'll try to commentate on different things you look at, but the thing that was made clear, maybe you can speak to that. Maybe to you it looks like efficiency, but to me it looked like Gordon was not even trying. There's a relaxed aspect to the whole thing. So maybe it had to do with saving energy, but he made it look very easy.
Yeah.
And he made the path to submission look very easy. So here, the first match against an opponent that again looks bigger than him.
Okay, I'll just give an initial comment here. First, you'll see that Gordon elected to sit to the bottom position. The hardest work in submission grappling is when two athletes take the standing position and joust for takedowns. That's where most of the energy gets burned up. So working on the idea of energy efficiency, let's go out and we chose to sit into guard position and then start looking to access our opponent's back. Because of our opponent's hip
I don't
position,
believe what I
far
just
side
saw.
arm drag makes a lot of sense. Gordon's able to beat the arm and quickly get behind his opponent. Now the question is going to be getting into a scoring position. It's too early to score at this point, but we're just concerned at this stage of just energy expenditure, make the other guy work harder than us.
So Gordon did arm drag to the back, and now he's working on the hooks.
The hooks are not particularly important here. He'll use it just to get stability on his opponent. But interestingly, his opponent here had an interesting strategy too, which was to occupy bottom turtle position and look to get to the critical 5-minute demarcation point where points begin to get scored. His idea, I believe, I'm speculating here based on his actions, was to keep Gordon at bay in a defensive turtle position until a 5-minute mark occurred, in which case he would shake Gordon off, walk away, and force a takedown battle.
How many people are comfortable in that? And what do you think about the defensive turtle position versus always trying to come back to guard?
Turtle position is the second bottom position of jiu-jitsu. Many people only associate guard position with bottom position in jiu-jitsu. That's naive. There's two. There's guard position and turtle position. Now, as a general rule, guard position offers a much, much greater variety of attacking options than turtle position does. But that's not to say turtle position absolutely can be an effective bottom position. You can work effectively from there.
So there's some case to be made that to wait out 5 minutes, turtle might be.
I mean, I personally think against Gordon Ryan, I admire the fellow's courage. It's not easy. But there was a logic to what he was doing. People think, oh, he just goes back taking so easily. But he did have a strategy. Now, did he pick the right person to use that strategy against? Probably not.
So Gordon is able to break the turtle down, get one hook in. At which point is this becoming an extremely controlling position with Gordon on the back? At which point are you happy with where?
At this point, it just started to dawn on me at this point. This guy actually had a strategy, which was to maintain a prone position that he's in now, and then shake Gordon off after the 5-minute mark. So once that became obvious, then now I'm starting to look at the clock and how close we are. If we can take it up to 5 minutes. Right now, this guy's only intention is to stop Gordon from strangling him and finish. Okay, now the guy's trying to go up in vertical, freeze it there. Now, do you see how he's taking his elbows off the mat in turtle position? In jiu-jitsu, there's only one reason you take your elbows off the mat from turtle position, that's to stand up. So now it's clear at this point what his actual strategy is. It's to get up, force a standing confrontation, win a takedown battle, and beat Gordon by points. So he did have a strategy. Now, our counter strategy is always based around the power half Nelson. This is a common move in the sport of wrestling, and it's a great way to break people down as they try to stand up.
Gordon's so heavy.
Yeah, I mean, Gordon is a master of it, and
So there's a power
breaks
half
men down.
Nelson that Gordon has on him as the elbows are off the ground and knees are off the ground.
He's going to return his opponent to the mat. And as you can see, he's successful in doing so. And now it's clear what the man's strategy is, so I'm calling to Gordon to break him down to a hip. You put a man on a hip, he can't stand up. Gordon successfully does it, traps the shoulder, using that one-on-one grip with his right hand, puts him down to a shoulder and a hip. That means standing up is no longer an option for his opponent. Now Gordon goes in. He's already scoring because of the toe position that he's in. His opponent stays down on his shoulder. Now Gordon's responsibility is to start looking for the stranglehold. His opponent has basic defensive structure. He's disciplined with his chin, keeps the chin down. Gordon is a master of tying up defensive arms and penetrating under the chin to get to a strangle. You'll see that shortly. There's the trapping of the arm. Notice that no advanced grips were required. It was just a spontaneous trap. There's the penetration of the neck.
So the arm was trapped with the leg.
So now he's only got one defensive arm, and he's just taking that away with his left hand. He gets a one-handed strangle for the finish.
And it looks like not much energy was expanded during that
Very
fight.
little. Yeah. So that's the tournament got off to a very smooth start. Very little energy expenditure, no injuries, and a submission win.
There's a kind of certain look to Gordon of that could be interpreted as nervousness. That was an incorrect interpretation?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a...
what do you interpret as nervous behavior?
Well, this is part of me is trolling, but sometimes on the surface, confident behavior can look like almost like anger, and there's Gordon's face had a vulnerability to it, almost like
When you go to judge confidence, don't look at the face. Look at the extremities of the body.
Yeah.
That's where the truth comes out. You see it in body language, and the further from the face and chest, the more honest the body becomes. Look at the feet and the hands.
what there were. I mean,
That's when you see if people are nervous or not.
he was very relaxed in the extremities. That's true. See, you look more confident in this, in this than anything. What are you thinking about? What's going through your head here? Is this the same stuff? Are you intimidated by the two meatheads, one in a suit and tie, or are you not thinking about that at all?
No. For me, it's just about, okay, what's the most efficient path to victory against this particular opponent? It's just, okay, I've done my job. I've taken them through an extensive fight camp that prepared them for every conceivable situation that they're in. I've run an efficient warm-up. Their body temperature is perfect. The elasticity in the muscles is perfect. My main role when I corner is I avoid what most people do when they corner, which is to be a cheerleader. Most cornermen, they're not cornermen, they're cheerleaders. They're there to express some kind of emotional support to their training partners or their student. Sometimes they're even worse than cheerleaders. They express their own emotional fears as the match goes on. I always believe that 99.5% of the job of the trainer is done, the coach is done, when the athlete steps their foot on the mat. At that point, you shouldn't need me at all. Everything I needed to tell you should have been not just told you, but imprinted into you. Remember, there's 15,000 people in that crowd. For half of the match, you're not going to hear a word that I can say. There's too much noise. But you'll hear my voice inside your head, because you've heard it so many times over the last 14 weeks. You're sick of hearing it at that point. And their program know what to do. So I'm usually pretty confident. I'm also very confident that even in worst case scenarios, they can have effective solutions, because they train those worst case scenarios every single day in the gym.
And so, in part, you're there to have a front row seat to analyze what happened, so that you can take that to the next match.
The biggest danger an athlete faces is tunnel vision. Sometimes they will hit upon a certain move or strategy and just say, I'm going to go with this, when there's much easier alternatives. But because they're so focused on the alternative they've chosen, they get this tunnel vision and just focus only on that. The most constructive thing the cornerman can do is alert them to the presence of time, which is very important in an ADCC match because all the scoring is structured by time, and to alleviate problems associated with tunnel vision. That, okay, you're doing this, but if you just did this, it'd be so much easier. So that's the main goal.
So here, this was one of several anticipated matches against the second one against Victor Hugo, which is a very tough opponent. And
Again, this was a situation where Gordon was considerably outweighed by his opponent. So the main thing here was efficiency. His opponent elected to avoid the standing position by jumping into guard. So now,
guard, yeah.
Gordon will be in top position this time.
He has a very good close guard.
But unfortunately, Gordon has very good guard passing. So he's an excellent guard player, very talented. But Gordon is renowned as the eminent guard passer in the world today. So it's a tall order to hold Gordon off for a 10-minute match.
Is there something you can say about this guard passing? Gordon is making those very easy. Middle distance guard passing here. He eventually passes to Mount, I believe, in a very
Why don't you run through the sequence where he gets mounted? There's a couple. I believe he gets mounted twice. There's some just back us a little bit further.
So he's trying one arm under.
Yeah, this is a stacking position. Now, normally we always insist on the idea of getting advantageous angle first, controlling the feet and getting angle. But there's a height advantage that Victor Hugo has here. The length of his legs means that he can play very, very wide with his legs. So getting an advantageous angle might be difficult. In these circumstances, it often makes sense to go right up the middle. Now, Gordon could just go back for legs because Victor Hugo's legs are so far apart at this point that you could easily isolate a leg and attack that. But Gordon wanted to show off his passing prowess. Very often he'll go into a match and just say, okay, I'm going to show this skill, and he'll often use it as a demonstration of techniques he teaches in instructional videos. So he wanted to show that he could pass them out readily on a world champion.
Like this part here, this little step.
Okay, just freeze it right there. Go back one step. Okay, you can clearly see that all of his opponent's defensive frames are built on his opponent's left-hand side. So everything is defense on the left. But you can see this comes at a price, and that price is back exposure on the right-hand side. You can literally see his opponent's back on that side. So Gordon's whole game is to place sufficient pressure that the opponent overcompensates on the side of pressure just to set up a quick switch across to the other side. There's the vulnerability. There's the back exposure. His opponent has to put his back on the ground, switches back. That's a world champion right there on bottom. He does a good job of recovering from the first danger, but unfortunately Gordon has been here 1,000 times and just switches his hips and kicks out. And so you see there's two changes in duration, left, right, in a very short period of time that people find very, very hard to keep up with. Now his opponent goes up to an elbow. He's looking to create more and more space from here, but Gordon counters by just stepping over the hips. It's just when you feel like every move, he's doing the right thing. The man on bottom is doing well. He's doing the right thing. But the other guy's just been here too many times, and it's just a half second ahead of every decision.
So that going up on the elbow, yeah, Gordon makes it look so easy here. It almost seems like Victor's out, but this turning of the hips with the arm over the opponent's back is able to bring him back down, and Gordon takes him out.
Notice how Gordon is never satisfied with the mounted position itself. He's only satisfied with an extended mounted position where the elbow comes up over the shoulder line.
Yeah, only then does he show. There's a little bit of relief right there, right? Right? There's a little bit of relief.
No, that's the look of a man who's just proved the point.
Yeah, it's very Michael Jordan-like, sticks his tongue out. So yeah, I mean, there's no points at this stage. He really is going for submission. And then this happens again. Is this the match that wasn't Gordon was
This
not?
was the only match where Gordon didn't finish his opponent by submission.
Was this very frustrating for him? Was there?
It's actually interesting that when he came off the mat, he was visibly frustrated. He wanted to get a finish, and I think he was more upset about not finishing Victor Hugo than he was delighted by winning his 2 gold medals. So I think that says a lot about the perfectionism of Gordon Ryan. Most people would be thrilled to beat one of the great grapplers of this generation decisively in this fashion, but he was not happy.
And so this is Gordon's 3rd match against Souza. Roosevelt Souza.
Now,
another guy who's very big.
Is different because now we're on to the 2nd day. Your listeners should be aware that the event occurs over a 2-day period. So the previous 2 matches occurred on Saturday. Now we're into Sunday. Now this puts a different context on things. We could just freeze it right there. Maybe go back one step. Now we're on Sunday morning, and the idea is that Gordon will be fighting the biggest fight of his life late that afternoon. So now we're into the idea of energy conservation. Okay, it's okay to have 2 hard matches on Saturday because you get to rest on Saturday night. But now Gordon has to beat 2 people back to back and save energy for the biggest fight of his life on Sunday, late Sunday afternoon. So now the emphasis is on a quick win, and you can see Gordon Ryan certainly delivers on this. Now, when you go to entangle your opponent's legs, the basic choice you have is between straight Ashigarami and cross Ashigarami. In the last 5 years, cross Ashigarami has proven to be statistically the more important of the 2. And as a result, many people have forgotten the value of straight Ashigarami based leg locks and undervalued them. Gordon has outstanding heel hooks from both straight and cross positions, and his opponent was probably more concerned about the danger of a cross Ashigarami, left the right leg undefended for far too long, and as a result, Gordon goes into a very classical Ashigarami you would normally expect to see from 5 or 6 years ago, and gets a very, very quick finish.
So lift his opponent.
There's the Ashigarami, the entanglement of one of his opponent's legs or 2 of his. Now he's got to turn and expose his opponent's heel. So there's an initial off balance to the left to get a defensive reaction. The opponent overcompensates, exposes his heel, and then there's the submission. There's a danger of the leg being broken here. Gordon has a absolutely ferocious outside heel hook. Until you've felt it, it's quite different.
So the opponent, probably before he even felt the heel hook, felt the control that it's he's screwed there. He doesn't even want the.
Yeah. When someone who knows what they're doing gets a bite on your leg like that, you feel it deep inside your knee and ankle tendons immediately, and it's
there's a sense in which you almost tap. He got a couple of taps, almost like as if they're early. This opponent knows.
People came up to us, obviously this guy tapped early. He's like,
no,
he knew, yeah.
He knew that late would be a big problem. Got it. So this is within like 30 seconds, within 10 seconds,
within 10 seconds. So this is an excellent example of someone saying, okay, I'm going to conserve energy with a short match. I'm not just going to go down into a neutral position. I'm going to directly pull into a leg lock attack from standing position. You don't see that much in heavyweight divisions. That's something you see more in the lightweight divisions.
So we got to go to the final match of Gordon's within his division, which I think, as opposed to facing Felipe Pena, who lost to Nicky Rod.
Nicky Rod had a great match against Felipe Pena and passed Felipe Pena's guard. I think only the second person in ADCC competition to accomplish that.
I believe with a body lock.
It started as a body lock, but he converted to half guard, top, head, and arm, and passed out of half guard top, chest to chest.
I think I listened to Craig Jones' sort of interview summarizing what happened in ADCC, and he briefly mentioned that Nicky Rod might have the best body lock pass that he's ever felt. So, like,
Very, very good body
the
lock.
way to face Nicky Rod is don't let him get the body lock.
But there's a problem. If you stand up, he's a good wrestler. So there's a dilemma there. Like, you have to sit down to guard, but that goes into his body lock. But then if you stand up, now you go into his wrestling skill. So it's a great dilemma that he has.
And that's what in facing Nicky Rod, Gordon Ryan here chooses to if you look at the limbs, there's a relaxation there.
We should also explain some things here. This is a finals match, so instead of being 10 minutes long, it's 20 minutes long with the option of a 20-minute overtime. So this could potentially be a 40-minute match. So you can see why the ADCC people were very concerned about Gordon doing this match, because what if this match had gone 40 minutes and then an exhausted Gordon Ryan is throughout the fight Andre Galvin, who's fresh and ready to maul him.
And on top of that is two former teammates
who know each other's game very well. So there was a high likelihood in most people's minds that this would go the distance, because when you train with each other for years, every single day in the gym, 7 days a week, you get to know each other's tricks. One big problem here for Nicky Rod is that his body lock guard passing game, which is this main word from the ground, was taught to him by us. So it's not like we're going to be taken by surprise by it. So that must have been figuring in his mind.
Do you think psychologically for Gordon and psychologically for Nicky Rod, it's tough? So for him, with that body lock, for example, do you think it's tough for him to know what to do here?
It's tough because he would have remembered the outcome of the training sessions. It's hard to go up against a guy who used to dominate you in training and then say, okay, I'm going to beat him in competition.
Can you shut all that off? Because
it's tough, man. Memory is memory. You can't lie to yourself.
Well, what do you think about competitions? There's been a lot of Olympics bring this out. There's been a lot of big upsets at the Olympics. There's something where people find something in them. I mean, judo is a different sport than grappling.
In judo, there's much more room for upset because a mistake in judo will have ramifications that will be felt within half a second. Like if you take the wrong grip in judo, you can be thrown in half a second, and there's no recovery. If your two shoulders hit the mat with momentum, it's over, it's done. In jiu-jitsu, you could, especially in ADCC, where there's no points in the first 5 minutes, you could get taken down and mounted by your opponent and still win. Like you can recover from a bad start. In judo, boxing, kickboxing, MMA, you get hit, there's no recovery time. You just get swarmed on. And jiu-jitsu is a much more forgiving sport where you can make a series of blunders and you just recover from them. You don't make a series of blunders in boxing, you're unconscious.
So that there's the blunder case, but there's also been just people where it's their day. I mean, again, maybe it's romanticizing the notion, but there's been some epic performances in Olympic wrestling, in Olympic judo. As an example, Satoshi Ishii, he had that 2008 performance. We talked about All Japan and all that kind of stuff, but the Olympics, he destroyed everybody on this path to the Olympic gold medal. That's when Teddy Raniero was also competing. He got the bronze. So, I mean, that you could say he was at that time the best in the world also, but
I think it would be very fair to say he was the best in the world. Think about the people he beat to win 3 All Japan championships. Like he beat Kosei Inoue, he beat Keiji Suzuki. They were Olympic champions. Like he was already.
So you don't believe in free will?
I don't believe that a person can walk on stage and be better than what they're supposed to be. You have a skill level. It's set in stone. This is your skill level. You don't just go on stage and suddenly your skill level gets here. What you do have is a situation where you have a skill level, okay, Another opponent has a higher skill level, but he runs into confidence issues, so that he only uses a small percentage of his actual skills, and then he will fall below someone who is technically lower on the skill scale than he is. That can happen. But you can't just magically acquire skills.
Yeah, but
by
all
sitting
of
on
us are
stage.
able to fall in confidence.
Yes. So the question is, who manages that fall best? And that can create upsets. Absolutely.
So you don't think Gordon could have fallen in confidence against a former teammate when the pressure is so high?
There was just no basis for the fall to occur.
You said he doesn't have confidence issues. What do you attribute that to?
That's because he never loses in the gym. There's nothing there's no experience that he's had that would make him say, I shouldn't be this confident.
So it's the physical. It's like we talked about mental preparation.
Don't get me wrong. If Gordon lost 20 matches in a row, of course his confidence would drop, because experience is now there's going to be a psychological dissonance between his experience, his recent experience, and what he believes. Okay, if you believe you're the best in the world, you just lost 20 matches, at some point reality is going to break in. But if you're just never losing in competition, dominating people in the gym, then there's nothing in your experience that would shake your confidence.
Can I ask you this, just in a small tangent? Why is Gordon Ryan so good? So we're looking at, you've trained a lot of special athletes. You're a special human being yourself. I could just look at human history. There's not a lot. There's some special humans. It seems like Gordon Ryan is one of them.
I totally agree with that.
Can you try to dissect?
That's what I meant when I said I had many students, but only one Gordon Ryan. Like, I've taught many people, but they don't all have his skill level. So there's an obvious elephant in the room here. Okay, what distinguishes him from other athletes? Great question. I'll try and give an answer. More than anyone else that I've ever taught, he has a memory for things that were taught to him. He has an ability to recall information that is extraordinary compared with other people in the room. So that's definitely a big part of it. Secondly, he has a pride in technique and technical prowess that will not allow him to settle for anything less than perfection. And he will hate himself when there is imperfection. So there is a love of excellence and a hatred of anything less than excellence. He has an ability to pull the trigger when opportunity arises, which is truly extraordinary. Many people know what to do, but when the moment comes, they back off and they'll doubt themselves. If Gordon sees the opportunity, the trigger pulls every time.
So can I just link on that briefly? There's a few times where he gets a little bit of an advantage and he just chases it to get a big, like Landry Galval. You get, it's like there's a dance and you get one step ahead and he's able to chase that, get a little glimmer of the back and he's able to chase that all the way to the back control. So that is that kind of the trigger that you're referring to?
Yes. It runs deep from that too. It's the idea that good athletes are greedy athletes. Okay, when they see a small opportunity, they try and get as big a bite of it as possible. So that the mantra that we always have in training, if you can see the bag, you can take the bag. And if Gordon sees an inch of your bag, that's the direction he's going to be going. If your far shoulder is within an inch of the floor, he's going to be mounting you. If your shoulder comes off the floor, he'll be on your back on the other side. He's a maximalist with opportunity. He's not satisfied with, let me get a good enough outcome. It's like, I want the maximal outcome. So when you combine all these things together, an ability to recall information, which is just far superior to anyone else I've ever coached, an ability to work in the training room towards not just good technique, but excellent technique, the confidence to pull the trigger whenever the opportunity arises, a maximalist mindset where it's never enough to have a good enough outcome. It's always got to be the best possible outcome. And the fifth element, which I believe is very, very important, is extraordinary depth in his technical prowess, in particular with regards his defensive acumen. Everyone looks at Gordon and focuses on his offensive prowess because they see him dominate other athletes. But what they don't see is what I see every day in the gym, where he works from impossibly bad defensive positions. Someone locked in on a full heel hook on his body and a full Jujigatami armbar, and a complete pin mounted with Gordon's two arms stretched out over his head in what looks like a hopeless position. And Gordon will work in these positions. And of course, because it's such a bad position, sometimes he don't have to tap. But he just works so relentlessly in these bad positions that when he steps on stage, he's like, if this guy got the worst possible position on me, there's nothing he could do with it. And within 30 seconds, I could turn it around on him and win this match. That gives his game an overall breadth and depth, which is very, very hard to deal with. It means there's no obvious weak point where you can just say, okay, I'm going to attack him here and use this strategy to beat him. And that goes back to his confidence. That the reason why most people lack confidence is they fear bad outcomes. Okay, if you're a strong guard player, you've got an excellent guard, but you're terrified of leg locks, and your opponent has strong leg locks, you will shut down your own guard and won't play as freely and well as you normally do because you're afraid of the leg lock danger. You'll pull your feet in, you'll play a very conservative guard game. But if you had extremely adept leg lock defense, then you just play with all the confidence you normally do from guard position. Gordon puts himself in that situation. He's so defensively sound that it translates into his offensive confidence.
When you talk about memory and recall, it's interesting. I can't help but see parallels between him and Magnus Carlsen, who's a chess player, who's the number one in the world, arguably the best ever, certainly the best ever if you just look at absolute numbers. The chess has the luxury of having a rating, which you cannot have in jiu-jitsu because it's a game of human chess. Chess is just a board game, so you can actually calculate the probability that you could win. So he has the highest ELO rating ever, and he's maintained that rating. He can, without competing against the number two in the world, he can just prove that he's the number one in the world for many years. Anyway, there's certain similarities. One is ability to recall. So memory recall of information is fascinatingly good. And the other one is not so much a love for perfection, which is something you mentioned, but the flip side of that, which is what you also mentioned, is the hate of imperfection. Now, in the case of Magnus, it almost creates a level of anxiety for him that's almost destructive. So the thing he seems to hate the most is imperfection against people he knows are worse than him. So the thing he loves is competing against people that are close to his skill level, or the favorite is people who might actually be better than him, especially in certain positions. He loves competing against them. He hates competing against people that are still, from the perspective of everyone else, what are called super grandmasters, so top three in the world. But he knows he's much better than them. And the anxiety of being not perfect against those people, that's why he, I don't know if you're paying attention, but he stepped away. He's not going to defend his world championship because he hates the anxiety of playing people worse than him.
Interesting. He figures they would somehow make him look bad. Or...
No, for him, at least the language he uses, it's just not fun. And he likes having fun. To him, It was fun to win no matter the skill level, the world championship the first time. But then defending it is a very grueling process. It's with classical chess, you play these many hours, could be 7 hour long games. And on top of that, he really hates the fact that it's only, I forget what it is, but it's single digit number of games. He says it's low sample. So I can't, I would like to play 20, 30, 40, 50 games if we're going to do it this way. But then if they're too long, it's going to take too long. So he's really emphasizes the fun of it and the clear demonstration of who's the best. Now, chess is an interesting game. It's probably different than grappling because it's been played for centuries. So there's this giant body of people that are playing it. Like, there's other Gordon Ryans out there. Imagine a world where there's multiple Gordon Ryans or something like that, different dimensions. But you have like sharks everywhere, and so there is fun to be had even at the very, 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 very top. But the memory recall is the thing that stands out, and the hate of imperfection, more intense than anybody else in the game.
Fascinating.
That takes us back to the final.
Yes.
So here, Gordon is facing Nicky Rod.
Former training partner. And again, the intention here is this has to be put in the context that Gordon will be fighting the greatest ACC grappler of all time in a few hours after this. So what we're looking for is a quick resolution. Still, the shortest possible match. Now, there's a complicating factor here. Nicky Rod was a wrestler before he was a jiu-jitsu player. On paper, the way his route to win is via wrestling. He's not going to be able to submit Gordon Ryan, and he's not going to be able to pass his guard. So he has to win by wrestling. In the ADCC finals, you cannot sit the guard. So the approach that Gordon used earlier that we saw on video cannot be used in the finals. Gordon must wrestle his opponent. So on the way out, Gordon and I were talking, and we'd had discussions obviously during the camp, what's the appropriate thing to do here. And there had been some matches earlier in the event where it was becoming obvious that stalling was being heavily punished by referees. So I said to Gordon on the way out, just give him your leg. Let him take you down. Because in the first 10 minutes of the finals, takedowns don't score anything. Well, there are no means of scoring the first 10 minutes, but you can't set the guard. That will award you a negative point. So I said, just let Nicky Rod take you down. And he's like, Nicky Rod's not going to take the bait. And I said, if he doesn't, I'll call him for stalling. And so...
And then Craig Jones also commented after the fact, is I don't know why Nicky Rod took the bait.
So if we see the start of the match, you see Gordon comes out and offers a leg. Now, it's not that, Nicky Rod is smart. He knows what's happening here. And what's he got to do? Stall for 10 minutes and get like 5 stalling calls put against him? So Gordon gives him the takedown. That way they go to the ground immediately with no effort. And the match now favors Gordon because Gordon is significantly more skilled on the ground. The question is, how can we make this match as short as possible? And as is so often the case, the answer comes back to legs.
So for people just listening to this, Gordon's in an open guard, and Nicky Rod appears to be trying to keep his hips away from Gordon's legs.
Yes, Nicky Rod knows there's a danger here, so he's elected to go to his knees. That will set up his favorite body off passes, and it will, in some ways, mitigate some of the dangers associated with leg locks. So Gordon's whole thing is, how am I going to get my body weight underneath him? He has a choice between linear entries where he enters between his opponent's knees and circular entries where he inverts and stings underneath his opponent to get under a center of gravity.
Is there a way for somebody to try to get a body lock without giving Gordon an opportunity to get under them?
Well, the body lock is an excellent way to shut down leg lock entries if you can get to the body lock. But you can see Gordon's very, very disciplined with his elbow and knee position. Elbows and knees working in a position where it's very, very hard for his opponent to access his waist. That shoulder is always either across the hip or in front of the shoulder. Sorry, his knee is either in front of the shoulder or in front of the hip.
And we're 1 minute into the match, and just if I were to look at the video player here, it appears that the match is over. So I guess Nicky Rod is facing this. I need to get close in order to do the body lock, and the closer you get, the more danger there is to let Gordon get under you and get the leg control.
Now they're starting to get close here. Gordon's going to try and get his head underneath his opponent, make a circular entry into the legs. He's clearing his opponent's head out of the way by faking the arm drag on the far side. The first move that he used against his first opponent earlier in the tournament. And there's the leg. Spins underneath it. Goes circular. Rotates through. Gets his body weight underneath his opponent. Now he's going to trip him down to the mat.
Now, I believe Nicky Rod tries to pull out this foot here. And Craig also said that Nicky Rod has gotten used to be able to pull that foot out from anybody, and that he was very surprised at the grip that Gordon was able to actually hold on. So I just want to comment. I'm just parroting commentary.
If you look at what's happening here, if you just freeze it, you'll see that Gordon, like any good leg locker, will always treat his opponent's foot like a knot at the end of the rope.
Yeah.
Just as you slide down a rope, if there's a knot at the end, your hand will catch. So too with the human leg. When they go to extract by pulling, you just keep your fist as close to your shoulder as possible and narrow the gap. The foot will always catch. The failure that many people have is they let their hand drift away from their own shoulder, so there's room for the foot to extract. But you'll see Gordon's extremely disciplined with thumb close to his own shoulder, which creates a situation that's very, very hard to simply pull your foot out.
You're focusing on the knot.
Yeah. Also, it's very early in the match. It's very little spread. Both athletes are still pretty dry. Now Gordon has to climb the leg. And now he's already captured his opponent's shoelace. There's the heel exposure coming up. Nicky Rod already knows things are getting bad. And there's the win.
Actually, the comment I made, I guess, was from a little bit earlier. There's an earlier time when Nicky Rod was trying to pull out the foot, and Gordon was able to hold on to the knot, which is interesting.
Now, that was a brilliant day's work by Gordon Ryan. He's had 2 matches against opponents considerably bigger and stronger than himself. And the time of the 2 matches can be measured in, I think, less than 2 minutes. So he's done what he set out to do. No injuries, no exhaustion. He's beaten 4 guys back to back. All of them are excellent athletes with minimal energy expenditure, and he's ready to go on to the super fight.
So that's one of the greatest, arguably, for a long time, really, really up there, jiu-jitsu practitioners, competitors, grappling competitors of all time, which is Andre Galvao.
Yes, Andre Galvao is almost certainly at this point the great ADCC competitor of all time. He won more super fights than anyone else by a landslide.
So if I may just read a few words you've written on Instagram about this match, about Andre Galvao, on greatness. How great you become in any given endeavor will always be assessed by the degree of difficulty of the barriers you have to overcome to get to the top. Just as the lion became king of the jungle, not by living among sheep, but by dominating a world of elephants, hyenas, buffalo, leopards, crocodiles, so too the greatness of an athlete will be determined not just by his own ability, but by the greatness of the athlete he faces. Thus, in his quest for greatness, Gordon Ryan owes a debt to the greatness of his toughest opponent, Andre Galvao. And you go on to sing him praises. So, and that introduces this match. You know, there was an interesting moment I didn't even uh, listen to the words exchanged, but because I had the great fortune of sitting next to Hodge Crazy, there was this fascinating moment before the match. And I can't believe that Gordon is sufficiently relaxed to do this, but he walked up to Hodge Gracie and had a discussion. What do you think? You faced Hunter Gavaz before. What are your suggestions? And they talked it back and forth. They brainstormed ideas like minutes before the match. And it was just a beautiful moment of like, I don't know, like Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan talking to each other, something like that. I mean, I wonder how much brainstorming there really was, and how much was it just kind of like a spiritual inspiration or something like that.
Yeah. I think it's more spiritual inspiration. He looks up to Hodges Hodges is a very close friend and mentor of mine. So I always tell my athletes, look to Hodges as your example. This is a guy who always fought for the finish. He tried to express the highest ideal of jiu-jitsu, which is control leading to submission. In every match he was ever in, he even lost matches on tactics against people that he could easily have defeated if he adopted a different tactic. But he always insisted on victory by submission. It defined his career and made it rule who he was. And I always try to have my athletes emulate him.
So, what was the strategy going into this match? What were you thinking?
Okay, for Andre Galvão, there's a sense in which Andre Galvão had to find literally the perfect match to win this. Okay, this is a match that's going to be 20 minutes long, and potentially 40 minutes long. Andre Galvão cannot win by submission. Gordon's submission dominance here is just too great. It would be exceedingly difficult for him to win on the ground. Gordon's ground positional game is just too advanced. And so for Andre Galvão, he had to win. If he was going to win, it was going to be in a standing wrestling exchange where most people assessed him as having a measure of superiority over Gordon Ryan. The problem is that it's hard to just keep a potentially 40-minute match off the ground that whole time. It's very, very difficult indeed. So he would have had to fight literally the perfect tactical match to make it happen. And he would have to do it without getting called for scoring points. Gordon has the luxury that if at any point they go to the ground, he has complete dominance. But Gordon, too, has a problem that he can't pull guard without being penalized. And if Andre Galvão can play this tactical game of forcing Gordon to pull guard and then staying at a distance where he's doing enough action not to get called for stalling, but not so much to engage with the dangerous Gordon Ryan on the ground, then it's feasible he could have won. But it would have been, as I said, it would have required the most perfect application and integration of technique and tactics that he's capable of.
How much intimidation was there, or are these athletes already beyond that?
When you say intimidation, be more precise.
Do you think there is some degree, if you're just to empathize with Andre Galvão, do you think there's some degree in which Gordon is in his head? Because of the trash talk leading up to certain events, because of the level of dominance that Gordon has shown in this competition and in the months and years leading up to it. Also, the fact that Andre Galvão is also a coach of a large team. There is some pressure to demonstrate to the team that the old line still got it.
Yeah. I can't speak for Andre, but I know for Gordon, it's hard to be intimidated when you know the other guy has no method of finishing you. It just takes so much pressure off when you just go in and saying there's literally no way this guy can finish me, and there's no way this guy can pin and control me. I can't be finished. I can't be pinned and controlled. The only way I can lose this is if this guy plays a tactical game. So in his best case scenario, I lose by a tactical game. But from Andre's perspective, it's like if I make one screw up, this kid could finish me. Like you can see which way the intimidation game goes. Now, for the start, things get interesting here. We've already said, if you just freeze it like this, Andre's only realistic path to victory is standing grappling. Okay, that would require him to take Gordon down, presumably multiple times after the first 10 minutes, and not be taken down at all by Gordon. So it's a tall order, it's possible, but it's difficult. And here's where things get interesting. I told Gordon before the match, just go out and offer him the leg. Same way you do with Nicky Rod. And that's where things get interesting. I must say that I loved what Andre Galvin did at the start of this match. He's a little crazy here. There was just so much energy in the room at this point that his hand finally got off.
For people just listening, there's a bit of hard slap.
Yeah,
That could be considered a strike.
It's fine. There was just a lot of electric atmosphere in the room. So now things settle down a little bit. But here's where things get interesting. Andre throws the whole tactic game out the window right from the start. He goes to the takedown. Gordon doesn't try to fight the takedown because it's in his interest to go to the ground. But I love this about Andre. He's literally like, fuck you, kid. Like, let's see how good your ground game is. So he shoots the takedown. And Gordon accepts it, obviously, because it's his advantage to accept it. But I love the fact that Andre was like, I'm not even going to try and stall this out. I'm just going to bang, there it is. So he's like, okay, let's see what you got, kid. They say you're good on the ground, let's see what you fucking got. And I love that about Andre. Unfortunately, he's entered the hornet's nest now.
What happened there, real quick? Because that was very
Gordon immediately went into Ashigurami. Not just any Ashigurami, but Ashigurami was holding both legs. So
it was an open guard and scooted forward. Oh, wow, that's really nice.
So it's against the leg. Now he dominates the space between the knees, so there's a guaranteed straight Ashigurami.
He split the knees against Andre Galvao, like effortlessly right there.
Wow. So already Gordon's in his preferred domain now. So he's starting to off-balance his opponent. He's looking for a reaction to get heel exposure. He does get heel exposure. Andre does a good job of monitoring the feet, try and reduce the breaking pressure. But the brute fact is it's in Gordon's realm now. This is where he has all the advantage. So and the match is going to be 20 minutes of in Gordon's realm. That's going to be a very, very tall order.
Yo,
I
dog.
just hopped on a call with the phone for a second. Just wanted to come on back.
Excellent. We're watching the Seinfeld. Well, we're watching that too. But I believe today's the official kickoff of Festivus. If you don't know what Festivus is,
for the rest of us.
that's right. It's the Seinfeld holiday. So I'm just pouring through that. And I had someone come in here. I don't know if I've talked about her before. I think her name is, it's like Bradia or something like that. It's Branya, something like that. Anyway, very interesting. She wants to be a professional wrestler. You never know what you're going to get in here. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
She was hungover from clubbing last night, so good on her.
Very cool.
Exactly. And just chilling like a villain. I was thinking I could stir some shit up in a little bit in some of these discords, but in the meantime, just relaxing. TCB, as they say, taking care of business.
It's Festivus, so you got to air your grievances.
That's right. I'm pissed off at everyone, and you're gonna hear it. Firstly, everyone go fuck yourselves. That's it.
Exactly. And furthermore,
Right, exactly.
That's funny. Yeah, I'll have to set up my unadorned aluminum pole very soon.
That's right, because you find tinsel distracting.
Day approaches.
Exactly.
Because
Because
no tinsel,
tinsel-
no decoration.
tinsel's
just
distracting.
aluminum pole.
Exactly. And we'll enjoy it while donating to the Human Fund. Money for people.
Mm-hmm. It's money for people.
Right.
You know?
That's right.
Stanza.
You know what? I watched that one earlier today. That's the Kenny Rogers Roasters, which is one of my favorite ones
That
ever.
is.
And
I always joke about that one because anytime there's a red light on, I always do like Kramer stuff. Pretend like I'm fried on Kenny Rogers' neon sign.
that your rods and cones are all screwed up. Yeah, I mean, I live in a pink light.
Rods and cones are all screwed up.
It's very similar. It's quite similar. When I see the sun, it certainly has a brighter look to it as opposed to this pink light. But yeah, it's my own version of Kenny Rogers Roasters. I would think that it would mess with
That's funny.
my eyesight, but it doesn't. Stuff still looks normal. So, yeah, I love that episode. I have thought in the past to make it red just so in honor of that, but at this point we're keeping it pink. And yeah, I watched that one. I love Seinfeld. I could watch Seinfeld from now until whenever.
Seinfeld is a classic. Yeah,
It is. Alrighty.
it's such a good show.
I agree. Here we go, good dog.
For a moment here,
Oh yeah.
again, Gordon's on the legs. Are you impressed that Andre was able to get out?
I would expect that. So Andre's been preparing for this for 2 years, and remember, Andre's gone against some of the greatest leg lockers in grappling before and prevailed. So he's not naive. He knows how to defend himself. The big problem is that he's going to create defensive reactions, which lead into other aspects of Gordon's game, in particular back exposure.
So here, Ashigarami goes to like a single leg type of position where Gordon runs to Andre's back.
Now he has to return him to the mat. The most efficient way to do so is always courtesy of foot sweeping. So he pulls out a Yashi Harai from the back to sweep him down to the mat. And now Gordon's on top. And this is a serious problem for any grappler in the world. Once Gordon gets top position, he's just relentless.
But just getting Andre Gavaz good, just getting the guard back, all of that, it's great.
There's also a sense here in which Gordon is pacing it too, just to physically fatigue an opponent.
So he's passing the guard, but not rushing it.
Now, what Gordon's looking for here is complete chest-to-chest contact. He's getting very close to it now. And once he gets chest-to-chest on the opponent's top position, past one of his opponent's knees, it's going to be awfully, awfully difficult for an opponent to recover.
What is he waiting for here? Is there's pressure here? Over time, he just wears you out.
Yeah, it's part of a campaign of attrition of pressure over time. Now he's creating a situation where he's either going to get back exposure or mount exposure. And either way is pretty much fatal when you're dealing with Gordon. Andre elected to go the route of back exposure.
Now Gordon, that body triangle is on his back. Now it's
now there's one physical problem here that Andre Galvan has a neck like a ball, and he's a very short and very thick neck. So penetrating under the chin for a strangle can be a real problem. He also has extremely well developed shoulders and upper arms. So when the head comes down and the shoulders go up, there's very little real estate to work with regards to strangleholds. So Gordon in time will trap one of his opponent's arms with his legs in order to take away one of those strong defensive arms. There you can see the arm has been trapped, and now he can see the body towards the strangle.
And here it's still difficult.
It's still difficult, but things are looking good. There's still a considerable amount of time left on the clock. Gordon is well ahead on points. So all the pressure, all the tactical pressure now is on Andre. You'll see the critical penetration of the jaw
With the
Right
the
now.
wrist, yeah, wow, yeah.
now Gordon elects for a one-handed strangle.
Wow.
Andre fought very bravely. But a strangle, it doesn't matter how brave you are.
And where does the strangle actually happen in terms of it felt like the strangle was at the blade of the it wasn't even fully sunk in. What is that like a fulcrum? It's like a one-handed.
There's a sense in which once you get underneath, you know the inevitable.
Yeah.
Follow up is
So
coming.
again, the inevitable. You're feeling the inevitable.
It's like to go back to a chess analogy, it's like resigning at chess.
Yeah. And chess is considered almost like impolite to let it run out when you understand that death is on the horizon. And there's a lot of respect. That was the beautiful thing with all the trash talk and everything like that. You wouldn't always show respect. I love that about the drama of combat. There's trash talk in the beginning and respect at the end.
I think when you feel someone, Andre has great skills, and when you grapple someone, you feel just how skilled they are, and whatever issues you had prior to the match evaporate when you feel okay, they're just like you, they do the same moves and same kind of concepts, and you see that there's more that bonds you together than separates you. And that's the feeling at the end of most grappling matches.
So if we could talk about Giancarlo, who had an incredible performance. And there's a lot of things we could say. We could probably go through his matches, but if we could just talk without that about some of the most impressive things that you saw about him. One of the things I think you mentioned elsewhere in here is about confidence. So one of the things you saw that could really benefit him as an athlete and competitor is to build up his confidence. Is there, can you speak to that?
First of all, I should give you some background. Giancarlo Cordoni was a strong local black belt in Boston, teaching at another Faria school. When I would film instructional videos, I would often talk to him and talk to him about his competitions and training. And he would do local competitions. He was trying to go from gi training, which was the majority of his competitor background, into no gi. And he was struggling in local competitions, especially with things like leg locking, where he had no background in leg locking and would often get submitted. So as we work together in instructional videos, we talk and discuss how we periodically come to the gym in New York City and come to work out with the guys. And he often struggled in the training room. He had no experience with things like body lock, guard passing, and just used to many of the training sessions didn't go well for him. So he was always like a very polite, well-spoken young man, and worked hard. When we went to Puerto Rico and the team ended up drifting apart, when we moved into Austin, he said, now that many of your athletes have left, could I come down and train with you guys full time? And I was like, yeah, I'd like to. I think it'd be a great training partner for Gordon and Gary. We didn't really have any training partners at that point. And sure enough, he just picked up everything he had and moved down to Austin. Now, anyone who just moves halfway across the country to begin training, that already gets my respect right there. That's a big commitment. And he began training. We put him on a training schedule where first he had to cover up his big weaknesses. He had limited attacks from bottom position. He had poor leg lock defense, and he was very, very vulnerable to certain kinds of guard passing, which weren't part of his experience.
This is still a year out from AGCC.
Yes.
But we should also maybe give the spoiler, which is he wins his division in a dominant fashion. He also does incredibly well at the absolute.
It was amazing. To give you an idea, when he first moved to Austin, he competed in a WNO event, and I don't think he scored a single point, lost a couple of matches, and including matches to people who were in this ADCC. So he came out of that looking very depressed. And, he lost to Cam Duarte, he lost to Mason Fowler. So Giancarlo always struck me as someone who was positionally sound. He had like good guard retention, things like this, but he had no offense, he had no leg off defense, and he just wasn't able to assert authority on matches. He was a guy who was always going to be tough to beat because he was hard to pass his guard, that kind of thing, but he wasn't dangerous.
Ask you a question on that.
You know,
because my interaction with him early on when he came to Austin, I remember you drafted me a bunch on the map, showing me stuff. But I wonder if that kindness is a detriment to the confidence. Is there some connection?
You say again,
So
confidence.
healers can be nice too.
Absolutely. Confidence comes from skill level. And confidence is a much more rational thing than most people describe it. People think of confidence as like this esoteric, ethereal element that you either have or you don't. When in fact, confidence is much more a reflection, a rational reflection on your past experience. And if you're successful with your past experience and you're expecting to uh, compete in a situation which is similar to your past experience, and that past experience has mostly been successful, you'll be confident. Are you pretty confident that the sun will rise tomorrow? Of course you are, because it's done so every time in the past. Now, there's no, as people like you pointed out, there's no supreme rational reason for believing this, but nonetheless, your confidence is high. And it's the same thing in jiu-jitsu. If you're performing well and skills are the reason for that, your confidence will be high in the future, regardless of what your mindset is. So it's not a question of, this personality does better in competition or that personality. Ultimately, it's going to come down to your skills, and your confidence will be a reflection of your accumulation of skills.
So, what was his journey like to a person who lost to a person who dominated the competition?
Yeah. First things first, we had to say, okay, you've got an obvious weakness, leg off defense. So every day in the gym, he would be taught, okay, this is where you put your feet. This is where you position your knees. You point your knee this way, not this way. Then he would have to start sparring situations in leg locks and have to work his way out. Initially, these were like heartbreaking sessions for him, where, I mean, I've got to give that kid full credit. Like, he just worked his way through it patiently, dealt with frustration, initial failures, and just said, I'm going to get better.
Can we put on that? So, what's the experience of those early training sessions like? From an athlete perspective, are you basically dealing with the rational thought that you're not going to ever be good?
Yeah, you're wondering if I even got what it takes. Like, think about it. He's an established player. He's been in IBJJF competition. He's a brown belt world champion in the gi. And suddenly, a group of kids that he's never even seen before repeatedly submitting him with leg locks in the gym. And he's like, man, this is terrible. Like, a year from now, this was by ADCC against people like Craig Jones, like some of the best leg lockers in the world. Like, it must have been hard, but he just stayed in there, and no one worked harder than him. He just was in the gym 3 times a day, studying every day. And unlike so many other people, every time he was shown something, he consciously and deliberately tried to enact it, even at the price of initial failure.
Do you advise that that's a good way to go?
It's the only way to go. Like, if you can't wrap your head around the idea that trying to acquire new skills will create a temporary time where your effectiveness diminishes as you're trying to bring on new skills, you're never going to make it, because you'll always stay at whatever skill set you are. The whole mental trick is to imbue this idea of delayed gratification, that you have to accept that when I bring on new moves, my overall effectiveness will diminish. But there's the belief that in time, as my skill performance increases, it will increase over time, but it will come at the price of initial frustration and failure. And John Carlo made that mental switch early on in his time in Austin, and to his credit, just stuck through. Within a very short period of time, it became very hard to leg lock, and even the best leg lockers in the room had a hard time with him. And that was the first step in confidence, to say, okay, I'm not getting finished quickly anymore. Then he had to bring in a whole new set of upper body submissions. He neglected upper body submissions.
When you say upper body submissions, do you mean
Strangle holds, arm locks, things like this. And in particular, he put very, very hard work on his strangle holds. He had always been someone who was positionally strong. He would get to the back, but he could never finish from the back. And then suddenly, in the gym. We started finishing from the back. And then as gym performance against the lesser students increased, then you bump them up against better students. And then this goes on all the way up to the best guys in the room. And in time, in a relatively short period of time, there were significant increases in performance. And success begets success. And this kept going. We started to get a hint of his developing confidence in local competitions. I remember seeing John Carlo compete in a local fight to win competition against a tough Brazilian kid. John Carlo just came out, dominated, and finished with a leg lock. Now that was interesting. You say, okay, you're the guy that used to get finished by leg locks, and now you're beating tough opponents with leg locks. And that was an important psychological step for John Carlo Bardoni. And with each little step, as we went further and further, then he got to ADCC trials and had one of the great performances. I believe he submitted all of his opponents in ADCC trials and put on a fantastic display of grappling. Shockingly, no one paid attention to it. They were just like, oh yeah, he won. And look, John Carlo flew into ADCC completely under the radar. They just thought, oh, he's the guy who won American trials. And no one really paid much attention. In his first match, he took on a great Brazilian champion, Izake, and won in dominant fashion. He was about to strangle him with just a few seconds left on the clock. And I remember John Carlo being furious at the end of the match, thinking like I was so close to finishing. He wanted a perfect finish. And
Up on points, it's nothing.
yeah, and
Still chasing.
He could have just coasted at this point, but he wanted to finish every one of his opponents. And he got very, very close, but not quite there. And then in his next match, he had to take on the defending gold medalist from the previous ADCC. This was the guy who was the favorite to win. So you have a relatively unknown John Carlo fighting the man who defeated Craig Jones in the previous ADCC.
What do you remember? What stood out to you about this match? So Denise is good wrestling, is good everything.
Yes.
Good all around grappling.
He's got, by jiu-jitsu standards, he's a very strong wrestler. So our intention was to match his wrestling with John Carlo's judo skills. So you will see, if we could perhaps go back, you'll see the first takedown.
Arm drag.
And took him down with a simple dragon peck. So that was John Carlo's first takedown. That was more wrestling oriented and good for his confidence to see that he could score a nice takedown. But Mateus Denise is very, very good at standing up from bottom position. If we just go back just a step. Okay, now here we have something interesting. Mateus comes up from bottom, seizes a leg, and John Carlo defends the wrestling move and then goes immediately into with it's kind of a mix of Sasai and Diashi Harai.
That was beautiful. I didn't even notice that. That's really nice. Look at that. From defending a single, threatening a guillotine.
One of the big themes about ADCC camp was that most of our opponents now are getting very strong in hand fighting.
Look at that.
But they are not strong in foot fighting. And so we put a very heavy emphasis on foot sweeping attacks. You remember Gordon Ryan took down Andre Galvin with a foot sweep. And here you have John Carlo using the same technique, not from the back, but from the front. And an overhook, left hand post. Catches the foot mid-air. Okay. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful takedown.
That's beautiful, too.
And then later in the match, you'll use a kusarigake, another classical judo takedown, to get top position. At one point, John Carlo was in trouble. He got his back exposed with this situation. Okay.
A double leg
to knee pick. So he has to expose his back in order to avoid giving up takedown points. So here's this defensive training that we work on is coming through. He's defensively sound, shuts out the hook, prevents the stall, keeps his body at the right angle to prevent a power half Nelson. Staying calm. Now he's got to turn this around. It's one of the hardest things to do in grappling.
How dangerous is it to put your in this position to put your hands on the ground?
It's ordinarily it could be dangerous because your opponent could switch to an armbar. Oops, and there's the body lock. Now there's some controversy here, but you can clearly see it. The hands were locked, so it shouldn't really be as controversial as people are saying. Now watch for the right leg Kosotogake here. Pulls in the hips, exposes the leg, boom, and down. Beautiful Kosotogake.
Also, probably a lesson that complaining to a ref does not protect you from a good takedown.
Yeah, that's why they say in combat sports, defend yourself at all times. But now the great advantage of judo takedowns over wrestling leg tackles is they confer upper body connection after the takedown, which is very, very important for ADCC. That's why we put such a heavy emphasis on them. And now John Carlos is absolutely in the driver's seat. He just scored 4 points for that takedown, so he's well ahead at this point against the established favorite for the entire weight division. So now Mateus Denise has to start taking some risks. He's staring down the barrel of defeat. There's not that much time left, and that's what's going to set up the pressure. Now it's tactical pressure. It's not physical pressure. It's tactical. Mateus has to turn away, and that's going to create back exposure, the most dangerous kind of exposure in ADCC. So there it is.
Mount to back. And Giancarlo capitalizes.
Mateus is smart. He's keeping on his side so that less than 75% of his back is on the floor to deny the mount points. But that comes at a price, and that price is back exposure.
So the thing we talked about with Gordon, the circumstance of fate, which is he has a lot of grueling tough matches and still chooses to do absolute. So and he seems to just power through all of it. How much of the calculation is how to survive the cardio, the grueling cardio aspect of all of this?
It's a great question, and the truth of the matter is you can't afford to pace yourself. Because if you say, I'm going to hold myself back for this match, in expectation of the others, you could end up losing your first match.
So he didn't pace himself
at all.
Any of the matches.
Yeah, you have to just be in good shape, and that's what the camp is for. No, it's mostly physical. That's what the camp is for. Like he's felt more pressure in the training room than he felt in any of his matches.
But still, sort of attacking. Look at this.
That was a beautiful transition.
With him from back, or from whatever the heck that position was. You're right. From looking for the back. Transitioning here. What the heck is this transition?
So Mateus is engaging in a very good tactic, which is to get most of his back off the ground to deny the mount points. So as back exposure starts to occur, he turns in. But you can see what's happening here. As the left foot goes under, it's going to create a beautiful triangle entry. Right foot penetrates through underneath the neck. And now he's locking a triangle, a senkaku, but not just any triangle, a triangle with the figure four locked on the back of the opponent's head, which makes any kind of stacking defense very, very difficult. It makes it very, very hard for an opponent to pull away and creates a much tighter strangle than average. And as a result, it's a quick submission.
Beautifully done. Still chasing the submission.
Yes.
With a minute left up on points.
Against the former champion.
That's match number 2.
Now, that's the first day. That's Saturday. So John Carlo goes to sleep that night thinking, okay, I just beat a world champion in my first match and almost submitted him. And I just submitted the defending champion. So, of course, he wakes up on Sunday morning feeling pretty damn good. Now, there's an interesting twist here. His opponent is a talented young Irishman who won European trials, I believe, almost entirely with leg locks. And almost all of his major attacks in the tournament so far have been leg locks. Now, bear in mind that a year ago, Giancarlo was losing to local blue belt competitors via leg lock.
Yeah.
So in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, how's he going to handle this? Will the leg lock training kick in? And you'll see the result.
Giancarlo is on top, passing an open guard,
So you can see,
keeping his legs away from any attacks.
yes, his opponent Owen from Ireland is employing the same tactics that we made famous years ago. The idea of setting the butterfly guard and looking to entangle the legs. He's kind of playing that game. So Giancarlo is obviously used to this from training in the gym. So he's doing a good job of preventing entanglement, like controlling his opponent's shoelaces and moving out to an angle which limits his opponent's entry options.
So hands on the shoelaces and angles is a good defense here.
It's an initial defense. Now his opponent wants to get underneath the center of gravity. So Giancarlo wants to get outside the line of his legs. At some point, your opponent's going to entangle. If he's determined to entangle, at some point it's going to happen. So Giancarlo decides, okay, let's let it happen, and let's see where his feet go. Let's see how disciplined he is with his feet.
And the opponent is inverted.
Here he does a good job getting behind Giancarlo's knee. So now they're fully locked in. So Giancarlo moves away to protect the heel, rotates out, controls his shoelace. Now, at this point,
wow.
the Irishman is starting to lose discipline with his own foot position. Okay, he's so focused on his own attack that he's starting to get a little sloppy with his own foot position. You see, he's assuming, oh, I'm the guy who's attacking, so my opponent will be afraid of my leg locks. And is starting to make some small tactical errors that Giancarlo will be able to take advantage of.
So he's threatening the sort of north-south pass there. Like, so
Yeah, he's not putting too much pressure on the pass because we're still pretty early in the match, and he's not ready to score yet. So here again, he turns away his heel. Now his opponent is starting to get more and more cavalier with his foot positioning to a point where now it's just downright sloppy. So Giancarlo sees it, identifies it, locks up the wrist-to-wrist toe hold, and breaks his foot.
how where's the dumb question? Where's the control here? How is he?
The control comes from his opponent. The entanglement is his opponent's. His opponent is holding his own body in place with his own legs. So he's the root of his own problem here.
So you got sloppy. Well done. Well done. A little smile from Giancarlo.
Now,
Very nice.
the reason for that smile, you can probably guess, is because a year ago, this would have been a disaster. And now, instead, it's a guaranteed ticket to the finals and either a gold or a silver medal. And so you can see in that compressed moment, that's the look of a man who's just recognized just how much progress he's made in what was once a weakness in roughly 10 months was the time it took.
And so he faces Lucas Hulk Barbosa in the final here.
Now, these two have a history. Hulk has beaten Giancarlo many times. And so for Giancarlo, it's a question of, okay, here I'm matched up against a guy who's repeatedly beaten me. How am I going to turn this around now? And in terms of, we talked earlier about confidence. If confidence was just a mental thing, Giancarlo never would have won this fight. When you've lost all those times to an athlete, words aren't going to change anything. But you can see right from the start when they get into the hand fight, Giancarlo is much more tactically adept with his hand fighting. He's doing a good job of controlling his opponent's hands, preventing any kind of prolonged pressure on the head. And Hulk gets a sense here in which he realizes he's fighting a very different person.
And this goes a long time. Again, another super grueling match. Wrestling that eventually leads to a back take here, back triangle, body triangle, that is.
Here you can see the same tactics utilized by Gordon Ryan. Back control based around the body triangle. many attempts to try and entrap his opponent's arm and take away those defensive arms. The main difference here is, again, you have an athlete with a very powerful, compact neck, so neck penetration is difficult. And so Giancarlo will switch to a palm-to-palm strangle instead of the conventional figure four.
And now there's 8 minutes left, so all the time in the world. Is it only just a matter of time at this point in situations like this?
Yeah, Giancarlo has a massive tactical lead in points. There's literally no way he could lose this match at this point. Even if his opponent did get out of here and take him down, Giancarlo would still be ahead on points. So this question, the question now is not whether Giancarlo will get the gold medal, but whether Giancarlo will get it by submission. And there it is. There's the penetration of the neck, and he can't get the figure four, so he opts for palm to palm instead. There's the submission. Now,
What a journey! What is
Giancarlo is a relatively unemotional man, but you can see there's emotion. That's not fake. That's genuine, and that's the emotions of a man who 10 months ago couldn't have done that, and then 10 months later, by dint of his own hard work and dedication, and his ability to actively attack his weaknesses, turn them into strengths, and then develop an ability to finish. That was a truly remarkable achievement.
Let me ask you about Gary Tonin. So he is one of the, at least in my opinion, greatest submission grapplers of all time. There's a lot of components to that. But he lost in his first match. Not only did Gary lose, he lost to the bottom seed of his division. And that in itself is something pretty remarkable about what's happening in ADCC, how there's a sense in which the days of the invited athletes being far superior to the trials winners are over. It was a clear signal that anyone who makes it to ADCC can beat the best people. Sam McNally is a very talented submission grappler from Ireland. He specializes mostly in arm bars, but he has a good positional game as well. Has a very modern look to his jiu-jitsu, and he did a fantastic job against Gary Tonin. I think tactically, Gary perhaps got a little far away from his true nature in grappling, which is relentless submission attack, and perhaps I should be given blame for this because I put such a heavy emphasis on in the training camp overall on positional pressure. I feel that worked very well for all of the athletes except Gary Tonin. And interesting. So his name, you have to acknowledge the nature of the athlete.
yes, and I think I was coaching so hard to the new people in the room on positional pressure that I neglected Gary's innate ability to the fact that he does best when he attacks exclusively by submission. So I think if anyone should get blamed for the failure here, it should be me.
There's another comment that maybe I'm overvaluing sort of just the physical aspect of this, but it seemed like Gary looked skinny. Is the weight cut?
Yeah, he this is the first time he ever went down to 66 kilos. So, it wasn't critical. There's other guys who were bigger than him and made the weight.
But the weight cut, if you could just comment on, does that ever play a part in the athletes, the physical and the mental aspect of the weight cut? It is a thing like in wrestling that could break even some of the toughest minds.
Yeah, but no, it wasn't a weight cut that would break someone like Gary Tonin. It's more physical. You train lighter and weaker. You tend to get injured more in camp because you're lighter. We have a team now after the breakout that's mostly comprised of people over 215 pounds. So there's very few small people left in the gym. Most of the smaller athletes went to B team. So Gary's been struggling a little bit with training partners. And but here I think the chief problem was that Gary focused perhaps a little too much on the positional tactical game and got away from his true gift, which is relentless hunting for submissions. And as I said, I think the person to blame for that is me, because I had to put so much emphasis on the positional game for the developing athletes that I didn't pay enough attention to Gary's unique attributes.
So this, I mentioned I posted some stuff on Reddit. So there's a relevant question here. Somebody on Reddit asked, Gordon has said, and perhaps you have said as well, that there are two types of jiu-jitsu practitioners. Ones who move themselves around, like Marcelo Garcia, and ones that control the motion of their opponents, like Gordon. What are the strengths and weaknesses of each approach? And how do those different approaches apply depending on which weight class you're in?
That's a great set of questions. Yes, I'm the person who promulgates this idea that there's two broad ways you can go in jiu-jitsu. You can either focus on promoting your own movement to create opportunity, or by restricting the other person's movement. If you're a slower, less athletic opponent, then you should definitely focus on the idea of restricting the other fellow's movement. That's how slow, unathletic people win in jiu-jitsu. If you're quick with the ability to change direction, stand up quickly, go down quickly, and move like a leopard, then you're almost always better off generating movement in order to create opportunity. So one is based more on movement as the source of opportunity. One is based more on pressure as the source of opportunity. So you'll get someone like Gary Tonin or the Ruotolo brothers. Their game is based around the idea of promoting their own movement to create opportunity. Whereas someone like Gordon Ryan or Hodger Gracie is about restricting movement and using that pressure to create reactive opportunity. Those are the two paths you can take in jiu-jitsu. Because our team now has become mostly associated with people over 200 pounds, and because most of them were beginners, I took the more high percentage approach of, okay, let's focus primarily on controlling the other fellow's movement. And but Gary's a unique individual, and I feel like I let him down by not giving him special attention in regards to what he does.
The fact that you mentioned this now like 4 times in the span of a few minutes, just I love that all of this stuff weighs so heavy on you. And he is a truly special person. It is truly interesting to see what is the nature of a particular athlete that, if you highlight, makes them shine.
Let's go to the part where Gary actually loses the match. Okay, so the match is pretty innocuous at this point. The guy does a good job of turning into the arm. And Gary gets caught reaching from the knees. Okay, that's always a mistake. And the guy I think does a great job capitalizing on it. Now there's limited time left on the clock. This guy realizes, oh, this is my opportunity. He's got good flexibility, and he gets the hooks. He just frees it right there. So there's a minute and a half left, and typically in ADCC, if you get the bag, you score 3 points. So this is a huge score. For Gary to win here, it's got to be by submission. Okay, so Gary's made one mistake. Now, this talented young fellow from Ireland does a great job, not only of getting the back, but he really attacks well from the back. And let's look at the depth of Gary Tonin's defensive acumen here.
And we should say, leading up to this, his defense is incredible.
Yeah,
Keep escaping every position.
Our nickname for Gary is the slippery salmon, because it's like trying to hold a goddamn salmon on the river bank, trying to hold on to this kid. So he gets into a position which looks absolutely hopeless here. It gets worse. This is already bad. But
it's one of the most fun things to watch about Gary is the skill in the escapes. It's incredible. It's beautiful to watch.
So the guy has an excellent opportunity to transition off here into a rear triangle, which is one of the hardest things in the world to get out of. And from here, if this was anyone but Gary Tonin, I think it would have been curtains. But you see, Gary just extends, keeps his arm at just the right angle to pop out and gets out. So now Gary's like, oh, crap, I'm going to lose to this fucking guy. So he's got a minute left to do something. So he goes back into his submission mode. He goes back to who Gary Tonin is, and immediately goes into leg lock action. Now, the young man from Ireland realizes, hey, I'm going to win this match against the number 1 seed. So Gary goes into the legs, gets to one of his favorite techniques, the heel hook. Now Gary has a brutal heel hook attack and gets real pressure on the kid's leg.
Oh,
Now,
I can't. Sorry to watch.
Yeah, but to his credit, the kid is smart. He's like, you know what? Let me
He just
let me
wants
take
that.
some. Let me
Wait,
take some.
is there a weakness to that?
Like,
Well, he turned his hips.
yeah, it's unclear from the video whether Gary's arm slipped off. There's considerable braking pressure.
Oh, it slipped.
Yeah,
I see.
yeah, it's unclear.
But even before,
But sometimes the heel can slip because something's popped. So it's unclear what happened there. There seems to be a reaction from the side of the opponent, like it definitely did some damage. So Gary goes back for a second one,
Oh no!
and again you get that same kind of pressure.
Oh no! Oh right.
But I like the Irish kid's reaction though. He's just like, you know what? Let me eat this because I'm going to win this match and I'm going to be a legend for beating Gary Tonin. So I admire his internal fortitude. And but now Gary knows he's lost it. So there's a sense there in which you see how close it gets in these situations, how little there is between winner and loser. And sometimes you just get these heartbreaking situations where someone who ordinarily you would probably do very well against, and you make one mistake, and it's an unrewarding, uncompromising sport. One mistake can be fatal.
In class, you talked about escapes or arm locks, and it applies here as well. So you were teaching arm lock escapes, and I think choke escapes, and, and the question came up of when should an athlete not tap and risk their arm being broken, and you quoted George Patton as of course you would. That no bastard ever won a war by dying for his country. He won it by making some other bastard die for his country. So what's your view on when to tap and when not to tap in competition?
First off, in training, you should be tapping very early because you're not getting paid to fight in the gym. You're getting paid to fight on stage. So be a professional in the gym. Tap early, tap fast. That way you'll last a lot longer. In competition, things are a little different. You also have to specify what is the situation. Okay, if you're in the first round of ADCC, your first match, you get caught, I would always expect my students to tap. Because if you get your leg broken or your arm broken in the first round, you still got 3 more matches before you get to the final.
There's a escape clause there. Is if you're a guy from Ireland and you're fighting the number 1 seed.
There's always an escape clause, yeah.
Like let it snap.
Yeah, let it go. But
Your students, yes.
yeah, I would expect them to tap. I also think that if you're in a stranglehold, it doesn't make a lot of sense in not tapping because you're going to pass out. Okay? And it's like you said in chess, it's kind of impolite to make the guy take it through to its conclusion. So I don't see any heroism in just letting yourself pass out. Now, things change when you get into a final. If you're in a final and you're ahead on points and you are willing to, most people at that point are going to be willing to let something break in order to win a gold medal. At that point, I leave it up to the student. It's a deeply personal decision. I would never say to a student, I expect you to let your body break in order to win a gold medal. I think my students are more than mature enough to make up their own minds. I would be angry if they let their bodies break in a meaningless fashion in some random tournament or in a first round match where there's no way you could go on to the second, third, and fourth matches with a broken limb. But in a final, in a gold medal match in ADCC, I would leave the decision to them, a spontaneous decision in the moment. I would be confident that I had prepared them to do their very best to defend themselves. But what ultimately they do is their decision. And winning ADCC is, for a grappler at least, life-changing. You're a world champion forever. And no one can ever take that moment away from you. So I would understand if they took a decision to take damage. Hopefully it will never come to that because I do a good job of preparing people to get out of situations, as you saw with Gary Tonin, who was in a critical situation and got out within 5 seconds.
Right, so man.
Gary's been in arm locks that looked like even I was in the corner going like, oh my God, what is happening here? And still got out. So it comes down to training preparation. But if they did make that decision, I would understand, provided it was a situation that would make their lives better. And they made a calculation. It's not an emotional thing. Now, Sometimes you get emotional. You fight a guy you just don't like, and you just don't want to tap to him. Then things get a little more interesting. Then again, it's a personal decision. If you hate someone so much that you literally can't even conceive of yourself submitting to them, probably best you don't get into matches with them in the first place. But if it should happen, again, it comes down to the student. I teach technique, not morals. So I let people make their own decisions on that. My thing is, look, don't get injured, because if you're injured, you can't train. You can't train, you can't get better. So stay away from injury as much as you can.
So one of the other incredible stories here is, as you mentioned, Nicholas Maragali, one of the incredible gi athletes in jiu-jitsu world, not ever having done no gi training or competition and so on in a period of a year.
Actually, it's significantly less than a year. Nicholas only came about 6 months, I believe, before ADCC. As a phone call came from Gordon, he was like, okay, Nicholas wants to come down and train, he wants to move to Austin.
Yeah.
So he came down. It was funny. I remember the first day Nicholas came in. Nicholas Maragali, as you can see, is like this tall, handsome Brazilian guy with a great personality and a wonderful smile.
Yeah, also a super nice guy.
So he comes in, he sits down on the mat. We're all kind of looking at the new guy and introducing ourselves. And I look at him, I go, Buddy, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, what do you mean? And I go, like, look at you. You're like tall and good looking. You should be a fucking model, not a jiu-jitsu guy. Look at us, we're all fucked up with horrible bodies and bad personalities. You're like a happy, good-looking guy. You should be surrounded by supermodels. What are you doing jiu-jitsu for? And he just laughed and started training with us. So he came in. Now, historically, he has been an athlete who always pulled guard. In jiu-jitsu parlance for your viewers, in jiu-jitsu, you have the option of sitting down to the ground. Jiu-jitsu is mostly performed on the ground. And many athletes take advantage of this. They just come out and sit to the ground position and completely forego takedowns. Nicholas did this his entire career. Jiu-jitsu also was practiced both gi and no gi. Nicholas was a shining light in the gi side of jiu-jitsu. He was one of the great champions of his era. But he had not only never competed without a gi, he'd never even trained without a gi. So there's significant differences between the two. There's a lot of overlap, but there's also some very significant differences. We're talking about a sport where even small differences can make a difference between a guy who gets the gold medal versus a guy who loses his first match. It doesn't take a lot. So this was a very, very tall order.
Yeah, a lot of his attacks involved gi from guard.
Absolutely.
He's in a very dangerous.
I mean, he doesn't just wear the gi, he really uses the gi. Like his 90% of what he's based around is based around a combination of crossfoot and straight collar control with the control of the sleeve cuff. And so he really actively uses the gi. So when it came off, his first training sessions were like, oh, this like a fish out of water. In addition, he had no experience of leg walking. So one of the most significant parts of the modern game, he just had nothing. He had literally zero wrestling, which is half of ADCC is based around this. So ADCC is like 6 months away, and he has to get ready for the gi World Championships. Nicholas had won many accolades in gi jiu-jitsu, but he had never won the open weight division of gi worlds. So he's like, the first day he's there, he's like, John, I want to be the first guy to win gi open weight and ADCC open weight in the same year. Yeah. I'm like, yeah. Now, in my mind, I'm thinking, yeah, never gonna fucking happen, you fucking weirdo.
Do you think there was a degree to which he actually believed that?
There's a degree. He thought it was like a certainty. So he's looking at me like, yeah, I'm gonna do this. So I'm like, well, Nicholas, this is very laudable, and I approve of your confidence. But this is a difficult goal you've set yourself. That perhaps maybe like 2024 would be more realistic. He's like, no, I'm going to do it.
In all seriousness, it is incredible that Nicholas Maragali has the guts to set such a nearly impossible goal. So, what do you learn from this experience of setting a goal that most people would say is just unachievable, and him actually almost doing it?
It's on the surface, it's absolutely crazy. Like when he mentioned the goal to me, I was, as I said, looking at him like almost like disbelief. I didn't want to show it on my face. And yet he came within inches of actually doing it. He won his first ever gold in the open weight with the gi and got to the finals and lost a tight decision in the finals to take a silver medal. He wanted 2 golds, he got a gold and a silver. And there's a sense in which the sheer audaciousness of the goal set seemed ludicrous when it first happened. It's like, this is insanity. And yet he came at it with a plan. He came at it with his characteristic passion and hard work, and came within inches of doing so. And there's a sense in which you could look at it as, oh, he had a plan and it failed. And yet, of course, no one in their right mind would look at it that way. And he set an audacious goal so high that it seemed impossible, and it pulled his entire performance up to a level where even failure creates something truly memorable.
Do you encourage athletes, or do you not get in their way when they set such a goal? Maybe even just forget athletes, human nature.
Yeah, that's a great question. There's a sense in which you don't want to make people delusional. That's sad. But I do believe that if people are sufficiently embedded in a given project, if they're committed to it to a certain degree, then you can skip on many things in life, but don't skip on your goals. Okay, because the bigger your goals, the bigger your achievements will be, and even failure, as we saw in the case of Nicholas Merigali. I almost frowned to use the word failure, because if this is failure, give me more of it.
Falling slightly short.
Yeah, falling short of what would otherwise be a perfect year. Even that still creates such a massive uptick in your performance that it's absolutely the right way to go. But there is a danger to this where people aren't committed and simply aren't looking from a framework where they can realistically achieve these things. Then it descends into delusion, and that direction goes towards madness. You can't have that. So there has to be some kind of reality check here where you have to be physically and mentally capable to some degree of moving towards these goals. You can't just, a random blue ball can't make audacious goals like that. It's just ludicrous. But with that in mind, if you're committed and there's a sense in which this is a definite possibility, set your goals high. Okay, make big demands. Yes, there'll be times of frustration. There'll be more failure in your life than otherwise, but even your failures will be something great, something memorable.
See, but in the near term, you would be hard pressed to find any data that justifies that goal. Because in his case, he probably wasn't very good at no-gi even in the training room. So it's like, where do you look for even inklings of hope?
We saw incremental progress with each successive competition that he was at. His first competition, he looked good, but not great. Second competition, a little better. Third competition, took on one of the legends of American grappling and won decisively. So there was a sense in which it was becoming more realistic with each outfit.
So now putting that inspiring philosophy aside, what was the actual plan on how to make it happen?
So
the leg locks.
First, same thing with John Carla. First, you got to learn how to defend a leg lock. So initially, just like as John Carla struggled, he struggled. Then he had to learn not just takedowns, but just how to set up a takedown. He had to learn basics like stance and motion, and how to fight with the hands, etc., etc. So he had to learn from the ground up. And then he had to improve. He always had a very good triangle. Always had a very good arm bar. Those were his two strengths coming into the no-gi training. And those translate pretty well between gi and no-gi. But he had no guillotine. He had no strangles from the back. He has great collar strangles from the back, but he really, really struggled with finishing people from the back. So he's learning all this, and then he's like, well, now we've got to get ready for the gi. So we had to switch his training to the gi training, and that took out a couple of months. Then he went back briefly to Brazil and got a terrible rib injury right before the World Championships, and came back like more or less unable to move. So the World Championships is a week away, and he's like, John, I can't move. So I'm like, well, what are you going to do? He's like, I'm going to compete. So I'm like, sure. So we fly to California. He goes out and competes. His first opponent is literally the biggest man who competes in jiu-jitsu. This man is almost like 400 pounds. Nicholas has got completely broken ribs. We're taking up his ribs backstage before he goes out to compete. He beats everyone by submission and wins for the first time the open weight. A title he had never won before. He steps off the mat, looks at me, and goes, well, I got the first of them. He got it. He open weight and now ADCC. And now he can barely move. He's still gone through 2 days of brutal competition, and his ribs are completely screwed up. Takes a week off to try and get his ribs somewhere back in order, and then begins light training, building up to ADCC. We start putting him in no-gi competition. He fights two opponents of good quality, but not like world-beating quality. And then as his game starts improving, we're getting closer and closer. He's starting to develop a sense where he can wrestle confidently on his feet. He's no longer easy to leg off at all, and is starting to leg off people. And is starting to get his very strong guard passing, which was based mostly around hand grips in the gi, to adapt to leg no-gi grips. In addition, he's starting to develop strong chest-to-chest positioning, which was never really part of his game, pressure top game. And so things are looking good. He's matched against Rafael Lovato, one of the great competitors of ACC, and wins a convincing victory featuring a lot of takedowns and a lot of pressure passing. And people were just absolutely shocked. I remember the staff of Flow Grappling coming down like, who is this guy? He's literally transformed into a different person. So he goes into the World Championships. In his weight division, he was matched with a fellow Brazilian in the first match, and they had an absolute barn-burning battle where at one point Nicholas was picked up and slammed, and then ended up winning by Kimura, beautiful Kimura. Then he took on the man who ultimately wins ADCC openweight division and defeats him. And yeah, tough match. Now Yuri Samoa at that stage was two-time gold medalist in ADCC. Nicholas wins a very, very close match against him, and then fights Craig Jones, who's one of the best leg lockers in the world. So I think most people were expecting Nicholas to get leg locked very easily by Craig. Nicholas showed the degree to which he had improved his leg lock defense in a 6-month period. Craig really got close to the legs and ended up becoming a takedown battle. Could have gone either way. Craig, I felt, did a really good job of pacing himself. Both athletes were very tired, but Nicholas was ahead on points, and then Craig had one last takedown, which set Nicholas down to a hit. Didn't score, but it was the most aggressive takedown of that last period. And so Nicholas got the nod and won a narrow victory.
Yeah, Craig commented afterwards. He said that I really wanted the submission, and he said Nicholas seemed to have really wanted the submission, but it ended up being a grueling match that took everything, like exhaustion-wise, everything he had.
It was a tough match, and they were very well matched. Once they figured out they couldn't submit each other, it came down to their wrestling ability. Neither one of them is a wrestling specialist, but they're both competent in wrestling, and they became physically very, very tough. Then Nicholas went on to win the bronze medal in his weight division. So the next day, when we get called for the open weight, obviously John Carlo won a gold medal. Everyone agreed that he should go into open weight, and John Carlo agreed. Of course, he was
because he didn't have an easy match.
You don't order people until you ask.
No,
But
I
he
don't.
was
I guess the question I'm asking is, how do you find the strength to then
go on to absolutely after.
because you've done a 14-week training camp where every day was just as intense as any ADCC day, so you're used to it at that point.
But he had very, very
Yeah.
tough time.
But he's used to it. He's a good athlete. So Nicholas and John Carlo went out, and John Carlo had a spectacular submission victory against his first opponent. Nicholas had some firework matches, and one of the toughest opponents he came up against was the brilliant Ty Ruotolo. They had an absolute barn burner. It was a very, very close match, and Ty had an incredible first two matches. He'd beaten Pedro Mourinho by submission, and he'd beaten the great Felipe Pena in a very narrow match. Very, very tight. Felipe lost on a guard pole. But Felipe is considerably bigger and stronger than Ty. So for Ty to win that match, even by a guard pole, was deeply impressive. It was an action-packed match that went back and forth. Very, very impressive.
Can I ask you a small tangent?
Yeah.
Both your Toro brothers and incredible performance. What do you think makes them so good? If you were to analyze their game, sort of outside of this specific match.
Absolutely. There's a range of factors. One is that they started the sport very, very young. They're probably the first example in American grappling of American students who started at age 4 or 5. Most people, when I began jiu-jitsu, started jiu-jitsu as adults. I was 28 years old when I had my first lesson as a white belt. So in time, people got a little younger. For example, Mickey Ryan started when I think he was 12. But the Rothschild started when they were literally children. They had excellent coaching going all the way up through into their teenage years. So they had the advantage of starting the way so many successful athletes do as children and going up through adulthood and with strong coaching all along the way. Excellent parental support. So they had like a great history where their youth didn't show off just how long they'd been in the sport. So you're dealing with a kid who's 19 years old, but he's been grappling for 15 years. And what counts is not your age, but your mat age and quality. Yeah. Now they were very young in years, but they were very old in mat age. And
but there's a lot of athletes that have knowledge, as you correctly said, have spent from a very early age on the mat. But still, these particular ones stand out. It's interesting.
Yeah, no, there's a lot more to it than that. It's just the first setting the scene. But what really makes them stand out is that they've mastered this idea of covering up and improving initial weaknesses while building upon strengths. When the Rothschilds first encountered my students, they were relatively easy to leg lock because none of their training experience had prepared them for that. Now they were young at that time, I believe like 16 or 17, and it was an obvious problem for them. They both got heel hooked by my youngsters also, Nicky Ryan and Ethan Cranston, and you could clearly see that they identified their current weakness and made prodigious steps to improve upon it, to a point now where they're winning championships with their own leg locks. I love the fact that even as teenagers, they had the maturity to say, okay, here's an obvious weakness, let's get around this, let's turn it into a strength. I love the way they did that. And
focusing on the weakness and let that guide you to the thing you're working on.
But they also, they covered up their weaknesses, but they also understood what are our actual strengths. Now, physically, both of the brothers have extraordinary reach for their height. They both have extraordinarily long arms for their height. That means that variations of katakatame, in particular dasas, anacondas, are going to be much easier for them in their weight division than for most people.
These are all chokes.
Yes, strangleholds. So they specialize in those. They adapted a game based around movement, which forces opponents not with physical pressure, but with tactical pressure in positions which expose them to those specialized strangleholds that they use. Traditionally, when we looked at the Rothschilds when they were young, we saw that there was a disparity between their top game and their bottom game. They were generally much better in top position than they were in bottom position. Again, they saw that as a potential weakness, and they turned it around using, again, their unique long limbs relative to their height. And they make use of a buggy strangle. I'm not sure why it's referred to as a buggy strangle, but basically it's a variation of karagatame using the legs done from disadvantageous positions on bottom. And they both make brilliant use of that, not so much as a strangle weapon. Occasionally they'll strangle someone with, but they mostly use it to create pressure to make people back off. And as a result, they're able to, they overcame the disparity between their top game and their bottom game. Now their bottom game is part of their offense, and they're very, very successful from there. And so again, you have that really impressive sense in which they identified their weaknesses in leg locks and bottom position, turned it around and made it into strengths. And at the same time, they identified, okay, what are our physical gifts and how can we maximize their use? And they created a program of initiating movement that created tactical rather than physical pressure to set up their best strangleholds. I deeply admire what they've done. Those two young men have a huge future ahead of them.
And so here, one of the brothers faces in the absolute Nicholas Bergali.
And bear in mind, Ty has just fought two very tough matches against guys bigger and stronger than himself. But he's coming into a third match against a third guy who's also bigger than he is. So hats off to Ty fighting open weight against three monsters in a row. Now, Ty and Cade, one of their best attributes is they're two of the best scramblers in the sport of jiu-jitsu. So whenever you go to shoot on the legs with them, there's a danger of running straight into a Dart stranglehold. They're very competent at counter-attacking single legs with Dart strangles. It's also very hard to control them after a takedown. They do a very good job of springing back up to the feet. So I told Nicholas to favor upper body judo-based takedowns rather than wrestling takedowns. And you see here a fine example of Nicholas's gathering skill in Uchimata, one of the great throws of judo.
Set up with a bit of a focus on foot sweep. Like
the nice thing is he starts off with what it looks like it's just actually a two-directional Uchimata. He threatens Uchigari to the back. That's a throw that throws your opponent to the back. His opponent pushes into him, then he changes direction with his support foot and takes him over with Uchimata. As we said earlier, the great advantage of judo over wrestling is that because there's upper body connection during the throw and after the throw, it's much harder for an opponent to scramble away from you. And even Ty Ruotolo is one of the best scramblers in the sport. He has to stop scrambling here and just go back to guard position and enable Nicholas to hold top position.
And some of it is also the surprise. There is something less understandable about judo techniques because there's less data. It feels like
the Ruotolos also have good Uchimata. I think they're very familiar with it.
How often do you think are they on the receiving end of an Uchimata?
That's a good point. Yeah.
So I just feel like they have more data in terms of defending. Of course, there is fundamentals to the Uchimata that make it difficult to scramble around, but
this is a good example of someone who literally didn't have a single takedown 6 months ago. Now he's throwing one of the toughest guys in the sport with one of the most difficult throws of judo. You're a judo man, yeah. That example is Uchimata is not an easy throw to run down. It takes some time. You're hopping on one foot with both of your body weight. It's very
you have to really
one of the most difficult throws.
let go of your understanding of takedowns, of maybe wrestling style takedowns, or more intuitive kind of takedowns to understand it. There's many throws like this. Uchigari is like this. Sorogari is like this. Uchimata is like this. It's weird. What? I'm on one foot hopping around? This makes no sense.
Yeah.
But it works. Foot sweeps are also weird in that way. They're a little bit more intuitive, but like to get very good at foot sweeps, you have to understand timing, weight distribution. It's a dynamic thing that's weird.
I always laugh when I talk to Nick. I say, I try to teach him a single leg, which is traditionally most like a high single leg is one of the easier takedowns to perform in terms of mechanical difficulty. And Nicholas always struggles with it. And then I teach him one of the more difficult takedowns, Uchimata, and he does it flawlessly.
Yeah, you never know. Certain things get attached. I mean, you see this in judo. It's kind of interesting to see. There's classes of takedowns, and certain people just gravitate in their philosophical, intuitive understanding of body mechanics, something like this. It's like Seinagi versus Uchimata. You very clearly see there's some people that understand. They like to have both their feet planted on the ground, and there's some people that are okay with this one foot on the ground and the other one is doing something else. And I think that I don't know what is that? I don't know. It's what makes you fall in love with one field versus another. So what can you speak to that? That you released a new instructional takedowns and standing skills for jiu-jitsu, just at a high level. Using Nicholas as an example, what are some key ideas about takedowns?
Okay, first, whenever people talk about standing position in jiu-jitsu, they always say, "Oh, I need to learn some takedowns," but it's never a question of just learning the takedowns. It's learning the prerequisites to the takedown. The takedowns are more or less like an afterthought. Um, you've got to begin with stance, motion, the ability to engage in grip and contact, get your opponent out of balance, and then comes the takedowns. The takedowns in jiu-jitsu are mostly divided into lower body takedowns, tackles to the legs, single legs, double legs, to a lesser degree high crouch in jiu-jitsu, um, and then upper body takedowns, which are mostly judo derived. Um, Nicholas had to start more or less in the ground, but he didn't even know how to come out and make grips or hold a stance, so he had to learn every element of it. And the fact that he was able to do so in 6 months is just incredible.
Can you comment on the upward posture? That's just work as you just
The matches in jiu-jitsu are much longer than the matches in wrestling. In addition, there are many kinds of submission threat which are not there in wrestling, so the stance has to be significantly changed. In wrestling, they favor generally a very low crouch because the vast majority of attacks are tackles to the legs. So anyone who stands upright in wrestling tends to get heavily punished by being taken down immediately with a leg tackle. In jiu-jitsu, the matches are so much longer, it would be difficult in a 40-minute match, for example, to maintain a bent over crouch. You'd be exhausted. There's also problems associated with submission holds. There are many forms of submission hold. Guillotines, darts, etc. If your head comes down too low, you become a little vulnerable to this. And so the stances in jiu-jitsu competition tend to be much more upright, more like judo and Greco. So right off the bat, you see the stance is different. The motion tends to be much slower and more evenly paced because you've got to be able to do this for long periods of time. So the number of fakes per minute, the number of shots attempted per minute is usually much lower. So these are obvious differences. The biggest difference, however, has nothing to do with that. It has to do with tactics. In jiu-jitsu, these scores will be judged by what happens after the takedown. In the case of ADCC, you can take someone down in ways that would score in both wrestling and judo, and possibly even win the match in the case of judo, and it would score 0 in ADCC because of the nature of the rules. The whole idea of ADCC scoring is to demonstrate control after the takedown. It's what happens in the critical 3 seconds after the takedown that creates the score. In judo and in wrestling, the emphasis is placed on the takedown itself. In jiu-jitsu, the emphasis is placed on the aftermath of the takedown. That's where the score is allocated. And that can be a period of up to 3 seconds. Now, 3 seconds doesn't sound like much, but in a scramble after a takedown, 3 seconds is a fucking eternity. It goes on forever. So you will see many examples of takedowns that, as I said, would score very well in judo and wrestling, but don't score at all in ADCC. And so the whole skill becomes packaging the standing position in terms of the takedowns themselves, but in particular, preparing the athletes for that critical 3 seconds after the takedown. That's why many people who are very fine wrestlers struggle in ADCC. They take people down by wrestling metric all the time, but don't score under ADCC rules.
What makes GSP so good at takedowns? I've gotten a chance to even recently watch him do takedowns. Is it within this framework that you're teaching? What stands out to you about him that you draw lessons from?
Yeah, that's another example of someone who's performing takedowns in a rule set radically different from wrestling. Um, just as the ADCC rule set is so different from conventional wrestling rule sets, that the whole manner in which you approach takedowns and even your understanding of takedowns has to be quite strongly modified. So to an MMA, it's even more extreme. People always think, oh, this guy's a good wrestler, he should be able to get takedowns in MMA easily. What you find is that the wrestling skills in MMA enable you to finish takedowns. If you get in on your opponent and get through the legs or the waist or what have you, your wrestling skill will enable you to finish the takedown. But getting to the takedown is massively different in the context of MMA than it is in wrestling. The entire stance is different. The entire set of distancing is different. There's the idea of positioning within a cage, like how close you are to the perimeter of the cage, changes radically how you approach the takedown. The sit-ups are literally night and day different. The sit-ups are almost entirely composed of striking sit-ups rather than grappling sit-ups. And so the act of getting to the takedown is like a completely different sport. George studied wrestling and used to go to wrestling practice twice a week. In Canada, they do freestyle wrestling. They don't use the American college style of wrestling. Now, George's main emphasis in wrestling training was takedowns. Obviously, the whole ground element of freestyle wrestling was of no interest to him. Like learning how to put people's back on the ground and turn them with leg laces and gut wrenches was of no value in MMA. So he devoted almost all of his study to just the act of taking someone down. So as in pure wrestling, George is not bad. I think he'd be a very competitive match even for a highly ranked American freestyle wrestler. But obviously, he would lose easily on the ground because he's not used to the parterre. He'd probably be leg laced or gut wrenched quite easily by a skilled opponent. But in just a pure takedown battle, he'd be a competitive training partner for even a good wrestler. But in actual MMA competition, he could take down even the most highly credentialed wrestlers, and in some cases, make it look almost effortless. And that came from his unification of striking skill with wrestling. So he used wrestling skills to finish the takedown, and his karate and boxing, kickboxing pedigree to enter into the takedown. Now, when he initiated the study of this is at a time when MMA was pretty much in its infancy, and he was one of the most impressive people I've ever seen in this regard. He was a true innovator. He innovated this specialized area of striking to a takedown to a greater degree than anyone else I'm aware of.
Well, let me ask you about this innovation, because you're one of the most innovative people in martial arts. There's several major categories of innovation that you have led. Obviously, leg locks, body lock, now wrestling. What's your process of innovation? So seeing the problems in a particular system, the gaps, how do you identify them? How do you figure out systems of how to fill those gaps?
First thing I look for is what are the current weaknesses in a given combat sport. So in the case of jiu-jitsu, it was very obvious that historically jiu-jitsu had always been weak in leg locking. Jiu-jitsu had always been weak in standing position overall, and these were things that needed to be sorted out immediately. in its infancy, mixed martial arts was divided between grapplers and strikers. And most of the emphasis in early mixed martial arts was on the idea of specialists in a given domain forcing the fight into their domain. And that my early work with George St. Pierre convinced me that the right approach wasn't increased specialization and learning to force your athlete into that area of specialization at the expense of the opponent, but rather the real battles of the future would be won and lost not with techniques per se, specialized techniques, but rather the integration of techniques and the overlap between the various grappling and striking skills, so that someone who was an inferior grappler would have just enough grappling skills to be able to hold a grappler off and then defeat them with striking. And a striker who was, if you were to find someone who's superior to you in striking, you would have just enough striking skills to be able to hold him at bay and then enter into grappling. This went further and further until it got clear that there were whole areas of the sport that you needed to change your entire mindset about them. So that people went into early MMA thinking in terms of grappler and striker. What I started to think is in terms of, okay, there are four fundamental skill areas of mixed martial arts. There is shoot boxing, which is the integration of takedowns and striking. There is clinch boxing, which is the integration of upper body clinch skills combined with striking. There is fence boxing, which the two athletes are locked up with each other on the fence, and they have to integrate takedown defense and striking skills. And there is grapple boxing, which is the merging of ground grappling with striking. And when you broke MMA down into those four categories, you saw that each one of those four domains transcends the specialized martial arts that form their components. So, for example, in clinch boxing, you would incorporate things from judo, Greco-Roman style, jiu-jitsu submissions, Muay Thai clinching techniques. But even if you took all five of those, the rule set that you're operating in required such extensive modification that the final product of clinch boxing transcended all five of its component martial arts and became its own autonomous skill. It needed to be worked autonomously. And when we broke George's training down into those four areas, that's when real progress started to be made. That's when you started to see the integration of those four phases and the striking and grappling within each of them was where victory has been won and lost.
So once you reframe how you see a particular combat sport, then you could start doing these detailed development of ideas that actually they fit.
There's a sense in which it had to start with a paradigm shift, and then a research program began after that. You don't start with research, you start with a paradigm shift and then went to research.
Well, let me ask you, I got a chance to hang out with you and Gracie at ADCC. He keeps messaging me saying he's going to call me and not calling me. I think aside from being hilarious, charismatic, and handsome, he is also, and wise for his young age, he's also one of the greatest coaches and athletes of all time in martial arts. So let me ask, what have you learned about life?
The degree of difficulty that Enzo must have encountered, he never talked to us about it, because but I figured this out as the years went by. The degree of difficulty that he must have experienced when he first came to Manhattan and started teaching, it must have just been incredible. You got to remember, Enzo came from Brazil, training with the best people in the world at that time, Nixon, all the Machados. All of them were located around Gracie Barra. And Rio de Janeiro set. They all knew each other and they all trained together. They had internal problems, of course, but they all knew each other well and knew each other's games. So all of them had beautiful and highly developed jiu-jitsu. So all Enzo knew from childhood on was perfect, beautiful jiu-jitsu, and communicating with other people who also knew perfect, beautiful jiu-jitsu. Then he comes to New York, where he has to teach in a language that he, at that stage, barely spoke, to a bunch of fucking morons who didn't even, on my first day in jiu-jitsu, they had to explain to me the difference between the mount and the guard. Because as far as I was concerned, hey, you're on top. It's the same thing. And they're like, no. Mounted is different from the guard. No, it's not. Like you're on top of the guard. You just hit him. So he has like, argue with you about hey, imagine going from training with Hicks and Gracie to having to tell some moron that guard is different from mount. And we were so primitive back then. He went from the best training culture in the world to literally the worst. Just a bunch of guys in their mid-20s who knew nothing about the ground. Just, well, luckily he's known for patience.
But out of that, you molded one of the greatest gyms ever in New York.
He did a fantastic job, and most of it was based around the idea that he gave us complete freedom. We came in, we trained all day, and I started teaching beginners classes. And then some of his senior students, Ricardo Almeida, Rita Gracie, and Matt Serra, opened their own schools around the tri-state area. So they left. There was a vacuum of teachers, and he asked me to start teaching. I taught for many, many years there. He always gave us complete freedom. The only thing was that they do whatever you want, just make sure it's effective. Prove to me it's effective. And that's the best research program you can have. You show me proof. And so many times, and especially in those days in jiu-jitsu, there were so many things that were just off limits. Like you couldn't study leg ups, you couldn't do this, couldn't do that. Like this kind of game is for cowards. This is the only kind of game we accept. And Enzo was never like that. He was just like, okay, just do what you want, prove to me it works. And if you give people that simple scripture, give them some time, some ingenuity, a lot of things can happen.
I got to ask you, and by the way, you come on this podcast, and I do feel like it's a little bit like riding a dragon or a bull of some kind. It would be a fun journey. I can't, at least from my perspective, having interacted with, having met him, it's hard not to smile.
He's easily one of the most charismatic people.
It's kind of fun to watch that humans can be like this too. It's just the love that radiates from it is incredible. I gotta ask you, this is from Reddit. There's a few legends that come from that gym, but people on Reddit kept asking me about some guy named Boris. Apparently, you coached him at Henzo's, and he was a legend, and he was terrifyingly good. What made him a legend? Who was his Boris character?
Boris is one of my early students. I think he was either my first or second black belt. Boris came from Long Island. He was a wrestler. He was of Russian Jewish descent and highly intelligent.
Yeah.
And now he was of short of stature, but very powerfully built and compact. Very nice, polite young man, but also slightly eccentric, which I always liked about him. He would always come dressed with glasses on, and he would leave the gym dressed like, to use the American phrase, a complete nerd with like his pocket protector. And now he was heavily muscled, but he was dressed in such a way that it didn't appear so when he left. And we always used to laugh, like, imagine some guy trying to mug Boris. They would see him with his nerdy glasses on, his pocket protector, and they would literally run into like one of the most formidable human beings in the entire New York area. Boris started training jiu-jitsu, I believe, in Long Island, and then when he got a tech job in Manhattan, started training with us in a morning class. Now, these were relatively early days in Manhattan and my teaching career. and he and a group of others, a very small group, used to train early in the morning, around 6 a.m. before work. And Boris was a legend in those days. Now, a very young George St. Pierre came to train with us at that time, and he would come in at 6 a.m. to his morning class. And he was one of the main training partners for Boris. And Boris, being a wrestler, used to generally prefer top position. And I would always encourage George to play bottom position. I said, you got to get good in bottom position. You never know. I know you're good at takedowns, but one day someone's going to put you down, so you got to work bottom position. And Boris had very strong card passing. I remember one of George's happiest days is finally, after like 2 years, one day he swept Boris, got on top and finished him. And I remember that was one of his biggest thrills in all of his training career.
It was the last time that ever happened.
No, Boris was he was a very formal man for that time. The funny thing about Boris is every time we would have a conversation, he would say, I'm only going to do this sport until I'm 40 years old, and then I'm going to stop. And I was like, why? Like, why not be like a lifelong martial artist? You got so good. You're good at jiu-jitsu. You've got great skills. You've worked hard. Why not just keep going? He's like, it's ridiculous for a man to train after 40. There's no need. You never gave any reason for this. It was just ridiculous. So one day, now this is the guy who came in literally every day, 6 a.m. every day. One day, he comes up to me at the end of training. He goes, hey, John, I just turned 40, so I won't be seeing you again. And I thought, he's joking. So I'm like, I'll see you tomorrow, Boris. He's like, no, you won't, and walks off.
How gangster is that?
And then he never came back. I've never seen Boris since. He came in, was one of the best grapplers I ever saw, and just said, that's it, buddy, I'm out. And so there's
no one to walk away.
Yeah.
I also got to hang out with Ali Abdelaziz. He's a Henzo Gracie black belt, 4th degree judo black belt, and friend and manager of Khabib Nurmagomedov, who's coming down to Austin soon. We'll do a podcast. Hopefully we'll get on the mat and have a bit of brainstorm. Also, he's a manager and friend of many other amazing fighters. I really love the guy. The loyalty, the fact that he looks for loyalty and has that close inner circle, and integrity and character in people. I really like him. I connect them really quickly. But any fun stories about Ali? Did you train together?
Yeah, he trained for many years in the basement of my classes. His story is one of the most unlikely stories. Like if someone wrote a movie plot about his life, it'd be like, it's absurd. He's thrown out the door in a second, and yet it all happened. You're absolutely correct. He is, from the unlikeliest possible starts, created a situation where I think it's incontestable now to say he's the most successful manager in mixed martial arts history. He has more champions under his care than anyone else that I'm aware of.
And respected and influential, so on all dimensions. Yeah.
Now, many people aren't aware of the fact that he was actually a very good judo player. He had
judoka first. Yeah.
Yes, he had very good no-gi judo. He had an excellent harai goshi, very good tani zoshi, and he threw many people who were highly credentialed wrestlers back in the basement, back in the glory days of MMA training. He was a good example of a guy who had very, very good judo hits and often used it to counter wrestling, and was a fine demonstrator of the idea that when judo is adapted to no discipline, it can provide a very effective foil to many of the standard forms of wrestling attack. And he would often use uchimata to counter leg tackles and do so in very, very spectacular fashion.
Well, what do you think about Khabib? Is there something from just watching him, or is there something you can imagine if he comes down to the gym that you might learn from the way he moves, the way he approaches wrestling,
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the greatest combat athletes of all time. If you can't learn from someone like that, there's something wrong with you.
So he emphasizes control.
Yes, he does. And he's absolutely a master of exerting control. Um, the amount of grappling control he was able to put over some of the most difficult people in the world to control was truly astounding. He beat people from every style. He beat wrestlers, he beat jiu-jitsu players, he beat kickboxers, and he controlled them all in more or less the same way. He has a very underrated bottom game. People think, oh, he's just about stifling top control. But people forget he was taken down on several occasions and ended up in bottom position. And he showed excellent guard work from bottom. He was able to get into submission holds readily on opponents from bottom position. He's got an excellent bottom game. Um, people say, oh, he's just a positional guy. No, he's not. He's got great submissions. Look at the application of his triangle from both top and bottom was top class. He had a sharp arm lock from bottom position. Excellent Kimura. If you look at his Kimura finishes in MMA, they were technically very, very well set. Excellent breaking mechanics. He's a very, very fine grappler in both submission grappling and MMA grappling. I think we'd probably learn a ton from moving around.
Is it possible to learn something about him or about Hodger Gracie or about Gordon by watching them or rolling around them for a little bit? So maybe Hodger and Khabib are good examples because they're able to do seemingly very basic things on everybody and dominate them with that. I think Gordon is as well, but Gordon seems to have more preference and range of what he's able to do. It's almost miraculous how much Hodger can do by just like the same exact thing on everybody. Is that is it possible to understand why Hodger or Khabib are so good at very basic positions? Or do you have to feel it, or do you have to, or is it just something that's developed for
I think for most people, for the vast majority of people, it would have to be explained to them. For a smaller group of people, if they felt it, they could try to replicate it. And there are a few people who could look at it and have enough knowledge and say, okay, I can see what he's doing. Like, for example, Hodger could probably look at video footage of Khabib grappling and say, okay, I understand what he's doing. But the average person, it would probably go over their heads.
You sometimes think of like these great athletes, like maybe they're too narrow. Like you might imagine they're kind of so focused on a particular thing, they don't develop in interesting ways. He's just a sweetheart.
He's a wonderful person to be around.
He's also visiting Austin. But just first of all, I'm honored just drinking a little bit too much in Vegas with Hodger Gracie and talking about love and relationships and life and death and all those philosophical topics as one does in Vegas. I'm a little bit too much to drink. Anyway, after ADCC, it was beautiful. And on top of that, hanging out with Rogan on many days for UFC and then the ADCC. You know, one thing, I don't know if you got a chance to hang out with Joe when he plays pool. I spent a lot of time with him when he was playing pool, like recently on that trip to Vegas. And there's something zen-like about, first of all, just watching him, but I've never seen the focus the guy's got on the game for hours. Just deep focus, unshakable focus. That was so interesting to watch. That this human being, he's a celebrity, he does all kinds of stuff, and he's able to allocate as close to 100% of his mind as I can imagine for a particular task, and nothing can distract him. That was really inspiring. That you could still do that on any task.
Pool is a game of physics. That should be your domain.
Well, it is, but that wasn't just physics. Yeah, I would think you understand the game, you understand the physics of it. You also understand the fun of it because there's friends and laughter and so on. I would be distracted by that a little bit. I wouldn't be at a much. He literally is supposed to get to the table the more everything zooms in. The jokes, there's funny things. You can't get his attention on anything. Just that focus. I don't know. That stays. That really stayed with me. That like those memes like I want to find somebody that looks at me the way X looks at Y. I want to find somebody that looks at me the way Joe looks at a pool cue. It's the focus there. I want to find something in my life. Rather, I want to attain the level of focus he has for pool on a task that I care about. And that focus, like, fuck everything else. This is now it's time to do work. I don't know, that was really inspiring. I haven't seen that kind of focus for prolonged periods of time from the task. You should see it sometime. The guy is, part of it is just being competitive with himself. It's the hatred of imperfection, all those kinds of elements, but embodied in a singular focus.
I had no idea he even played ball.
We should watch him. He won't. I think it could be one of his greatest obsessions. Like there was deep. I thought pool was for like degenerates, like gamblers and like hustlers, right? Like the same way I see poker. But like I saw like a wolf / like elite athlete in Joe. I didn't know this. I don't know much about pool. I didn't know that you could have that level of focus while still drunk out your ass, but extremely focused. It was beautiful to see. I don't know, inspiring for me as a person who highly values singular focus on a task. Let me ask you from a perspective of a hobbyist, what major practical changes can a hobbyist who works regular 9 to 5 job do to improve their jiu-jitsu? So they're in a gym. There's a lot of excellent gyms throughout the United States. What can they do to improve their jiu-jitsu? About the way they think about jiu-jitsu, about the way they approach their actual schedule, those kinds of things.
That's a great question. Okay, the less training time you've got, the more you want to maximize its effect. So the question becomes, okay, well, if I'm training, say, twice a week, and sometimes even once a week, what can I do to make sure that 2-hour period is used maximally? The less training time you've got, the more the onus is on you to have a plan before you walk in the door. If you go in just saying, I'm going to roll around and see what happens, or I'll just follow what the instructor says, you'll get a certain amount out of each class, but it will never be what it could have been. Go in with a plan and enact it. Many people go in with a plan and don't follow it. Let's say, for example, we start with a program that goes like this. First, try to create the most honest assessment of yourself as a jiu-jitsu player. It's tough to make an honest assessment of yourself because you never actually get to see your game. So what I would recommend is to start by videotaping yourself in sparring with your peers.
That's fascinating because we don't even have that level of introspection, ability to reflect on what we actually look.
Yeah. Start with an assessment of yourself. And the most honest one comes not from you, it comes from the camera. Have a look at what you see and start to say, okay, many of the weaknesses in your game are made much more apparent by looking from the outside in rather than feeling them during the heat of a match. Identify 4 or 5 of the biggest weaknesses that you see and start actively attacking those weaknesses. Ask yourself, let's say, for example, in the course of watching the videotape of yourself, you observe yourself losing 3 triangles. You attempted 3 triangle strangleholds, you failed all 3. You could start by saying, okay, let me ask myself, who are the people I look up to the most with regards a triangle strangle? Who are the guys who have the best triangle strangles out there? Then ask yourselves, of those people, who are the ones whose body type and personality most closely mirrors my own. And that would be a good example of taking a problem in your game, contrasting it with elite level performance in people whose body type roughly matches your own, and then try to take lessons you learn by observing the best people and bringing them into your own game in one specific area. As time goes by and you do this with more and more elements of your game, you will undoubtedly improve. You will also have to make sure that you take time during class to actively work on these things. Now, sometimes in class you don't get a choice. The instructor sometimes says, okay, today we're working this, this, and this. But there's always time after and before class where you can do your own drilling, where you can make your own inquiries. And during sparring, there's no rigorous control over what you do. You can try to work the game into the area of focus. So, for example, if you want to work on front triangles, it would be wise for you to do most of your sparring from bottom guard positions. That'll give you the most opportunity. And in this sense, it always begins with an accurate assessment of your current skill level. You've got to start there. Then, I always encourage people to use video camera to make the most honest appraisal you can.
Yeah.
Because your own mind is not dishonest, but it's understandably inaccurate. You tend to feel things rather than see them when you're performing jiu-jitsu. Then make a program for yourself based around what you see as excellence. Look at the people in the sport who's in the area you want to work on, people who are renowned for skill in that area. If possible, narrow it down to people who have excellence in that area and their body type corresponds with your own. And then try to take lessons learned from observing the excellence in these elite athletes and bring elements of them into your game. Never try to bring an elite athlete's entire game to your game. That will create an inauthentic game on your part, which will always be a poor copy of what you're trying to watch. Rather, bring very specific areas and skills that you see and import them from different people until eventually you find something for yourself. Experiment a lot, okay? Everyone's different, and so don't see the video research as the final word. See video research the way a writer will see a muse, as someone who initiates discussion, opens inquiries for your own research. The most powerful moments you will have on the mat come from making discoveries for yourself, not being told what to do, not observing someone else doing something, but self-discoveries. Those are the ones that will last inside you. So use video research not as the definitive answer to your problems, but as initiating research for yourself on the mat. And as time goes by and you do this more and more often in more and more areas of the sport, I promise you you'll improve.
Yeah, and I guess when you have the plan, have a plan that carries across many training sessions. So I just remember, I know this is perhaps dumb, but I saw in my own game early on a lot of growth by self-identifying a problem and coming up by myself with a solution by watching, in that case, Marcel Garcia. I just thought my butterfly guard was very weak. And so I thought, okay, what's the solution here? I thought maybe this X guard thing, double X guard. Okay, so I watched a bunch of video. Let me try to work on this. And then all I did, this is self, but when I could get time by myself, meaning like not instructor guided classes, but in training, I would just everything I would put myself in the butterfly X guard and then just let go. Like, don't progress. Sweep and figure out a way to get swept to get right back to it, and everything. It was annoying probably to train with me, because that's all I did, and that's all I thought about. That's pretty real quickly. Yeah, I learned it's the most progress I've ever made. Now, you could say that X guard wasn't the right solution for me, that maybe that wasn't the weakest point for me to work on. If I were to look back now, it's still to this day, sadly, the obvious weakest point for me is escapes from much worse positions. That should be worked on. That should have been worked on from the very beginning.
Yeah.
That's still today. If I were to say what's the weakest thing that I should work on, absolutely, is even with 1 day a week is escapes. But yeah, a lot of that has to do with just carrying, like focusing on the one thing over and over and over and over across training sessions. Now, it also, I would write down on a sheet of paper the number of times I would get an X guard sweep. And I would set a rule that I have to get whatever it was, like 500 sweeps a week. So I have to, and then like the closer you get to the end of the week, the more you just pick up a small white belt.
500 in a week.
Yeah,
Your training partners must suck, bro.
yeah, no, you start with good ones, and then you get more and more desperate. You start like finding the kids, right? That you can just sweep over and over. But like that number for me, the numbers for some reason was like is a goal to pull off a technique. It enforced like we're staying with this for a while. This is a journey we're doing, and for some reason for me that helped me focus the study to understand the deep complexities of this thing. That at least for me, other people like nobody at the gym was doing X guard or anything like that. So you have to kind of figure everything out yourself. I'm sure there's better ways to do that, but at least that focus helps from a hobbyist perspective. What's the perfect day in the life of John? If we're talking about a basic, not an ADCC, now I'm really grateful that you sit down with me on a Sunday, late at night, but it all starts again for you tomorrow. So 3 training sessions a day. What time do you wake up? Do you do like a mantra in the morning? Do you listen to like some Zen music? What do you eat in the morning? What's the perfect day look like? When you sacrifice a small animal,
Yeah.
to the gods.
I usually, when you say a perfect day, what I think you really mean is an average day.
Perfectly productive average day.
So let's take Monday morning. For you watching this video, we're filming this late on a Sunday night. So after this, I'll drive home. We just had AECC. It was 2 weeks ago. It was one of the longest training camps. It was the longest training camp I've ever run because of we had to go through 3 different matches with Gordon Ryan leading up to it. So immediately after ADCC, I cut the training down for the competitive athletes to 1 session per day for the first week after ADCC to give their bodies a bit of a break. I still had to teach 2 classes in addition to that, 2 recreational classes. So my teaching schedule went down to 3 classes per day. After 1 week of relative break, we go back to 2 competition classes per day, plus 2 recreational classes, plus an MMA class for Gary Tonin and his friends. The first class requires me to get up around 6 a.m. to drive. I'm still a student driver, so I'm not very good at driving, so I have to spend a little extra time to get to the destination on time.
Just for the record, John pulled in the red Lamborghini with the no.
You're the worst liar I ever met. My day typically starts pretty early. I don't eat in the morning. I just get up and go to work, and I teach through the day. My last class finishes usually around 8 p.m. During that time, I coach jiu-jitsu. I try to find time for 1 Instagram post per day, which usually describes some basic theme of jiu-jitsu in most cases, unless we've just had a competition, in which case I'll talk about upcoming competitions or what happens after a competition. But most of them just express a simple jiu-jitsu theme. I try to do a short workout for myself. And then I go home. At the end of the day, I always start by asking myself, what do my students need from me tomorrow? Based on what I've seen today, what do the recreational students need? What do the competitive students need? This is always done in the light of what are the upcoming competitions.
But throughout the day, you're doing a lot of really in-depth classes. So how do you either prepare for them or think through them as they're happening? Think through the material that you're teaching.
I can look at a class. I've been doing this a long time, so I can just look at a class and be like, okay, these guys need this, this, and this. And then I make reflections at the end of the day. Then I'll take care of things that we all do, talk to family, occasionally go out on for dinner with friends, um, dates, things like that.
Yeah, Hendo had to really harass you to drag you out and to hang out, and he was very convincing. And food-wise,
I eat once a day.
once a day.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I usually stop off at a place like a supermarket like Whole Foods or some equivalent to that and buy something simple and eat.
The internet wants to know the details. Did you end up getting Wi-Fi for your apartment?
No, I'm still thinking about it. Still, yeah.
Yeah, so what are the pros and cons?
There's no cons, lots of pros, but I just don't put much importance to it. Things that are unimportant, I just ignore.
Yeah, there's a lot of things in life that have a lot of pros, but like they're lower on the priority list. Why? Why? Because the 5G already.
5G's got it covered.
Do you watch much video? Do you watch footage?
Video footage quite often, yeah. I especially things from freestyle wrestling, Greco-Roman wrestling, judo, and mixed martial arts. Also, subsidiary sports to mixed martial arts like boxing, Muay Thai, and European kickboxing.
Just for long-term idea generation. Like I plant a seed.
Yeah, this is an interesting thing. How could this be incorporated in the context in which we use it, MMA or jiu-jitsu?
Maybe it's immediately obvious, or it might become obvious in a few weeks or months. Is there some aspect to the way you approach life and training and martial arts that amends itself to minimalism? It seems like you live a pretty stoic life, or is that just a symptom?
My life wasn't always like this. I've gone through different phases in my life. I was a university student and teacher at university. I was a nightclub bouncer for more than a decade. I've been through different areas of life. I've seen most things. I've experienced a lot. I've traveled the world. At this point in my life, people think I live some kind of like monk-like existence, but I have a private life. I like to go out and have fun like everyone else. I'm not like some kind of like monk who just sits under a waterfall and meditates or anything crazy like that.
Well, that's what I'm currently going through that stage of my life, the monk-like existence. So I would be amiss not to ask you one of the most important questions one can possibly ask John Donaher, which is on the topic of animal combat. Who wins in a fight to the death, or maybe in a sport competition setting, but let's go with a fight to the death. A grizzly bear, a silverback gorilla, and maybe a lion or a tiger, an African lion, or one of the flavors of tiger. I don't know who you think is more ferocious. What are the parameters considered here? Maybe I can throw a few out, and maybe you can give me some thoughts about how much of these parameters matter. So first of all, intelligence. I do believe the gorilla is the most intelligent. I've did research for this, as you can imagine. The gorilla, or with Joe Rogan? The expert advisor to this very podcast and this very topic is indeed Joe Rogan. Yes. So in captivity, gorillas have been documented to show complex emotions, form family bonds, the ability to use tools, and to be able to reason about the past and the future. Impressive. So that's something that at least in captivity, the other animals have not been able to do.
They already so much more advanced than I am.
Uh, yeah, so that's intelligence. Then there is weight. I think that's something that you think of at first. The lion, let's go with the big ones. I took notes here. 550 pounds for a big lion.
That's exceptionally large. You know, most male lions are up 450 pounds. It's an exceptional beast there.
Thank you. The tiger can be larger than that.
Yeah, much larger.
So we got the grizzly bear, which is probably the biggest of the bunch. That the large ones get to 1,500 pounds. Correct me if some of this
I
numbers.
believe most grizzlies are around 1,000-pound mark. It's a big beast.
I was looking up the biggest. I didn't want to do the biggest ever. I just what is the biggest, like the top of the range, because there's always a range.
You can put it in at roughly double that of even a very big lion.
Of course, how that weight is used is very important. So there's also things which I find is interesting is anaconda. Which let me throw that in there because it's 200 pounds. What I really like about that is it's not just the weight, it's the form factor. And I think out of all of these, the anaconda is the most non-standard form factor.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. You know, that comes, it's like the knight on the chessboard. It comes in from a completely different angle.
So we got that. We got also the strength in which could be measured in ability to carry stuff. So this was surprising to me. I did look into this carefully. The grizzly bear at 1,000 or 1,500 pounds can only carry at most its body weight, which is a lot. But a gorilla can carry 10 times its body weight. A gorilla can lift over 2,000 kilograms, that's over 4,000 pounds.
And the gorillas themselves, and that old male weighs in around 350 to 400
pounds, yeah. So I like how in this particular place where I found this, 2,000 kilograms is as heavy as 30 average humans. So gorillas can 30 humans. So that's carrying strength. And then, of course, bite force, because that's one of the weapons in question here. So a gorilla, now this is really surprising to me. The gorilla has won me over through this, by the way. Intelligence, I'm a sucker for intelligence, but gorilla bite force is the highest of all these, with 1,300 psi. Bear is second with 1,200 psi. Tiger is third. I think tiger and lion is third with 1,000 psi. It's comparable. And a bear is anywhere from 900 to 1,000 psi. They're close, but gorilla, I would not have expected. Now, gorilla is not a carnivore, but apparently if you choose, it's mostly eats grass and stuff. But
it's difficult to explain why it has such a powerful bite, and it also, of course, has very large incisor teeth as well as chewing teeth. So
also no neck.
Yeah. So this neck begins at the top of his head and this goes down to the shoulders.
Well, a lot of the way they use their teeth, is, all of these animals, the ultimate kill is to go for the neck, to bite on the neck. I don't know exactly why that is. Probably has to do. Why is that? Because it's a very strong controlling position, not just that it's a. Is it the same as jiu-jitsu, you think? Because they get to also choke them out?
It's very much in line with jiu-jitsu. Like lions are famous for using strangulation as their primary method of killing. They get a hold of the neck and hold it until the animal drops.
Plus, claws. The tiger and the bear use their claws.
And the lion too.
The lion, right? And the lion. This is something that the gorilla doesn't do, and anaconda obviously doesn't.
Yeah.
So what do you think? How do we think about this? Also, there is I'm just not letting you talk. Apparently, there's levels of aggression in terms of
These are also very important considerations. Yeah.
What is
all the considerations you've raised are very important, and we have to address them if we're going to go through this topic. First things first, whenever you go into a discussion of this kind, there's a kind of natural impression that we all have as to which one would be the most formidable. And it's important that you become rather skeptical of your first intuitions because they're often very misleading. Just as every boy thinks his father is the strongest man in the world, and then when he grows up in the battlefield, he realizes his father is not even close to being the strongest man in the world. It's not because of anything other than inexperience. To a boy, his father seems overwhelmingly strong. You literally can't even imagine anyone else being stronger than that. So naively, he thinks his father is the strongest man in the world. So too in our relationship with animals. When we look at a silverback gorilla, it just looks overwhelmingly strong to us, to a degree that's almost absurd. Like, you picture the greatest combat athletes that humanity has ever produced, the prime Mike Tyson, Gordon Ryan for grappling. They would literally be torn limb from limb by an angry gorilla. They wouldn't even be remotely competitive. And so there's a sense in which we look at them in awe because of what they could do to us. But that can be very misleading. And just as a boy looks at his father as like the pinnacle of strength, you can't necessarily, from a position of inexperience and weakness, look at a given animal and say, oh, that must be the toughest animal in the animal kingdom. There's levels to this game. And I think we can point out that the gorilla ultimately would be pretty low on those levels.
I got some pushback to this analysis because the data, we don't have much data on this. We actually have slightly more than we think, I believe, hopefully. Well, it's anecdotal. I feel like it's out of context. And these species don't use, this is not MMA. They don't do interspecies fighting often.
Yeah, but there are some ways of looking at this which can take this already interesting question and make it a lot more interesting. First, we've seen that intuitions aren't to be trusted. So if intuitions aren't to be trusted, well, what is to be trusted here? Well, I've always believed that there are three general elements that determine what level of success or failure anyone will experience in combat. And this is true both for individuals and for groups and even all the way up to nations. The first is, what are your skills? The second is, what are your physical and mental attributes, so skills, attributes. Those are the two primary ones. And there's a third, which is your experience in using those skills and attributes in real world scenarios. Okay, so whenever we start with two humans. When two humans get into a fight, ask yourself, what is their skill set? What are their physical and mental attributes? And what is their experience in using those in real world applications? And that will give you your first look at, okay, who's going to be the most successful. Then, in addition to those three general elements, there's also four more specific elements. What is the ability of the combatants to initiate combat? Because initiation is a big deal in fighting. The one who sees the enemy first and can create ambush conditions or initiate combat in an area or terrain which is favorable to them. This is huge in determining the outcome of battles. Second, not only is initiation important, but disengagement is important. A lot of battles don't go according to plan. And so your ability to disengage at will and break off and away from a battle is key to success. So initiation and disengagement are big. The third big element, what is your ability to end a fight? Okay, do you have an efficient method of ending conflict? Without that, the conflict could go on to a point where you no longer have the ability to continue it. If you have some succinct method of finishing, this is huge in combat in determining winner or loser.
So both from a winning and a losing position.
If you don't have one, there's a much higher chance you'll lose. But if you have an ability to finish an opponent in the conflict reliably, this is very, very important in determining success or failure. And third is your ability to endure a conflict longer than the person you're engaged in. Okay, so engaged with, sorry. And so you get these four more specific elements now. Do you have the ability to initiate contact at will? Do you have the ability to break contact and disengage at will? Do you have the ability to finish your opponent efficiently? And do you have the ability to endure longer than your opponent does? If you have all four of those, that's huge for combat.
Well, that probably applies to human on human,
Everything.
military conflict.
Everything. Even all the way up to nations. Also ask yourself, what are the most efficient methods of combat across the globe, across all species, all times, etc., etc. You will see that ultimately they always come down to three things. The first is concentration of force. Okay, one of the most successful combat strategies of all time is the ability to take concentrated force against the zone of weakness in your opponent. And if you can do this, you will often break through to a point of vulnerability, attack that vulnerability in a way where your opponent cannot respond and cannot recover from that vulnerable point being broken.
Do a high amount of damage with precision.
So this is one of the great combat strategies across the animal kingdom, across human history, etc. The second would be ambush tactics. If you can ambush an opponent with the element of surprise, this is huge for success in combat. Almost all of the truly successful predators on this planet are ambush predators. The ability to get off to a good start in a way where opponents simply can't recover is huge in combat.
Are we allowing ambush in our discussion? Because humans would call this cheating, perhaps.
Yes, we would. And humans are pretty damn good at it, too. So. And then the third is endurance. Okay, some species, some people, humans actually are pretty good at this. Use endurance as a weapon, and they simply wear an opponent down over time and break them. And internationally, this can be done economically through numbers, etc., and you can destroy someone with just sheer endurance.
Yeah, a lot of wars throughout human history has been siege warfare.
Yeah, and so when you ask yourself, okay, which one of these animals are going to be the most successful in combat, ask yourself, well, there's these three elements which tend to determine success or failure in warfare. Which animals exhibit these three principles the best? And we'll discuss this. But as far as generalities go, whenever you ask a question, who will win between A and B, ask yourself in terms of the light of what we've just discussed. What is their skill set? What are their attributes, both mental and physical? What is their experience in utilizing these in real-world situations? And then the four more tactical elements. Who gets to initiate contact? Can you break off contact at any given time? What is your endurance? Can you keep going longer than your opponent does?
So a skill set, I wonder if a big component of that is how much practice there is off the bat.
Exactly.
So how much, quote unquote, you would probably call it play, like play
Now,
fighting.
let's start going through our animals. Okay, when you look at the gorilla, you will see immediately that almost every experience a gorilla has of combat is theatrical.
Yes.
They don't engage in killing things. They scare rival males away in order to gain ownership of females. But there is almost no interspecies death in those conflicts. They're almost entirely theatrical. They have, for example, enormous canine teeth, but there is no record of them ever being used in combat. They appear to be used purely for intimidation purposes. There's a sense in which they have this tremendous appearance and they have tremendous potential. Like they really do have freakish levels of strength in many different ways. And yet their actual track record of using it is negligible.
So strange that evolution would develop such a
Yes,
powerful
it is.
killing machine.
And like their bite force just makes no sense with regard to what they actually eat.
I think, well, no, I think
Even the
like,
presence of canines doesn't make a lot of sense. They're not going to use them. What is it? It comes down to this idea of their big thing is intimidation.
so the show, you want to fake it and don't care if you don't make it because fake it is good enough given that particular dynamic.
Now let's contrast that with a male lion. Lions take on the biggest, meanest, toughest animals in the most competitive killing war on planet Earth, which is continental Africa. And they literally just take, I mean, occasionally they lose, but it's rare. And they take out everything. Just in order to eat, they have to take down wildebeest, Cape buffalo. Like Cape buffalo are incredibly dangerous beasts just by themselves, and yet lions regularly take them down. Occasionally, large numbers of lions will even swarm elephant, and over 12-hour periods take down elephant on some occasions. This is all on videos, it's not just speculation. So they just have a level of combat experience which no other animal can
if I were to also project so the Eastern European style of wrestling, where they spend so many hours on the mat, they really value the number of hours on the mat at play from childhood. The Lions probably, from my extensive watching videos on YouTube, they seem to play with each other for fun a lot. And I guess with
even
the gorilla,
to see it.
you don't interact, you don't play with other gorillas. You have like you're more spending a lot more time around the opposite sex.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I mean, even lions, when they fight each other, the mortality rate when lions fight each other, male lions, for ownership of a pride, is very, very high. Much, much higher than I believe any other species on Earth. They're almost always fights to the death for the simple reason that when a male lion loses control of the pride, the first act the new lion does is to kill the genetic offspring of the previous male lion. So when a lion fights another male lion, when one male lion fights another, it's not just a fight for his own life, it's a fight for his genetic offspring. And failure means not only does he die, all his offspring dies. And so when they fight, the implications are so deep. It's like a fight for your, not just you, but your DNA. Most male lions have very short runs at the top to get killed or run off by other lions. Now, this kind of harsh combat experience, no other animal can claim to have this. Between what they kill to eat and what they have to do to defend their stake and their pride, no other animal fights like that. They just bring a level of depth to combat which is unmatched in the animal kingdom. They also have some other elements too that they get the luxury because of their social nature of taking more risks than other animals. Like a tiger hunts alone, so if it gets injured, it's a big problem. It can die if it's injured. A lion can fight Cape buffalo, get injured, and be covered by the other lions for food until it recovers. So it learns to take risks, and it's not afraid to go out and fight very, very hard. Whereas other animals tend to shy away from risk because they're solitary. Bears are solitary, tigers are solitary. So they learn from an early age not to take the big risks, to go up to a certain level and stop.
if I could push back, so that's aggression and risk taking. That's a plus for the lion. But defend the gorilla, said skill set. They are of all of those the only ones that use tools. Have shown to use tools. We didn't say anything about weapons. A gorilla could, in theory, pick up a rock, and it does have the the force, the power, and the capability to do a lot of damage. So it doesn't have the practice. It doesn't have the experience. But don't you think if if a gorilla's back is to the wall, so you put them in a situation of it is life and death for both the lion and the gorilla. Don't you value intelligence at least a little bit here? There's a reason why humans. This is like evidence that humans have spread all across the world while being kind of weak. Why?
Okay, intelligence is a huge, huge asset. Humanity is positive proof that it is the most important asset, but it takes time in order to work its magic. It took humans 200,000 years to go from the bottom of the food chain to the top of the food chain. And gorillas have a lot of work to do before they get to that level. You said in theory gorillas could do this, but let's talk about practice now. First off, there are many documented incidents of leopards killing gorillas.
That's anecdotal evidence.
No, it's not
There's
anecdotal.
a bunch of bitch ass gorillas walking around. We know this.
We're asking, it's not anecdotal. It was observed by a group of people who specialized in observing gorillas over a 12-year period. They regularly found gorilla toes in leopard defecation. They also saw that over a certain period, some 36 gorillas had been killed, and evidence strongly suggested leopard predation was the reason. Apparently, leopards had figured out that there was a femoral artery in gorillas' legs and were doing a move which, from the sounds of it, sounded a lot like a berimbolo, where they were spinning underneath gorillas and biting the femoral artery and then disengaging and watching them bleed out and die and then eating them. Now, a leopard is no match for a lion. The only defense it has to a lion is to run up a tree. It cannot engage with a lion on anything close to equal terms.
It may seem like we're going on tangents, but we're not. Just because of the foot, the attack of the artery on the foot. Is there weaknesses that the lion might have with that?
So what I'm saying is, I know it's not equivalent, but the fact that a leopard does so well against even fully grown male gorillas should make you rather suspicious of a gorilla's ability to fight a lion. Fair enough. Let's also go further into this with concentration of force. A lion has the quintessential concentration of force, which is fangs and claws. The gorilla is the exact opposite. It can't even make a fist. And so it can only throw open-handed slaps and grab things. So it has no ability with its arms to concentrate force in any kind of efficient way. When a lion or a tiger, or a bear for that matter, swings at you, it's got 4 claws from 4 to 6 inches long. It's like 4 blades going into you. They can retract their claws so they're always sharp.
But the reach is significantly longer for the gorilla. The length of the
ability to engage with speed on the part of the cats is far, far greater.
And also mobility on 2 feet, the bipedal nature of a gorilla, the temporary bipedal. So the bear has the same.
No impact. Humans are bipedal, and lions kill 240 humans a year on average.
So okay. What about bear?
Now, bear is different.
It's all the same things that a lion has. The claws, the teeth, has more weight, has more strength, has more power.
Okay, now this is an interesting question. Okay, you get a fully grown North American grizzly versus an African lion. This is an interesting battle.
I also have questions about polar bears. It's unclear to me because they're big. They're bigger in every way than a grizzly.
Yes,
but they probably don't get the experience in the practice.
Yeah, also they have a much more limited set of animals that they prey upon. So I'm pretty sure grizzly is going to be tough to beat as far as top bear goes. A grizzly bear, I believe, would be a formidable adversary, even for a male lion. They're literally twice their size. They have an ability to get away from strangleholds by standing up on 2 legs. So the lion's primary method of killing, which is to strangle, would be very difficult for them to employ upon a bear. Interestingly, the bear's primary method of killing is to pin. It pins animals and then just slowly eats them while they're still alive. They have a rather barbaric means of killing. Lions are much more humane in the way they kill. What I see as the primary problem is that neither one would be able to kill the other.
That finishing thing that you
Yeah, they both fail on the finishing criteria. The lion would not be able to strangle a bear, even in the best case scenario where he got his teeth into the neck. The bear can stand up and presumably shake him off. Um, uh, the, uh, the bear would never be able to pin a lion for long enough to be able to hold it down and slowly maul it over time the way it can with an elk or a caribou. So I don't believe either would be able to finish the other.
They would just become exhausted.
It would come down to endurance. Now that's where things get interesting because the bear is much more of an endurance hunter. And the lion is much more of an ambush hunter. Lion's quick, explosive, much higher top speed. They got a top speed of 45 to 50 miles an hour. The bear can do up to 35, but it can run for long periods, up to 25 miles an hour. Very long periods. They're mostly an endurance hunter. They just run elk and moose down until they're exhausted and then pin them and kill them. So if it came down to endurance, might go the way of the bear if they were caged up together. However, there is very strong evidence from both hunters and video, which shows on many occasions bears being chased off by cougar and wolverines. Now,
What's that? That's fear? What is that? What do you mean chased off?
if they fight over meat, which, and say, that, for example, a cougar has killed something and the bear wants the meat, the cougar will
The bear has
chase off
risk
the bear.
aversion.
Exactly. The bears are risk averse. What I would say is this: the bears are very, very powerful in their domain, but they don't have the battle experience of a lion. They don't take on animals as tough as a Cape buffalo. They don't take on elephant. What the toughest thing it would probably take on would probably be a bull moose, and a bull moose is a formidable animal, but it's nothing like a Cape buffalo. It's nothing like an elephant or a hippopotamus. So what I would suggest is this: in the wild, I don't believe either one is capable of killing the other. But I do believe, based on video evidence of cougars and wolverines chasing off bears, that a lion would provide enough threat in a brief fight that a bear would back away. If you put them in a cage, however, where neither one could back away, I would slightly favor the bear, based on the fact that if neither one can kill each other, it would come down to endurance.
You mean like an octagon?
Yeah, that's going to be the next UFC, by the way. Bear versus
But
lion.
things change. Joe Rogan's a big fan of the idea of fighting in a stadium, for humans fighting in a stadium. So in a stadium, a bear.
I would slightly favor a bear. Now, I still think that the lion would have a chance, but I would favor the bear in a betting match. Some of the best evidence we have for animal versus animal fights come from the ancient Romans, who actually used to put animals in gladiatorial combat. And they, for example, had several incidents where they wrote about tiger versus lion conflict. And in one famous passage, they described a lion getting destroyed by a female tiger. So there's some evidence to suggest that they had more expertise of this than we do, because they had a big population of wild animals which they just put to fight each other. Unfortunately, there's nothing that they wrote about bears versus lion. They did talk about bears versus bulls. They did talk about lions versus tigers, but they never mentioned bear versus lion, so we don't have any evidence for that. So we have to be a little bit more speculative. Now, given that bears do get chased off by cougar, and cougar is weak compared with a male lion, then
Well, listening to you draw from that, by the way,
I would suggest that,
is it about the bear? Or
yeah, it's more about the bear. Like, in theory, a bear should be able to crush a cougar. But it seems to be the bear is just saying, this thing could hurt me, so I'm not going to risk injury, and backs away. I think it would back away in the wild from a lion, but put him in a cage, and I slightly favor the grizzly, based on endurance.
So the final conclusion, if you have to just bet everything you own, so you got, let's say, we got the octagon, we bring in a bear. Now this is like legendary bear. Okay,
Full-grown grizzly.
full-grown grizzly, but not only that, that grizzly has seen some shit.
What's the most it could have seen? A bull moose? A caribou? That's
No,
the
no.
toughest opponents he's ever had.
It once, no, this one once ran into a pack of other grizzlies and had to fend. Like, he's got
A
scars.
pack of grizzlies. There's a pack of grizzlies. They're solitary.
Wolves.
Wolves
Wolves
are
good
nothing.
practice for a bear. Who attacked the bear?
That's my point. Bears don't really live in a competitive environment. Lions
But
do.
sometimes you can get desperate, as it was a pack of wolves.
That pack of wolves is that's nothing.
All right, fine.
Lions deal with packs of hyenas.
Okay,
That's
what
much
was
worse.
the? Just imagine, over the past 100 years, what do you think is the hardest fight that a grizzly bear has been in? Like somewhere in Alaska, we never heard. All of a sudden, in the middle of the night, all you hear is the bear just.
Yeah, they don't really. There's nothing that.
No,
tough
there's
as-
got to have been something. Humans have killed.
They
tens
run
of millions of people
away
war.
from cougars and wolverines. Like,
No, that's anecdotal evidence. There's got to be one bear.
there's video footage of it. You can watch it
That's
yourself.
called anecdotal evidence. I guarantee you, in the dark of the night, there was an epic battle, of which there's still legend amongst the bears of that part of Canada.
Who did it battle? In Canada.
Other bears, you don't think they'd go at it?
Yeah, bears fight each other, but it's largely theatrical. They never kill each other. When lions fight each other, they kill each other all the time. That someone would have seen it by now.
All right, so you're.
My
already
point is
said-
that bears are just they want to get their feet wet.
You're giving no credit for gorillas, so you're saying lion wins. Your money's on the lion.
No, I'm saying lion would win in the wild because they can't kill each other. They can't end the fight. That's one of our most important criteria. But lions can almost always initiate the action because they have much better ability to see at night, for example. Bears have very average night vision. Lions have superb night vision. So at nighttime, they can always initiate the fight. Lions are natural ambush predators, so it's always going to have the advantage of ambush. The great advantage that bears have is endurance. But bears are very risk averse and they're not used to fighting like the toughest animals. The toughest animal they fight is a moose or a caribou. These are not even close to the animals that lions have to go up against on a regular basis.
So if somebody wins, it's going to be the lion.
I still think that the size and endurance of the bear, if they were locked in a cage together, I would still favor the bear under those circumstances. But in the wild, I believe the bear will back away.
But in the cage, no time limit in favor of the bear. What if it's 5 rounds and 5 minutes? Championship.
Then I would go with the lion because the lion has a huge speed advantage.
So it's gonna.
It's going to injure it, tear it out, and do immediate damage. Like I'll put it this way: if lion and bear fight, first 15 minutes, I favor the lion 100%. But then as time goes by, that size and weight is going to, endurance is going to have an effect.
I'll bring up shortly somebody that's going to probably disagree with you about some things.
Hopefully, it's a grizzly bear and he comes in and just eats me.
That would be so epic.
Make a hell of a podcast.
I wonder who we would eat first. Who would look scarier or more delicious? I'm not sure. The black and white could either piss him off.
You would think you were a penguin.
Is that a good thing or not?
Not good.
If it was a polar bear, maybe it's different. Do you care deeply about your about athletes you coach, about people in your life? So I have to ask this question: if one of those athletes, let's say Gordon Ryan, now I was the dictator of the world, and this would entertain me, so I force you and Gordon to do this, to fight a bear or a lion. Gordon has to. How would you coach him to do it? To have any chance of winning?
He goes in empty-handed.
Empty-handed. You can choose stadium or
Cage. Gordon Ryan, empty-handed versus a lion.
you get to choose lion versus bear. It's up to you.
Okay. My advice would be very simple. I would say, Gordon, you're fucked. You're going to die badly. Choose the lion because it will strangle you to death rather than pin you down and maul you to death.
Didn't we just talk about audacious goals with Nicholas Bergoff?
This is not a question of audacious goal. This is a question of minimizing pain.
So you coach your athletes to quit before the battle has been fought.
100%. Yeah.
You don't
What
think
do
he
you
has a chance? You don't think he has a chance?
How? What's he gonna do?
You don't think there's a technical? First of all, intelligence. So technical.
What's he gonna do? A heel hook?
No, not. Well, first of all, maybe.
He gotta do a double leg. He's got 4 fucking legs.
Okay, what if Gordon gets any starting position for us?
Ooh, yeah, that's gonna be really useful. On
You don't think he can have back control?
On a 1,000-pound beer?
Yeah.
What
He'll
good
get
with back control? Shaken off. He'll get torn off.
With what?
Like reaches back. He's got 4 6-inch.
It's hard to. Oh, okay. I wonder what is the reach.
Whatever he touches, he's gonna.
What if it's not a
destroy it.
flexible bear? So you think there's no control? What about like a low, like a some kind of controlling position from? Yeah, like you said, Marble, like from underneath. Nothing.
This discussion is so insane that I didn't even know where to begin criticism.
I don't think you're open-minded.
We could turn this down. Forget about Gordon fighting a lion or a bear. That's completely impossible. An adult male chimp will destroy Gordon.
So not even a gorilla. What about the aggression? Yeah, the aggression.
A male chimp is more than enough to kill any human on the planet, including Gordon Ryan.
So Gordon Ryan fighting a chimp, a
Dead.
good size, dead. No, 1,000 times. How many times does he win?
He loses 1,000 times. It's not even competitive. It's not even remotely competitive.
Do you think he will disagree?
No.
Do you think anyone will disagree? Anyone?
Yeah, moron.
Okay. Somebody that I think you might know is a famous actor, Tom Hardy, but he's also doing quite a bit of jiu-jitsu. The reason this makes sense to bring up now is he's also, I saw narrating a new Sky original series called Predators, coming out in December, where they follow 5 different predators and tell their full story about all the fighting and killing and all that kind of stuff. And he's doing that. He's like, it's like Morgan's, it's like Morgan Freeman for March of the Penguins. It's Tom Hardy for the Predators. I saw a bear and a lion in the trailer, but they also had something. I didn't watch it too careful, but they had something like a hyena. So I think they were talking about. I don't know if it's a hyena, but something like that, like pack animals. Yeah, that attack and
Hyenas are formidable animals.
So it's not all about size; it's about like strategy.
Yeah, the most important thing in nature is numbers. Like, a pack of animals will always destroy a single animal.
And I think that show in particular is not 100% about who wins or so on. It's about the fascinating stories of how these predators sort of dominate their particular environment. Because it's not about these like artificial matchups. It's about given your environment, how do you succeed and all that kind of stuff.
Maybe we could do Gordon Ryan versus a house cat. Gordon might have a small chance against a house cat. Maybe.
See, now I know you're just trolling me. I think Gordon has a chance against, definitely against the smaller apes. But I have no way of proving it, and the internet will say I'm an idiot. So there you go.
The internet is correct every so often.
So there's it's funny enough. I'm looking at Tom's Instagram. He has a picture with Hanzo. He's competed recently, which is very cool in jiu-jitsu. That's tough to do for a celebrity to step.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He used to consult with me a little bit on moves when he was starting out. He's a very, very nice person.
Oh, about jiu-jitsu?
Yeah. He asked questions about jiu-jitsu. He struck me as being a very, very nice person.
I would love to be a fly in that wall, but he made a post on Instagram, which I'd love to get your opinion on. It has very much like a John Danaher style of digging into the philosophy of the impact of jiu-jitsu on one's life.
Is his Instagram post 18 pages long?
Yes.
He's got potential then.
Yes. With a profound, deep picture of somebody practicing the art of jiu-jitsu. I think he's at least a trainee in this art of the Danaher style of communication. If Miyamoto Musashi would be alive today, he would probably be doing these 5-page Instagram posts like you do. Addiction, writes Tom Hardy, addiction is difficult and complex stuff to navigate, as is mental health, subjects which are both deeply personal for me and extremely close to my heart. It is an honor to be able to represent the charity of my team, Reorg, and the great work they do supporting the mental health and well-being of veterans of service, military and first responders through the therapeutic benefits of jiu-jitsu and fitness training. He represented them in this competition that he competed in. Simple training for me as a hobby and a private love has been fundamentally key to further develop a deeper sense of inner resilience, calm, and well-being. I can't stress the importance it has had in the impact of my life and my fellow teammates. And he goes on to talk about this organization, Reorg, that uses Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu to form a therapy to overcome physical and mental challenges, strengthen social connections, and improve overall health and well-being. This is for veterans, for people going through PTSD. They have saved lives around the world by not only providing an effective and positive means for navigating and managing the challenging psychological aspects of military and first responder careers, but also has allowed many to find a renewed sense of purpose, identity, and community that's often lost when transitioning to civilian life. Do you have thoughts about that? Sort of the effects of jiu-jitsu on folks who've gone through some really difficult
Yeah, yeah.
things in their life.
First off, I think this is a beautiful statement by Mr. Hardy. I must give him a phone call after this and talk to him. That was beautiful to read. One thing that's always struck me when I train people who either have a military background or on more than a few occasions, we have special forces soldiers come in and train with us for a week or two. And when you talk to them, the overwhelming sentiment I get when the conversation's over and we go our separate ways is I'm always asking myself, the transition from military life, especially the more extreme military lives of special forces soldiers, back to civilian life, it must be the craziest experience of all. You've got people who are fighting and dying alongside their comrades in the most extreme circumstances that any human being can go through. And then they're pulled back into a life where people are arguing with them over parking spots. Just like the average person's day-to-day life is so mundane that imagine what must be going through a man's head who a few weeks or months ago was literally fighting for his life and his comrades' lives, watching people that he loved die or get mutilated in front of him. Things that, in a matter of seconds, people's lives can be torn apart and changed forever. And then suddenly you get thrown into a life where people are arguing over, who's cut who off who in line to buy a coffee.
The intensity of camaraderie and love that you have for each other.
And then you go from incredible intensity in war to just mundane, boring life. And going from one to the other where people are yelling at you or nagging you over issues that just seem so inconsequential compared to what you've been through. And you're supposed to take these people seriously and listen to them.
But not only that, you do have trauma visions of dead brothers and sisters, and you feel like you can't really talk to these civilians about it.
There's nothing in their experience that would enable you to have a conversation with them. Like they don't even. How do you talk to your new girlfriend about watching one of your friends' legs get taken off? Like there's no conversation you could have with them. So I find that typically they do best when they hang out with each other because they have shared experience and they can talk about these things. But I do find that most jiu-jitsu schools have something like a kind of military barracks demeanor to them of like camaraderie, hard work, shared hard work, teamwork, building towards a goal over time, the acquisition of skills, usually along with that a kind of, for want of a better word, rustic and primitive sense of humor and a kind of soldierly way of talking to each other and disparaging, self-deprecating sense of humor. And it's something that most people with military service kind of naturally come into because it's part of what they were in. And so it's like a toned down version of it, which enables them to form a stepping stone between the uh, the military life that they were in all the way down to civilian life. And jiu-jitsu was kind of like a bridge between those two.
And also the honesty. So you said like the skill acquisition, the honesty of really testing that skill. There is a deep honesty to war, in a distant way, but in a way there's an honesty to jiu-jitsu too.
Yeah.
Technique working and not, and there's a final. There is simulated death. It's not real death. It's simulated death on the mat.
Yeah.
There's a similar kind of honesty there.
And there's also a similar kind of esteem towards skill. Just as regular soldiers look up to special forces soldiers because they see them as people who have, greater skill than themselves, something to aspire to. So too, and
Welcome.
and
How you doing,
jiu-jitsu,
Dr. Don?
the thing that we esteem most on the jiu-jitsu mat is
What's good with
skill.
you?
No one gives a damn what you look like or what you think. That you judge mostly by your skill level, and so they tend to identify with that. I do think that most people from a military background kind of find a natural gravitation towards the atmosphere of jiu-jitsu learning, and if it proves to be a positive way for them to rehabilitate and come back into civilian life, then that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. I know we're linked with We Defy, which is an organization which caters to former soldiers who were badly injured in combat, and many of whom lost limbs and or suffered mental trauma. And they come in and train, and they often speak very, very highly of the degree to which jiu-jitsu has helped them come back into civilian life. And for them, it's even worse because they come back not only mentally, but physically disadvantaged after war. And I've always been proud to be associated with We Defy, and I'm very happy to see Tom working with this organization. Is this an organization based in England for English veterans, or is it international?
It's a good question. We'd have to look into it. It certainly is based in England, but it could be international. But it's just nice to see somebody use that large platform for that kind of message.
Yeah.
And also to step on the mat and show the kind of jiu-jitsu you would probably be proud of when you're chasing submissions. You got an arm lock, you got a straight foot lock. We're not going to analyze the techniques because there could be
Doesn't matter.
Different perspectives.
It's the intent that
The
counts.
finish is the finish.
Yeah, no, that's impressive. He's actually quite an athlete. He's in great shape and strong and flexible. And I'm glad he's doing well with his jiu-jitsu.
And it's good to see Henzo's smiling face next to him. I can only imagine the conversations. I have to ask you a deep and important question. You often, when we text back and forth, send me 2 hugging emojis. Can we psychoanalyze the reason why that's your favorite emoji? The hugging face. It's kind of like sending a heart, but a little bit more.
Yeah, it's
gender neutral.
when jiu-jitsu players meet each other, they often shake hands and then give a quick hug. So I thought it was the most appropriate emoji for jiu-jitsu players.
I see. So
It's a pretty simple explanation, nothing too Freudian there.
Are you sure?
Quite sure.
Okay. Have you really asked yourself deeply? Because you really lean on emojis. There's something behind it.
Tomorrow I'm never going to
Why
use that
did you
emoji
do
again.
Walk away.
I'll shock you tomorrow and hit you with 3.
3. It's almost always 2. I think maybe you're a creature of habit in communication.
I'm a creature of habit in almost every aspect of my life, so even emojis.
Yeah, you fall into these little pockets of how you communicate, how you show affection towards others. I say love a lot. I send hearts, and don't give a fuck if it's to like in a me sending a message to like a CEO I'm about to interview. I'll send a heart. I don't give a damn. They'll probably just like look, what is this? But I think people are too afraid of simple communication of affection. Like it could be in any form, but there's a hesitance to that because I think underneath it, in order to show affection, you're taking a risk and you're showing vulnerability. Because if you show affection and the other person rejects that affection, you've now placed yourself in a hierarchy, going back to lions, of like, oh, this person, you're just like the silly, weak person, and they're the strong person. I think that's how you might see it, I guess. But I don't. To me, the display of vulnerability is a display of strength, not weakness. At least in human society, at least at this time. I don't know. Let me ask you about love. I must ask John Donner about love. What do you think is the role of love in the human condition at the highest philosophical level? When we first ask, what's um,
Like romantic love.
romantic love? Let's say it's romantic love.
I have one or two areas of apparent expertise in my life. Romantic love, definitely not one of them.
So like lions versus bears.
I'm good.
Animal combat.
I'm good.
Pretty good at. And then different grappling arts: judo, sambo, jiu-jitsu,
Decent.
wrestling, for MMA, so fighting and so on.
Romantic love.
You don't see them as similar. It's a kind of fight. It's a kind of dance. By the way,
There's there's a sense in which I'm kind of glad I'm not an expert on that. Imagine what it would be to be an expert on romantic love. You would take the one thing in life that's actually interesting and make it boring, because once you develop an expertise about something, you can start to predict how things are going to unfold. You get answers before events even occur. You can read into the future of everything. I think there are certain parts of human life where you want to be a beginner at all times, and you don't want to gain expertise.
So excellence and systematizing something in order to achieve excellence might destroy the very
Yes, yes. And I think that the magic of romantic love is the fact that we're all beginners at it. And the minute you try to gain expertise in it, what does that even mean? Like, what would it mean to me? And would it be good? I don't think it would. I think you're better off just having fun with it and plowing through and making dumb mistakes and looking like a fool, and then whatever success, whatever that means, comes in a kind of lighthearted, frivolous kind of way, and that I think is over the course of a lifetime far more desirable than having expertise in affairs of love. So I don't think it's even a good thing to study too much. And I think if you did, you would actually take something good out of your life.
Yeah, there's communities of people called pickup artists that try to optimize this particular aspect, which is of dating, of guys picking up girls and turning that into a system and see what's the most successful.
I think that would be, I mean, maybe the first few months would be good, and then after that, I think it would be a disaster.
Yeah.
I mean, given that humans are fairly easy to study from the standpoint of psychology, I'm sure it's not that difficult to gain expertise in things like picking people up. The same way advertisers can pick up your attention to sell a product, you can do the same thing presumably with romance and sex. But I don't know, I feel like if you became very good at it, you would end up being very disappointed by the results. And so as I said, I think there's some things in life where it's better to be a beginner.
And this is one of those.
Yeah.
Enjoy the chaos, the push and pull of being a beginner, and make that a lifelong journey. That's really inspiring to hear you say that. And there's a deep truth to that.
That also justifies the fact that I stuck at it.
I think it also justifies, and it would sell very well, that John Donner should write a book on dating. And that would be chapter 1, Embrace Being a Beginner.
Chapter 2 will be Bear versus Lion.
Pivot quickly to violence.
By the way, we totally skipped over Anaconda.
I assumed the implied...
I'll put it this way. On video, you can watch Puma and similar sized cats, jaguar, destroy anacondas, even in water, which is the anaconda's preferred domain. So given that puma and jaguar are several orders below lion, you have to go with the idea that lion would utterly decimate anaconda. So it's probably good that we did skip over it.
And I think going back to the original thought that you had about this, don't trust your first instinct.
Also, think about the other elements. An anaconda has no ability to disengage from the fight. Once the fight's on, it's got to go until the end. It has no ability to disengage and get away. Its only hope would be ambush, and it's got a tiny, tiny chance against a truly formidable animal. And the fact that if we look at actual concrete real world results, when puma and jaguar are kicking their ass, lion and bear, it's going to be a lot worse.
Science is not to be found on YouTube, or rather, YouTube is not science. I bet you there's a bear somewhere in Canada that has seen some shit. I'm just going to leave it at that. You're a fan of knives. There's guys like Miyamoto Musashi who, instead of doing who's number one type of tournaments, when both competitors walk away, only one competitor walks away. Miyamoto Musashi is known for somebody having John Danaher-like philosophical skills, but also is known for having fought 61 duels to the death and won them, right? Obviously. What do you think made him so good?
I don't feel qualified to talk about him because I haven't made an in-depth study of his life and times, and we also don't know how much truth there is to his recollections, and there's a lot of controversy over this. So I don't feel like you can give it like a definitive statement of, and certainly I can't give a definitive statement of his prowess. But his writings are fascinating and deeply insightful. But as to what actually happened out there in his duels, it's unclear.
But there is, with guys like that, you almost certainly know that they were people like the character he projects that have existed.
Yeah.
Whether it's 61, whether it's 20, but people really put their life on the line in a different time in human history. Is there something compelling to you about fighting to the death?
I think it's not just compelling to me, but to anyone. I mean, there's nothing we value more than our lives, and to be able to say I'm prepared to die for a sense of honor, things that are so foreign to our modern society. Imagine, we criticize people for something as simple as like road rage, and yet you can imagine someone who has a sufficiently developed sense of honor. If you took them out of the 17th century and put them in a modern car, they might be killing people on the side of the road on a regular basis, just over smallest acts of honor. To say that your sense of self overwhelms your sense of self-preservation, it's a very unusual thing in the modern age, and yet it appears to have been quite common back then.
You often wear a fanny pack. I'm not going to ask you what's inside the fanny pack, but if you were to design a perfect killing machine that also wore a fanny pack, what would you put in that fanny pack? Would it be something mundane and practical, or would it be something surprising and hilarious? Would it be something of philosophical significance, or maybe sentimental significance, or would it be empty as a troll on human civilization?
But if it was a perfect killing machine, it would have to be some kind of weapon.
But in a fanny pack.
So it has to be a very compact weapon.
We mentioned offline that there's also things in the chess world, or there is different kind of vibrating devices that could be used to communicate information in communication with AI systems that can help you in your particular pursuit. I don't think in jiu-jitsu it's possible for a machine to give you information that gives you advantage. You can in chess and in poker. So you could put one of those vibrating devices in your fanny pack, but in jiu-jitsu would not help you. Any idea what kind of weapon?
To fit in a fanny pack?
So you're a fan of knives. Where's the interest in knives come from?
That's more metaphorical. The truth is that in the modern world, a knife is not an efficient weapon. Easily be overwhelmed by firearms. Um, for my fascination with knives comes more in the sense that they convey a spirit to my students, where a knife is made of steel, and steel begins as ore in the ground. It's an ugly, unfinished product, which, through the enactment of knowledge, time, and discipline, can be transformed into beautiful, shining steel. It can have something which it begins as something which has no real function and becomes one of the most functional and important tools in all of human history, without which human civilization would never have even begun. It's what separated humans and took us from the bottom of the food chain and began our gradual rise towards the top of the food chain. So it has immense historical and cultural value, but it has this metaphorical value insofar as the martial artist begins as a white belt like iron ore, but over time transforms into some beautiful shining steel, which can have immense value. Um, in addition, there's a sense of maintenance. As remarkable as steel is, it is in need of constant maintenance. It will fall apart through rust, and neglect will destroy a blade, both in terms of rust and then the edge falling apart. And so, just as the martial artist, it's not good enough just to learn the techniques, you need to maintain them over time. And just as steel is perishable, so too are the skills of martial arts. And that when I give a gift of a knife to a student, these metaphorical elements start to emerge. They see, okay, I began as iron ore, and I want to become the finished blade. Um, there's another sense in which a knife is morally neutral. A knife can be used to save a life. It can be used to cook a meal, but it can also be used for murder, for the worst possible purposes. Um, Jiu-jitsu is the same way. Jiu-jitsu can make you a better person, it can make you a worse person. Jiu-jitsu is just a power. It's not a particularly great power, but it is a power. And like all power, it can be used for both good and bad. It's morally neutral in itself. And it's up to us to make sure that just as the knife gets used for good purposes rather than bad, so too the jiu-jitsu be used for good purposes rather than bad. There's also an element where the basis of the knife is steel. And historically, there's always been a riddle of steel, which is steel has the property of both hardness and suppleness. The harder you make steel, the better its edge retention becomes. The longer that edge will stay sharp. This is good, but it comes at a price. The harder you make steel, the more brittle it becomes. And now that edge can be damaged easily. So the solution is to make the steel softer, more malleable. That will prevent breakage of the blade and chipping of the edge. But when you make the steel softer, that comes at a price. That price is now the edge loses its sharpness very easily. And so the riddle of steel is how to work with these two to the greatest degree possible and create an edge which is hard enough to stay sharp for long periods of time, but without making the steel so brittle that the blade overall is compromised. So too in jiu-jitsu, your task in training is to make the training competitive enough that you actually get used to the rigors of real combat. But on the other hand, it can't be so brutal that the athletes get broken down in the gym to a point where they're no longer effective. And so this duality of hardness and softness, which we see in the case of blades, is there in the training of the jiu-jitsu athlete. So I often give a gift of a knife to a student when they've done something significant, because it demonstrates in a metaphorical way these key themes of the sport.
Well, I've been honored to be a student of yours. I've been plagued by injury, but I hope to one day earn one such knife. And I think that's a really powerful metaphor. I'm really honored that you would spend any time with me in any context, but especially on the mat, and especially today in conversation. God, you're an incredible person. Thank you for everything you do. Congratulations for historic accomplishment. It's always beautiful and inspiring to see greatness, and what we saw at ADCC was greatness, rare greatness, and it's beautiful to see that humans can achieve that kind of thing. So thank you for making that happen, and thank you for talking today.
Thank you, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with John Donaher. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Miyamoto Musashi. The only reason a warrior is alive is to fight, and the only reason a warrior fights is to win. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. I have anal beads that are communicating with stockfish via Bluetooth. We'll get to that.
You cheat. You play God. You decide when the game is over. You can fake bad moves. You can fake everything. You can even, if you're cheating, quote unquote, the right way, you're going to lose plenty of games. To avoid getting detected,
What's the probability that Hans cheated over the board against Magnus in St. Louis?
I think day by day, the evidence is slowly starting to show more and more that he's cheated. It like how Magnus said, more than he said, and more recently.
The following is a conversation with Levi Rothschild, also known as Gotham Chess. He's a professional chess player and educator. I highly recommend you check out his YouTube channel called Gotham Chess. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Levi Rothschild. You're known for being able to guess people's ELO rating. So what do you think, just by looking at my face, deep into my eyes, what's my ELO rating? Here, I'll help you. I'll do E4 for the listener. I actually read that Stockfish prefers E4.
Does it really? I actually didn't know that.
Because it maximizes the number of tactical options. So
That makes sense.
the right answer is 3,400. I can use Stockfish. You guess people's ELO chess rating. What's that take? How hard is it to do that? And how would you actually do that? What are telltale signs and red flags about a person at a different rating? Is there something you look for?
Yeah, I think you can separate it something like the very first is 0 to about 8,900. For simplicity's sake, I'm going to use the chess.com rating system because Elite Chess is slightly different. It tends to go 200-300 points higher than chess.com, sometimes even 400-500 points higher. But then it catches up. They catch up around 2,200-2,300, I would say.
What's chess.com? What's Elite Chess? Can you
Yeah, so
explain what the difference is and what they are?
they're two chess websites. Yes, chess.com it has obviously the free option where you can play games, you get some sort of puzzles every single day, you get some sort of lessons every single day. But then they have tiered memberships where you can pay annually or per month, that you can unlock all the other features. And
What? For training, for
training,
puzzles and all that kind of
yeah, they have unlimited puzzles, but they also have their biggest selling point for sure is a dedicated game review that it's very flashy and sophisticated, and the coach will literally tell you what you did wrong at every single moment the computer evaluated a mistake. But the most important thing that they have is they offer international masters, grandmasters, the opportunity to make video lesson libraries, hundreds of hours of anything. I can even learn some stuff on that probably.
I have anal beads that are communicating with stockfish via Bluetooth.
Yeah,
we'll get to that.
Yes, we will get to that. It's epic. It's actually scary how many people think that's a real thing, by the way, which is the danger of the internet. But we will get into that. But
I tend to believe that people believing a thing that's hilarious at scale will make that thing a reality. I'm with Elon on this. I think people manifest the meme. The meme becomes real. So that's in all walks of life. I think there is something about humor, sort of being. Why did I? I was gonna. What was I was going to say is I feel like humor becomes a lubricant for the trajectory of human civilization, and I don't know why the word lubricant went into my head, which I understand,
Yeah.
but it's very Freudian. Anyway, so to 0 to 900, if you're a 1300
Yeah.
player, you were saying.
If you're not good at endgames, you don't understand how to convert positions that have 7 or 8 pieces left on the board. You don't know when you're supposed to activate your king. You don't know how a bishop outplays a knight with just several pawns on the board. Those are all very important things because it's not just about knowing the theoretical endgame. Like some positions in chess are literally solved. If I showed you a position, I asked what's the evaluation and how do you win it, there's a technique. You're supposed to know that technique.
And the coaches on chess.com can help or no?
Yeah, so these lesson libraries, it's not like a live lesson, it's pre-recorded training position, walk you through it, and then there's a dynamic factor as well where you can practice. You can practice the theoretical and you can practice a practical game where there's no set format to do something. It's just based on your previous experience. Basically, Lichess is their entire thing is it's an open source website that tries to be as free as possible and operates totally on donations. They don't have any advertisements. They don't have, which is weird because normally in big competitive settings, it's all capitalistic. You have one big entity and another big entity, and they're both for profit. But in this case, the big argument is, well, they offer a lot of things for free. You can analyze your games free. You can go into Lichess's lessons library and do things for free. The comparison that I always make is chess.com is basically like having a good personal trainer and having someone to help you at the gym. Lichess says you have to do all the stuff yourself. So you can combine YouTube with Lichess. No one's going to really point you in the right direction. You got to go fully explore on your own. If you want to do it, you can. I also like to say, can I make a controversial joke?
Yes.
Okay. Ardent Lichess supporters are like very angry, only vegetarian or vegan folks because they will tear you apart and try to convert you as much as possible.
Did you just point a large number of haters onto this very podcast? Is this what just happened?
No.
Is there like several people that were very upset at you right now?
No.
And throwing things?
Okay, no. That's always the joke that I've made because if people have chess.com, and I love all people, but I'm just saying chess.com patrons do not try to actively convert folks on Lichess. Folks on Lichess are like, there's a meme chess.com. Chess.com.
It started at Lichess.
It started somewhere on Reddit, Anarchy Chess. Kind of.
Oh, so Lichess is a little bit of an anarchist organization. Would you go as far as to say they're a terrorist extremist organization? Are we going there?
For legal reasons, that's
I thought Lichess has like really good analysis. Like does it have an engine for analysis of like games, or is that an open source thing that like
they both do. They both do Stockfish 50.
okay, and then the rest is the interface around Stockfish that shows.
It's tough. It's the live. So chess has a live server where you and I can play a game against each other. We just both seek, and if we have the same rating, we have the same criteria, we'll play a game. But there's also reviewing your own games. There's an opening database, so you can see what the most popular trends are. So Lichess is great. Like I'm sponsored by chess.com, and I will openly say that. But you can't have.
You're deeply biased.
Yes. Okay. But I'm also complimenting the competitor.
Okay.
But
can you play games on Lichess, or is it just for analysis?
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
so it's the same exact thing. So they're like legitimately competitors. Not exactly the same thing, but they're trying to match for features. But you're saying Lichess is more chaotic, and then chess.com is more like professional.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's chaotic. I just know that it's you have to. No one's gonna hold your hand if you go to Lichess. You absolutely can. You can play games. You can analyze your games, but you have to discover it yourself. The whole point of chess.com is to make the journey as simple as possible. But I also firmly believe you can't have any sort of growth in chess without a chess.com or a chess24.
What's that? Or what's chess24?
So chess24 is another live server with some lesson libraries and so on. But they were, I think, the process was they were bought by Play Magnus. So
What's Play Magnus?
Play Magnus.
That's Magnus Carlsen's
Yeah,
thing.
he doesn't own it. He owns some stake in it. I think 9 or 10%. They owned a bunch of chess companies, including Chess24. But now it seems like they're either merging or basically getting acquired by Chess.com.
Got it. And the Play Magnus is an app also where you can play different levels, but there's also educational stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
The for-profit chess companies make the option for grandmasters to make a living, to make chess an e-sport. Yeah, chess is great. It doesn't put on any events. There's no commentary, so you can have both in theory, and probably some controversy is good.
Does chess.com like sponsor you? Do they help you out in some way? Like, what's the connection between your videos and streams and so on in chess.com? Like, are they supporting people in that way or not?
My content, they don't necessarily. I just make whatever I want. Like I don't have not sense. Like if they do something stupid, I will call out their leadership. It's not like, but I to have the logo up like in my YouTube videos or yeah, just
That kind of stuff.
yeah.
So anyway, back to I mean, that was really helpful. I was confused about all that. The guessing people's rating.
Mhm.
So the thing you mentioned about the end game. If you don't know what the hell you're doing with the end game, what does that mean about your rating? If you don't know how to finish in just a few pieces on the board,
You could be my rating.
that's,
End game is tough.
that's the self-deprecating humor we tuned in for.
End games
Okay.
are hard, man. They're
So they're
tough.
very
Yeah,
difficult.
you can't have. There's a reason Magnus is the best. It's because 7 hours into a game, when everybody's given up, he's still squeezing juice out of the fruit. So that's the way I would describe it.
So that's not good social information.
No, within the first 15 moves, generally, you can tell. Because you can tell how well they played the opening, so how well they knew what they were supposed to memorize, what they were supposed to play, and then how they react to piece interactions. So if they are faced with a move that a more advanced player would deal with very swiftly because there's kind of a natural response, that gives you information. If they move their king when they're in check when they didn't have to, that's a massive giveaway. Some people just think, oh, I'm in check, so I have to move my king.
Okay. So it's like how direct the response of your play is to the danger. So like if you're more moving like multiple pieces at a time, meaning like you're moving like the pieces are like tied together in interesting ways, and then okay. Like what about the opening? Can you tell also? Because a lot of people can memorize openings, right?
Yeah, but it takes two to tango. So you could memorize a bunch of stuff, but if you're 900 and I'm 900, your rating is fluctuating all over the place in this podcast. I feel.
Yes.
So if there's a 900, you can memorize things. I'm going to play some crap. You can't play the way you memorize because I have to respond to you in certain ways. So you will either respond the way you think you're supposed to respond, and that will probably be incorrect, or now you have to figure out how to deal with the fresh position.
Also, the 900 will reflect itself in both cases.
Yeah.
I wonder if actually, so do you know your current rating or your top rating? What was your top?
I know both. My current elo, like over the board, now is 2320. My peak was 2430.
Oh, cool. So, can you play like a 900 player? Like, can you force yourself?
Yeah.
So you can like, given that you've guessed a lot of elo ratings, can you kind of emulate that? Kind of an interesting question.
Yeah, of course. Before I was doing YouTube and Twitch, I was teaching kids. So I have to, not only did I have to play at their rating, I also had to play and sometimes even behave and explain things in a way that the kid could understand. So absolutely. Yeah, I think that's what contributed to the growth of the channel, frankly. I kind of understood how beginners thought about the game.
So yeah, you did. You taught people chess. You coached people for many years. I guess in New York.
Yeah.
What did you learn about the way people learn that? So like, how did people that were successful at getting good at chess quickly? What were some of the commonalities, some of the patterns that you saw?
Obsession. Yeah.
What does obsession look like?
I would say it's obsession and also and also love of the game. So if you're bored, you don't want to watch a show, you want to boot up chess.com or WeChat, just so I don't get flamed by anyone in the audience. And you just
So
play.
you're saying the chess people are the ones that would attack aggressively? They're the kind of people.
Probably the chess 24 people.
Oh, that's another. But there's no. I didn't know. I thought Chess24 was part of the chess.com.
Well, now, yes.
Cult or tribe or whatever terms you want to use.
I'm sure there's even more places to play live. There always have been more places to play live, but chess.com is dominated. Well, chess 24 is rough for live instances. Of course, they have good courses and everything. But
Yeah, I got it. And some are even good people or whatever.
yes,
That quote goes.
yes.
Okay, like obsession. That means the way they look at the board. When they're bored, how quickly do they return to the chessboard? That kind of stuff. Just like how many hours a day they want to spend.
Yes,
They spend and want to spend.
some kids definitely have a talent. Of course, there's this eternal debate: talent versus hard work. I don't necessarily know if it's a talent for chess specifically, but it's a talent for. I'm sure there's some sort of spatial visualization in your mind. You start picking up what squares are controlled by your pieces and opponent's pieces faster. Your memory is much stronger, so you don't just learn openings like we discussed. You learn literal patterns, such as, oh, I remember this from 2 tournaments ago. I remember this from a game I played just yesterday, and you just keep playing and playing and playing. But I think the one commonality I think I've seen in all kids, it's obsession. You have to play a lot, and I've seen kids who are brilliant kids. You give them a page of tactics puzzles, they solve faster than anybody. They can pick things up here super fast. They're a pleasure to teach. They go to a tournament, disaster. They can't handle the anxiousness. They can't handle that silent face-to-face war with another 6-year-old. They can't even handle it. There's also trash talk. One sentence by a kid can throw off your prize student. And I've seen kids just totally disintegrate. I've seen also my student bully other kids who my student wasn't that strong. But their verbal warfare, which is not allowed but goes unnoticed.
It's not even verbal warfare. Like just going
Yeah.
literal like facial expressions you make at the board. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. There's pretty creepy. The intensity, not creepy, that's not the right word, but there's an intensity in that silence over the board. Like you can probably hear stuff like just like it's super quiet. It's like a library.
Yeah.
And then there's just a tension that builds. You can hear the breathing.
Yeah. And at the highest level, both sides are involved in a battle that they both foresee 99% of the time. That's the scary part, is that you both see the exact same thing. It's very rare you play a move and I didn't see it. It's that I misevaluated it. I saw the move could be played, but I missed something 3 or 4 moves deeper. You play that move and suddenly you're excited and I'm nervous. But all of a sudden you make an inaccuracy and now the tide shifts, right? We could be on totally different planes throughout the game, or we could be on the same plane throughout the game. So it's really fascinating.
So your thought is when you see a move that to you seems suboptimal, you start to think, what was that? Start to try to make sense of that. Did you miscalculate or did they miscalculate? What isn't that what Magnus is really good at, is taking people away from like making suboptimal moves, to take them away from the known openings, or is that unfair to say?
Yeah, he gets part of his really dominant reputation, I think, from not letting people get into ultra theoretical positions. He just won this online tournament. He said he had a young player strategy. He had an anti-young player strategy. What's that mean? It means that by move 7 or 8, you go to the database, no games. Kid is on their own. They have to swim on their own. Yeah. And they have to deal with the strategic complexities of the position, which he gets. And he might get from just an enormous database within his brain of historical games that have similar structures, or just sheer genius. But we won't know.
Yeah.
It's a mix of the two, for sure. The younger you are, you can't remember a game played in 1951 in some bar in the Soviet Union, but he does. Because he read a book once, or a magazine once, and just remembers. He remembers the structure, which it's not fair.
Yeah.
It's crazy, right?
What do you think makes him, we can sort of link on it, what do you think makes him so good?
I think it's the memory, and I think it's he just seems to get the game better than anybody else. That's the best way I can describe it. In sports, you have reaction time, you have strength, but also as he's now evolving, it's stamina. So there have been games that if you put two other 27, 50 rated players, or world top 10 players, they would have drawn the game. The game would have ended the game. Nobody would have won it. You put Magnus as one of the aggressors in that game, suddenly the chance of victory doubles from 5% to 10%.
What's that about? Because it was it game 6 against Nepal?
Right.
Isn't Stockfish say that it's supposed to be a draw?
So 0.00 does mean a draw sometimes, but other times it means, it's the joke I always make, it means the Stockfish is out for a smoke break. It
Can
can't.
you explain the joke? Can you
Yes.
explain 0.00?
Yes. So Stockfish will show an evaluation which determines whether the position is equal, slightly better for one side, slightly better for the other side, or completely winning. You can 0.0, 0.2, minus 0.2. That's all within a balance. You can say, okay, black has a sprinkle of activity, something, white has that. But if it's 0.00, it could be literally a dead draw, meaning theoretically just impossible to win. But oftentimes, what that means is the smoke break joke is Stockfish doesn't know. There is so much complexity within the position, the combinations of different moves that are acceptable and okay, it cannot evaluate correctly.
Wow. So even the end games are tough for Stockfish.
Which is why Magnus won that game, because there was practical value remaining. It wasn't a dead draw. He continued to ask questions over the course of 6 or 7 hours. He would sacrifice a pawn. He would sacrifice another pawn to damage the structure. Valuation stayed the same because a machine could stop him, but not Young. And that was one of my favorite. That game ruined my whole day, by the way. Destroyed it because
For so long.
I made so many plans that day. It completely ruined my day, but it was a very worthy recap.
You were just all in. You watched that whole game.
I watched the whole game, and the World Championship was a crazy time because I wanted to be first with the recap video, but I also wanted to be best with the recap video. So I spent all the hours of the games watching all the live broadcasts and getting all the information, all the variations, and trying to put that into the recap. It was a lot of fun. It was a huge adrenaline dump when it was all over.
So just for people who don't know, that's the most recent World Championship. So you had that was a draw after draw after draw after draw.
Yeah.
And it was kind of boring in that way. Or maybe our draws, is there like non-boring parts within the draw to you when you were like just studying it carefully?
For me, yes. For the average viewer, no. That's the truth. Especially when the game itself is not that exciting. When Magnus plays a strange move on move 9 or 10 that hasn't ever been played, and then Jan has to try to exploit it, and he fails, and no attack builds up, and they shuffle their pieces for 3 hours.
My favorite thing is when the commentators like, I don't know why he did that. I wonder why he did that. Like,
Yeah.
when the commentators are confused, that's my as a person who's just a spectator, just like that's interesting because then the most interesting part is about listening to the commentators who I guess themselves might be grandmasters. They are trying to, I guess, just like Nepo, just like Magnus, trying to figure out what's the idea here. What do you think? That's cool. That's an interesting part of the game. But other than that, it seemed, I was sure this is just going to keep being a draw, especially in that situation. So it seems almost remarkable that because Magnus was able to pull out and win in Game 6, and after that, at least Magnus said that ends it because now Nepo's going to have to take more risks, and that opens it up to pure chess, and then it's was it Steve Prefontaine said like whenever the race is down to like pure guts, then that's what
There was also a conversation about Jan's first half, second half in any tournament. In the first half, he's just brilliant, on fire. You could even say he was outplaying Magnus. But the entire conversation before the match was Jan slows down. And at the first sign of a loss or a setback, the match might fall apart. And that was the worst way to lose. There was literally no worse way. And it just got worse from there and there. It was one move mistakes. But he's back. Jan has won the candidates again. He's going to play for the World Championship. So.
You got. What slang terminology? Can we somehow edit that into a more sophisticated with a British accent type of phraseology? Okay, who do you think will win that match?
I think it's 55-45, but I don't know.
Oh, wait. So it's close.
It's very close.
Okay.
You can make both cases. You could say you could say Jan has been here before. You can say it's the World Championship stage. He knows what it's like to have a training camp, and so on and so forth. His playing style is very. But you can also say Ding Liren is one of the most stable, unemotional chess players. And Ding oftentimes goes from down to up. So in the candidates, he lost to Jan in the very first game. 14-round tournament, he got demolished in the first game. I'm sure he was suffering from jet lag, the flight. He came to Spain like 2 days before the games began, which was crazy to me. And he got second place by the end. His chances of finishing in the top two were like 2%. After that first round game, people wrote him off completely. So he doesn't go from top down, he goes the opposite way. And if he loses, he might come back. But the truth is, I don't know. The truth is, it's going to be an interesting match. And it's also disappointing we're not going to get Magnus.
Yeah, what do you think about him stepping away from the World Championship? Are you a romantic about the World Championship?
No, I'm not a romantic about anything, I don't think. I can't imagine the dark.
It went dark quickly.
I don't think I'm sophisticated enough to be a romantic. I think I taught chess and now I make YouTube videos. I'm not qualified on the subject of romanticism, but
You don't think it's a beautiful game?
chess.
Yeah.
No, I think it is a beautiful.
There you go. I got you.
Is that considered being a romantic?
Yeah, I'm seeing the beauty in you can be like Bach and seeing the map in the music, or you can see the beauty in magic.
I think I see beauty in certain types of chess for sure. Not in all chess. So partially romantic.
Part-time romantic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you feel about Magnus stepping away from the World Championship?
Disappointing but understandable.
Can you still land this case? What's understandable about it to you?
I don't think it's as prestigious as it could be. I don't think.
The World Championship?
Yeah.
Why does Magnus still sign everything as world champion?
That's a good point. That he did just put out a statement, and he did.
But he does it everywhere else too.
Does he really?
Yeah, like world champion, right? World champion.
I don't know.
World champion, world chess champion.
Maybe it's just because he won it, but he thinks that the journey to the top once again to maintain the status quo has lost its appeal. You know what the example that I like to make? I'm a big fan of UFC. So we've never really seen, with the exception of Georges St. Pierre, walking and Khabib, but Khabib was kind of a different story, walking away from a belt at the absolute zenith of their career. But also in the UFC, champions are extremely well taken care of. The champions have some of the best lives. Look, you're not all champions. You can say some of the lower weight divisions, yes. But what I'm saying is, a lot of them get all the sponsors. They get massive paydays. They're international celebrities. I don't think chess has that. In fact, the World Championship of Chess prize fund has not changed much in 40 years.
So you could probably make more money on YouTube.
Yes.
Playing having fun and playing really challenging games, playing other super grandmasters, like in ad hoc events. A little bit organized events, but not the World Championship.
Yeah.
And still have a lot of fun, make a lot of money, get everybody excited, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So for Magnus specifically, and we're using him because he's the world champion. If he wins every tournament that he plays in over the course of a year, which is really not even that crazy of an estimate, because that's really how it seems sometimes.
Yeah.
I don't know how much money that is. I haven't tallied, but if he dedicated an entire year to being managed on social media and doing various things and growing all his brands and getting sponsor deals, I think he'd make 5 times more than being the world champion, which is crazy.
Yeah, but money isn't everything.
I know that's totally
Some
fair.
people dedicate their whole life to winning the Olympics. The Olympics is is an interesting one too because, like, I didn't even watch the Olympics as carefully as I usually do.
This year, yeah,
Yeah, it's really strange. I'm not sure why that is. And during COVID, I'm not sure. That was weird. I don't know if it's losing its magic. Part of it is also the people that own the Olympics and the way they distribute it. They make it a little bit more difficult to watch. I guess it should, in my opinion, it should all be just available on YouTube and easily accessible. It's like the difference between like SpaceX and some other like even NASA. Because SpaceX is better at streaming their launches and commentating them. And they've made NASA better as well. But just like the ability, it sounds ridiculous, but making it more frictionless for people to watch, get excited, to share, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, like I'm not exactly sure where the magic like balance is between the classy traditional world championships and the kind of dramatic, exciting streamer world. And it feels like for the world championships to be relevant, they have to find that balance.
yeah. Well, this recent one had, I was
It's pretty good commentating, yeah.
no, I'm not even necessarily talking about myself. There was a lot of
So that was the worst part. No,
there was. Well,
no, you did amazing, yeah.
I appreciate that. It was a lot of. It was a big arms race, so every major chess platform tried to get one super grandmaster. Vishwanathan Anand, Fabiano Caruana, you name it, they were basically involved. And to go back to that point, yeah, the big question is money, and if Magnus is not motivated by money, if the prize fund for the next world championship was $10 million, would he play it? He says no, then it must be something else. It must just be a matter of something's not worth it. It's not worth it.
You gotta think of his word. His word is like there's too much stress in a low sample play.
Yeah,
Like I want to play many more times.
yeah. The more he wants to,
Shorter
make
games.
Yeah, exactly.
More shorter games, like where you can increase the possibility of pure chess. Whatever the heck that means.
But we can't go back to the first Karpov Kasparov match, which they had to stop due to health concerns. The guy went down 5-0, and it was first to 6 wins, and draws didn't count. So draws didn't amass to the total score. There was no best of system.
So what happened there?
The match went something like 7-8 months. Kasparov started making a comeback after being down 5-0. He was 5-3, and they called it off. They said both players are in poor health conditions. Kasparov stormed down, yelled that this is a farce, and the match was 15 games long. That's even more, maybe. I made a video, and I don't even remember how many games it was. It was so long. Can you imagine? Bobby Fischer wanted something almost as extreme. Draws don't count. It's first one to 10 wins, and if it's 9-9, the world champion retains his title. So you have to beat the world champion 10-8. That's the only way.
You don't like that? It's just grueling.
I don't know. Maybe I like it for the YouTube recaps, but do I like it for the players? Do I like it for general public? No.
Sure.
Yeah, it's 3-4 hours, right? You imagine your favorite tennis match was 6 months long. What are we doing?
Yeah. There's still a magic to the World Championship. I wish they could make it something interesting. And make it work somehow. But I think Magnus is really challenging FIDE and everybody else to step up and try to figure that out, which is great ultimately. Who would you say is the greatest of all time? Can you make the case? You mentioned Kasparov. Can you make the case for Kasparov? Can you make the case for Magnus Carlsen? Bobby Fischer? Tall?
In my opinion, you can make a case for Magnus, Gary, and Bobby Fischer. I'm not one of the folks that's like, oh, I mean, Capablanca was brilliant. You can argue Steinitz was brilliant, but as I think it's probably Kasparov, and Magnus has a chance to overtake it.
So the longevity is really important to you when you're thinking about this.
Yes, I think so. I think Magnus is very, very close. I think it's extremely close.
What would be the magic?
You gotta get that 6th one.
Also, just kidding. The World Championships matter.
It's kind of like basketball, right? Rings. It all comes down to how many rings did this person win.
What about basketball doesn't have this? The number of years is number one, right? Like rating. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like there is a, which is what Magnus really likes. Is like there is a nice system of rating of who's ranked number one. It has to do not with some championships or low sample tournaments. It has to do with general game after game after game helps estimate more accurately the ELO rating. So
Yeah, he's been world number one for I think 11 years, right? So
still less than
Gary was world number one for 20 years. Yeah, which is quite wild.
but still lower rating, I think, than Magnus Carlsen. Right?
Yeah, I think rating in general has sort of.
Allegedly, it got inflated.
Yeah,
Is that true? Is there truth to that?
I think so. I can't speak to how exactly it happened, but it also happens online. If you go back just 3 or 4 years, I think some of the best blitz players on blitzshows.com with 27, 2800, and now they're 3200. I think it's just sort of what happens, but I don't exactly know. I will mention that there was a very strange change, not exactly sure when the year was, in FIDE, so over the board chess, where if you were under the age of 16 or 18 years old, one of those two, and you were below 2300, okay, your rating change factor was 3 to 4 times higher. So just imagine what that means. Magnus has a rating change factor of let's say 1. I have a rating change factor also of 1. Anybody over the rating 2400 has the same rating change factor.
What is the rating change factor? So if you win,
Yeah, there's a formula, and basically, let's say at the very base level, 5-point change. If your rating change factor is 1, you beat somebody, you gain 5 points. Those kids who were under 18 and under 2300, their rating change factor was 4. So their ratings were going up 4 times higher and 4 times like up and down compared to normal folks. And there was one teenager in the U.S. in particular who in 1 month played a bunch of tournaments with his rating change factor and became nearly rated 2,640, which is top 50 in the world. He was just a random teenager from the United States. He became a grandmaster ultimately, but he bled like 90 points down because his rating was so inflated. And the K40 exists now. I mean, you have many kids who out of nowhere, 2100, 2400 after one good month. So
that's interesting. It's like similar to like how TikTok inflates your virality early on.
does it?
Yeah, like well, at least the rumor is like they want you to get engaged, and I thought there was even artificial likes and so on. That they want you to get that dopamine addiction. So maybe they want to throw you, if you're really passionate about chess, they want you to throw you to the sharks by artificially inflating your rating, and maybe that gets you into the game much more intensely. I don't know. I wonder how many like backdoor FIDE meetings there are with cigars. So that was the factors determined by who does the ELO rating.
Who changes this stuff?
Yeah.
Who knows?
It's probably those lead chess anarchists.
Yeah, exactly. I think they wanna stay away from that stuff. But
so there's a guy named Hans Niemann.
Yeah.
And he beat Magnus Carlsen recently.
Yeah.
Has been already. Was it August?
September 4th.
Oh, it was September. So he beat him twice, right? Recently. Once is the allegations that by the internet that Hans Niemann cheated, and then the second time Magnus played a few moves and forfeited.
There's 3.
No,
Yeah.
Can we go through the
Yes. So they play a live esports event in Miami Beach.
Yes.
Eden Rock.
That's where I actually interviewed them.
That's where that was? Oh.
By weird circumstance, I found myself in Miami, unrelated to the chess event. And it was a very dramatic event for me for various reasons. one of which the camera stopped working halfway through the
I
conversation.
saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Also, side note, I really respect how you write comments, pin them at the top. You add timestamps. You're like very true professional. I'm the complete opposite on YouTube when I'm off the camera. So I dig in the mud.
What does that mean? Digging the mud.
From when I started on YouTube in 2020, in June, like May, June 2020, I had no subscribers. So I got to 1 million in a year. I had a lot of people analyzing my every move, all of my small flaws, and I love getting hate comments
Yeah,
because
you pin. Is
yeah,
it the comment of shame? Or
that's what it was is been named over the years by folks. I never called it that. But yeah, it's been of shame, and
pin of shame?
it's been tough because now people pretend to write hate comments just to get attention. So like anything, the public ruined the good thing. But it started that way. It started with people just shredding me to bits, calling me spin-offs of this and that. And I think I'm a human more than I'm a creator, an influencer, an attention seeker. Like I'm just a person. So to me, even at the size of 1.6 million subscribers now, February 2022, I don't understand that I've gotten big and that I shouldn't do this stuff and that I should be beyond it or I shouldn't be checking my social media as much as I do and interacting one on one. I'm still very much a human being, and my guilty pleasure, my way of killing time, if I'm not laying on the couch and playing some chess blitz games off stream, is just interact with people who say nice things and who say horrible things. And I really like to get into the head of the people who say the terrible things. And sometimes you can, sometimes they are truly trolls, but sometimes people just really hate you. So
What's a successful interaction with the person that's trolling you? What's like at the end of that hero journey that you were partaking in? What's the top of the mountain look like? Is the troll conquered and
Yes.
broken mentally?
Not mental. I don't wanna defeat. I honestly sometimes somebody writes a very long comment. I'll respond with a question mark.
Oh, so you see each other like a brother and sister. You're gonna travel together on this journey of deep meaning, like introspection of what does this mean?
Yeah, I've had people write. I can't quote now, but something about my persona, my behavior, this and that, and I just like respond to them and I say, hey, it sounds crazy that a large creator might do something like this. This kind of goes back to you speak to folks on a very respectful way. If you make a mistake, you completely own up to it. So I have this sometimes these one-on-one interactions where I say, I think you're reading too much into this. I think you're kind of don't understand maybe some of my humor or sarcasm as such. So you form this opinion that I'm this kind of a person, this and that, and now you're sort of anything I do, you're trying to attach to that reasoning, and here you are writing this lengthy essay of why nobody should watch my content. And sometimes people go, you know what? I think you have a point. Maybe I should relax a little bit.
Yeah, I would love to sort of interview and understand the lives of the folks that post that kind of stuff. I mean, they're human beings that have interesting journeys. Also, I think they often don't realize. I think they don't realize their comment will be read by anybody, especially you. Maybe they think like they also don't realize you're a human being. Feeling it's so interesting to watch it. Like some guy, because I posted on Twitter for like a minute that I'm talking to you and asking for questions. I deleted that tweet because like
because you didn't
95% of the people were talk about the cheating. All right, I got it. Thank you. This is not going to be helpful at all. So I was like, all right. But in that time, like there's one comment, which it's hilarious to me that you found that one comment. The one comment says like, "This seems like a waste of time," or something like, "Why
lame guess,
lame guess,"
lame guess.
and then used like responded something like with a question mark.
I wrote, why am I a lame guest?
Why am I?
made a sad
Let's
face.
talk about this.
Yeah, it's like, why am I a lame guest? And he responded. He responded even after you deleted the tweet. He said he doesn't know what value I would bring because I just make videos about chess games. And that's true. You've had some absolutely brilliant people on. But I also looked at this gentleman's profile, and he was one of the folks that put things about his family and God and his politics in his Twitter bio, and I started thinking maybe I said something in some video and I made a joke about religion or something, just some offhand 5-second thing somewhere that someone turns me into just an absolute outcast in the household. They can no longer watch me, and that has happened.
Yeah.
That has happened. I'll record a 30-minute video and I'll make a joke about something and some phrasing. And that's it. I've lost
What up,
a few
pimp? How you
friends.
living, baby?
Let me know. They will write me an email.
What's good?
I just don't think people
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, my G?
I'm doing good, but how are you?
I just said, every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. We're just watching a podcast on chess. You guys are chess fans?
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's phenomenal.
Yeah, I love doing improvements in chess.
All right, well, feel free to watch along, my friend.
I should be that serious. Yeah, there's some of that because I've seen people say that. Sometimes about me, but I've seen more with others. They'll say, I used to, like Joe Rogan gets this. I used to be a huge fan of Joe Rogan until he said this. Right? It's like first, I do wonder if you were ever really a big fan. That's one question mark I have. But the other is like, I think we should be more lenient with each other in terms of how much stupid shit we say. And if you actually, I wish people were able to sort of introspect on the stupid shit they say themselves, like to have a little bit of empathy. Like, I wish there was a way to read all the emails you've ever written and just to see, or maybe do a search engine for all the stupid shit you've said in emails in the past, and like summarize it and to reveal it to yourself that like you have bad days, you have good days, you have emotional days, you have stoic days, you have sometimes you have like you take very different political views than you do on other days, and it's like it's all over the place. And if you're a creator, if you're putting stuff out all the time, you're gonna have those, and you're still a full like complex bag of emotions and thoughts and ideas and contradictions and all of that. Like, you shouldn't judge a person by a single statement, and even if when you do, you should try to infer the best possible interpretation of that statement. I feel like that's just a healthier way to interact with the world and with other humans. It's like, I wonder what's the best possible interpretation of the thing they just tweeted or they said. Like, what? Let's imagine that the person saying those words is actually a really good human being. And what did they mean when they said that thing about aliens? It was so good for so long. Yeah, right. Or whatever it is. Like, they didn't mean to be offensive to the sexuality of a certain group. They're talking shit about aliens. Like, they're not, like, sometimes it's humor. Sometimes it's actually genuinely embodying, like, a political viewpoint and, like, walking with it, thinking through it for a few days. Like taking it seriously, empathizing not just for a brief moment, but for time, like walking with an idea and allowing yourself to express it, like playing devil's advocate. I do that all the time, or with myself. Yeah, in conversation I do too, and I find I have to say, playing devil's advocate. Like, you have to be very explicit, but with myself, I'll just do it in my head. Like, I have different voices, like obviously, I've been getting so much information, so many thoughts in all the complexities of the war in Ukraine, for example, and all the different voices within Ukraine. I just interviewed hundreds of people, and they have very different perspectives in nuanced ways about the war. Some are full of hate, some are full of love, like hate for the other, love for their own country, love for family and tradition. All of it is a beautiful mix, and I have to like carry those ideas in my head and empathize with them deeply, and then I have to listen to people that live elsewhere, that live in India, that have a very different perspective. There's a lot of people in India that have a very different perspective than people in Ukraine. And so
I don't know, and some of that will bleed out into the thoughts I express publicly. And like when people judge you harshly for it, it first of all, me as a human being is psychologically difficult, but also it makes me less willing to be fragile. I still try to be strong enough to be fragile in front of the camera, just say things that are on my mind, even if I know it's going to create uh, people that are going to be like ruthlessly negative towards me. So I try to wear my heart on my sleeve and still try to be fragile, but it's harder. You're gonna pay a psychological cost. Like, I'm, in some sense, I try to be tough, but like I can be a softie in that, in like certain like attacks can get to me. So I'm surprised that they don't get. I mean, does some negativity get to you, or is this the way you deal with it by responding? Like that guy saying, like, what value does talking to Rabbi add to the world?
Yeah. No, but that was so good. I was thinking at various moments when to jump in, and I was kind of letting you speak. One of the things I wanted to mention was it's significantly simpler to talk about chess than it is to talk about some of the things you talk about, and you have a big responsibility because you have to absorb information like a sponge, but you also then need to present it in a way where you potentially have an opinion while trying to be fair to everybody. And you're talking about things that will literally never please everybody. Just literally, so you're going to talk about some issues that are going to get out there people are going to watch it, eyes, right, the ears of millions of people, and not everybody is going to be satisfied. And these are issues where people are going to be much more likely to speak up in all sorts of ways. Tremendous support or tremendous hatred, vitriol, and God knows what else. Yeah, you. It's one of the reasons I'm blown away to even be sitting here, frankly, because up until a few months ago, you weren't talking to, I'm not saying you weren't talking to, but you hadn't spoken to chess players. You were speaking to people who were doing much more substantial things in the world.
I appreciate the humility there.
No,
Chess to me is incredible. It's a beautiful game, but I think the reason comments hurt is not. I mean, they hurt no matter what. To me, like
not to me, because
not to me.
I'm in a simpler space. That's
So,
what you have to understand.
Even if it's chess-based criticism, it doesn't hit.
No, if you had a podcast about anal bees, no,
I am launching this.
If you had a podcast
launching a new podcast.
Photography, you gotta realize like it wouldn't be the same way. You talk about potentially existential things. You talk about cyber, things in cybersecurity or AI or people who are massive heads of companies that are just inherently going to be a bit more controversial. So that I can't imagine being in your shoes because you have so many complex emotions about situations where you may not necessarily agree with everything that someone has said publicly, but you still invite them for a conversation because they're a human being. It's totally different.
I don't know. Not the way I experience it. To me, I think what hurts is it's not even online because I'm super self-critical, usually way more than the internet could be. It's that like human beings can be cruel to each other. So like the reason it hurts for some reason is like this almost like this disappointment in people. They don't give each other a chance. So in that sense, the negativity doesn't have to be about Ukraine or geopolitics. It could be about the silliest of things. I think, and like to me, it's like why be mean to each other in a context where the mean doesn't like it's out of place. Because like for example, there is like a gaming culture where they just talk shit to each other nonstop. I think it's more acceptable there. It seems to fit. It seems to be funnier there. And it's like when streamers talk shit to each other. I've been listening to several streamers recently, and it's like it somehow works a little better, even if they're just like cruel to each other.
Yeah.
It makes more sense. But I think when people are genuinely trying to educate or to help and so on, and you still get the shitty comments, I don't know. It makes me sad.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make me It doesn't make me sad. I think part of that is also the way I was brought up. So I skipped kindergarten, so I was always the smallest kid, and
You were picked on?
I was picked on, and then I did picking. So I had kind of both in my life. I kind of know I went home from summer camp crying, and I also made a kid cry once in fourth grade.
Nice.
So I had the balance, and I
Physical or mental abuse?
or verbal. No, I didn't beat anybody up. I was tiny. I think the kid in the younger grade was bigger than I was.
And you still broke him? Because I was...
So I had to use my
mental warfare.
I had to use my words. I had to be. And growing up, my parents flew when I was super young, and I played chess. So all things that make you super self-trustworthy. Like you believe your first instinct. You don't listen to what other people tell you. And if people give you advice, say, okay, I'm going to think about that. I'm not going to go and do that. I wasn't impressionable. You couldn't convince me to do something. That's stuck to this day. My wife has had to deconstruct some of my stubbornness I didn't even realize was incredible stubbornness. It's just something that you brought up with. So to me, that stuff doesn't bother me. And it's
So the voices of others don't shake you quite. They can't mentally shake you like psychological.
no, they haven't. I think when it got probably at its worst point was in combination with being unable to perform well in wordplay, but that was also self-driven. I wasn't performing poorly because I was getting comments, but because I was performing poorly, the comments got to me more. The cycle was sort of in the opposite direction, and that was probably the most frustrating. People have said some vile things to me. You know about my whole Indonesia thing?
This is good. This is going to give the anarchist the lead chest. Let's go to what's the Indonesia thing.
Yeah.
The way you said it. Okay, maybe we don't want to talk about it.
No,
let's talk.
No, it's totally fine.
Who did you kill?
I was gonna say I wish, but I'm not even sure I can make a joke like that.
Yeah.
So the Indonesia thing was I was streaming chess on chess.com, I might add, and I got booted up a 10-minute game. Just a random account from Indonesia. That was the flag. Now, mind you, on these websites, you can pick your flag. It can be from wherever. You don't. It's not geo tracing. You can change it. I was like, okay, account from Indonesia. And as always, I looked at the account because it was an untitled, high-rated account, and looked through the games. Win rate was suspiciously high. Average accuracy was suspiciously high. Okay, I think this is a cheater. I said it out loud. It's not the first time I've played cheaters on stream. And I said, okay, I'm still going to play. Let's see what happens. The game was not crazy suspicious, but definitely suspicious. A few critical moments where I just clearly thought I had a good position, and then the person or the bot played some move that just killed my hopes, and I lost. Okay, I lost. And I wrote to the chess.com fair play team, like behind the scenes. I wasn't even saying anything publicly on stream, and the guy got banned. He was a cheater. So that night, right before I'm going to sleep, because Indonesia's 12 hours ahead of New York, go on my Twitter. What the hell is going on? I see hundreds of responses to my recent tweets. Levy, you gotta check Facebook, man. You gotta check Facebook. Here's a link. So allegedly, that account belonged to an older gentleman, and his son made a Facebook post that said, "My dad played big streamer in chess, Gotham Chess, and Gotham got mad he lost to my dad, so his community mass reported my dad, and he was banned for cheating." Oh, it went viral. Did you know that Indonesia has the fourth largest population in the world? I didn't know. I learned it the hard way. Interesting. Tens of thousands of DMs every second. Instagram DMs, because I had my DMs open. I was never afraid of that stuff. My YouTube videos went from 99% upvote, downvote, 50, 50.
Oh, wow.
They swarmed my
So
comments.
all negative.
All play them again. I mean, I don't know how much swearing there is on this podcast, but I mean, it was just all sorts of
All the fucking swearing you want.
They
Just everything. Ruthless, the vicious.
They were going to kill me. They were going to rape my families. They were contacting people I followed on Instagram. They were contacting them and telling them crazy things. It was, I'm not joking, it was tens of thousands of people every minute. It was unbelievable. And I didn't know what to do because the guy cheated. I was in the right. Yeah.
People, how certain were you that
100%. 100%. I mean, okay, I don't know if you can say 100%, but
so Just.com had also had a suspicion?
hey, what
Because they have like good detection algorithms.
yes, Danny Wrench would be able to. I legitimately know nothing about the behind the scenes because it's only kind of tech people. But what one thing I did not realize was that this account, whether it was the son playing or the father playing, we will not know. We don't know who played. It could have been the son. It could have been the dad covering for him. Whatever. But at some point, that account won 27 games in a row at 95% accuracy. I mean, even Magnus can't do that. Even you know. This took a month. This story took 1 month from start to finish. First, I had to work with a media company to geo block my content in Indonesia on YouTube, so Indonesians could not see my channel.
Oh, so you didn't want to like lean into it, go full Donald Trump.
No.
Because you're in the right. You feel like you're in the right. You, as far as you know, you're in the right.
Yeah, and I
And, like,
hated watching all my work burn to the ground.
You felt the would be.
Yeah, and one thing I'm learning about myself is I'm not a good crisis actor. I need someone to like slap me so I don't do something emotional when crisis is ongoing.
What would be the emotional act that's not productive there?
Partnering with an MCN that makes you give away a bunch of your revenue, and then when you break with them, I wasn't monetized for a week. It was a very big decision to plug in. I think they're called MCNs, but
What are they? Sorry, I don't. What are they?
they're like there's specialized agencies that work behind the scenes with YouTube. That if you connect your account, they say they can give you certain ad benefits. They can geo block your content. Which you can't do normally. They have certain perks that only YouTube allows behind the scenes. You pay them 10% of your monthly ad revenue, but they claim to do a handful of things for you. I just needed them to geo block my content. I just didn't care how much money I was going to give away per month. But
So why did you block it? You just didn't like the dog boys.
yeah, I didn't want.
You wanted positivity, more like you're being educational. I mean, they're like you do a bit of shit talking, but it's more like fun and easy going. You didn't want this kind of viciousness.
Yeah, my comment section was just being completely flooded. Like they were destroying my channel. And to be honest, maybe all of the views and the downvotes out of would have actually been beneficial. Maybe then my videos would have actually started getting recommended to more people.
Yeah.
But I'm a person. This is all goes back to the same
Oh,
thing.
so this got to you.
Yeah, this was like I was just watching it and I'm like, this is not fair. This is I don't know what to do. So I'm gonna stop this as much as I can. They still got through. They have VPN. And they were like, you asshole, you don't think we have VPN in Indonesia? It was this whole thing. Um, this father and son got invited to every major news network. I'm not joking. They got invited to the major podcasts. They like to say the Joe Rogan of Indonesia. Yeah, Danny Corbusier, this mentalist. He's a bald guy, very fun guy. He had them. And that's when the Indonesian Chess Federation stepped in. The thing is, nobody who was harassing me knows anything about chess. They just saw the story. And long story short, they brought in a sponsor. The guy played a strong, one of the strongest chess players in the country, who also happens to be a woman, Irene Sukandar. She's like 2400 international master. She crushed him because his actual playing strength is 1300, 1400, something like that. He still got paid because there was a winning prize fund and a losing prize fund. We never heard from him again. That was the whole story. So that was why I had to shut down all of my social media to DMs and DM requests and even notifications. Like I don't get notifications unless it's someone I follow.
But see, stuff like that doesn't often get resolved in this kind of clear way.
No, it doesn't.
Could have been. So you got lucky there that there's a conclusion to this.
Yeah, somebody got views, somebody got money. I never got many apologies.
What did you learn from that experience about yourself, about the internet?
I think first and foremost, I learned that every moment you are live or broadcasting can be completely blown out of proportion. You have to be real careful, and I can't actively think about that, unfortunately, even when I'm streaming. I've had other instances where things come back to bite. I've even had these moments live on stream. I feel like I said something too sarcastically to somebody, and I don't know how their day is going. It might ruin their whole day. God knows what. You have these moments of regret where you want your personality to shine through and you want to entertain. They start thinking at what cost. If I make a joke to a viewer that suddenly the whole chat is laughing at them, what if that puts them in a deep, dark place? And again, it all comes back to this one-on-one thing for me, because I'm a human. I would hate to put another person into that situation. If I'd much rather get a drink with somebody than but it's all kind of part of this act, and you want to make jokes. And I also learned I'm a horrible crisis actor, so I have no patience. But I think that's normal in 2022. Everything is immediate. You can barely sit, think, let time go by.
It makes me sad because I think that kind of stuff can destroy good people. That's what makes me sad.
Yeah, well, one of the things we discussed just here before recording, which I've talked about this on stream. I'm very open with this type of stuff. I think for me, a lot of that comes down to just a lack of control of the narrative. That phrase is kind of messy. It can be used for political stuff, but I hate when I say things and they get completely misconstrued, or they are completely misinterpreted, and I can't imagine being in your shoes, because again, I do chess. You can clip me saying something about a chess game out of context and it's hilarious. It's dumb. It's nothing. It's not an attack on me or something that I said. It's not an attack on. It's kind of more similarly to what you were describing.
You don't say stuff like that, like ridiculous. You don't say ridiculous shit about yourself.
Oh, I
like
do.
that.
I do.
And you don't feel like that could be made. Isn't this the same guy that said X?
Maybe I either haven't said enough of those things, or there's no moments. And I don't have 3-4 hour open conversations with other humans, and I'm pretty sure if I did, there would be more of that stuff out there. But that's probably what it is. It's just a lack of being able to kind of control what is actually reality, and that is very frustrating. And
Yeah, you're right. I mean, there is a sense that there's not enough motivation for people to attack you. You're ultimately adding a lot of positive stuff to the world. And when you get into more political topics, there's people there who are hurting, who have a lot of anger in their hearts, and they want to direct it towards you. So then they need ammunition, and ammunition comes in the way of like clips from the past. I'm sure that I'm pretty sure you already have clips like that. It's just there's not people that really have anger to direct towards you. Ultimately, you're adding a lot of good stuff to the world. So, yeah, but man, the viciousness of human beings under the veil of anonymity at scale can be really painful. So I guess that's the curse, the challenge of being a creator on YouTube and so on Twitch. When you talked about retiring, I think you tweeted about retiring in chess.
the video, yeah, tweeted. It's my values of the world.
The tweet or the video?
No, just
the both.
Yeah.
I'm retiring from all competitive chess events. My preparation is outmatched. My calculation skills are too flawed. And most importantly, my anxiety is beyond repair. I physically and emotionally cannot do it anymore.
Yeah.
What was the hardest thing? What was the hardest thing about competing? Like, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. I think it's separated into phases of my life. So after being a creator and coming back and playing over the board and making recaps of all my games, I think the constant feeling that I had at the board was a kid who hadn't studied enough for a test, which is a very unique type of anxiety. And during the game, it was just self-hatred. Like, good moves did not feel as good as how bad moves felt and bad moments.
And underneath that, you're saying there's a sense that I did not prepare well enough.
Unquestionably. So I'm an international master, but there's international masters now who are 11. I got the title when I was 22, which is late. It might not sound like it's late, but it's really late. And I quit chess multiple times when I was a teenager. If I hadn't, one of my parents was like, "Sit down. This is the only thing that you're good at. Focus on it." Yeah, maybe I would have been grandmaster, but that's life, right? And I would come back to chess at various points in my life when I felt more mature, I felt more ready, and I felt more motivated. It was all me. I had one coach when I was maybe about 10. I never listened to the guy. Great guy. He emailed me even recently, just wanting to catch up, which I thought was adorable because I don't even know if he knows that YouTube chess exists. He's in his 70s. He's just like a nice older guy. Yeah. And he would come to my house. We would have dinner, and my grandma would make us food. And he would tell her that I'm brilliant, but I never work. And I have so much potential. If only I ever worked at all, 1 minute on anything. I just played speed games online,
Did he speak the truth there? Like, could you have worked more?
I could have worked more for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
When you listen to Magnus, he seems like he doesn't work either. He works.
He might work in different ways, but I think for him it's also obsession, love. It's everything. He might read a book, he doesn't consider it work. It's work. He's getting information in, and he's learning something. It might just be easier for him to learn than for me, for example, or for anybody. Just everybody learns and absorbs things differently. So I would come back to chess, and the best run of my life that I had was in 2016, where I basically, while teaching a chess program, scholastic chess program, I told all the parents, hey, for these 4 months, I'm going to stop doing private lessons, and I'm going to go travel and play tournaments because I want to become an international master finally. 20 years old, this is in 2016. Can you help me raise some money? These are all managing directors. These are lawyers. These are 7-figure, 8-figure households. And they contributed, and I kept a blog. And then I worked just 6 hours, 7 hours every day, like studying all the opening trends, all of the new ideas, reading the books, analyzing my own games, playing my own speed games and analyzing them, training every day. And that year I went from 2240 over the board to 2404 with 2 of the 3 norms, as they call them, which are basically tournament performances. You perform at a certain level. Not too complicated. So I got almost everything I needed to be an IM. But I just slipped up at the very end, and 2017 I didn't play chess, but in 2018 I came back once again with a vengeance. I started playing in the summer once again, and I went up to my peak. But then something interesting happened. My life mission was accomplished. I never wanted or thought I could be a grandmaster. Yeah. I wanted to be an international master. And the adrenaline dump of hitting the IM title, I just stopped working completely. I just completely stopped working. I couldn't, and the second I started falling, I couldn't stop. And I spent the rest of the summer just tanking. Fuck this. I made my IM. I'm gonna fuck off someplace. Whatever. I'll be IM. It doesn't matter. But when I play games online, I destroy grandmasters all the time. Like dynamics in chess are just complex positions with all sorts of calculation, attacking, defending, like very forcing lines. I think it's my best strength. I think I'm easily grandmaster level.
So that you have the capacity to be grandmaster.
100%. Like
if the work was put in.
If the work was put in, and I was not doing my current career, I just trained full time. I think I could do it.
Do you have a desire to be grandmaster? Did you have a desire? You said I didn't really want. Like the main goal was international master, which by the way is a really interesting. Just I've talked to Olympic athletes. The crash after the gold medal. It's fascinating.
Yeah. I didn't get gold, but for me that was my goal.
That was your goal. It doesn't matter. It's the goal.
Yep.
It takes a very, very special person to not be destroyed by the gold and continue the dominance.
Yeah.
It's to continue growing, to continue. I mean, it's hard to. That's why they talk about it's hard to be a champion and defend your championship, or whatever the goal is. To achieve the goal and stick to like, yeah,
Yeah,
hold
broke me.
it broke you.
Yeah.
So you have the capacity to be grandmaster. Have you ever thought? By the way, is it still possible for you, or are you fully dedicated now to the love of creating and analyzing this game?
I don't think I'm going to do what I do right now forever. So
Well, you're gonna die one day.
Right.
Just a heads up.
yes. I once cried when I realized that. It was at a funeral. It was very sad. That's another entirely separate rabbit hole to go down.
Which is when?
When did this happen?
Yeah.
Just a couple years ago. Yeah, it was
So
rough.
you really were able to like that. The realization really hit you. Like, fuck, this ends.
Yeah, I'm the kind of person who I have my active thoughts in my brain of things I have to get done, and the more of those, the better, because my brain will walk me off a cliff, not the physical body. The brain itself will walk off a cliff, spinning in circles. So I try to keep myself as active as possible on tasks I have to do. It's good. I'm busy. It's good. I'm at the scale I am because you can't really rest a whole lot. But yes, I have these moments in my life where I have realizations of past fuck ups or things I really have to do that I've been really doing poorly, or things like this, massive existential things that just hit me like a boss.
There's several things tricky about it. So, because I meditate on death a lot. Like in this conversation, I imagine this is the last thing both you and I do. Just we're gonna die after this. So you meditate on that. But then you also have to. I think what hits people really hard is the realization that life moves on. Not only does it just end for you, but most people will be like, they'll, in your case, they'll tweet. It's like, oh, he's so great. After there'll be so much outpouring, there'll be outpouring of love and so on for a day, and then it moves on. And the new trees grow, new bridges are built, and then eventually human civilization ends or moves over to Mars and so on, and you'll be forgotten completely. But that for most people will come right away. Like you get a cancer diagnosis or something like that, and it's like, doesn't anyone else know that I'm going to die? Does anyone else care? Like nobody gives a shit. I mean, they do. I mean, there's love there, but like not in a dramatic way that you would somehow deep inside hope for. That the world would stop because your life is facing this catastrophic event. So, but I think ultimately, when you could channel that realization into appreciation of the current moment. It's just the people you love and sharing love with them as intensely as possible, experiencing every moment as intensely as possible. Because eventually there'll be a last moment, and after that there'll be no moment.
That's sort of what I do. Yeah, I try to channel all of that into. Sorry, I don't use these fancy microphones.
You look uncomfortable. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
With this microphone?
No, with this line of conversation.
Oh,
I'm playing therapist.
I don't know if I'm uncomfortable. I don't know if I have a lot to say. Sometimes I just listen.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I'm intimidated. Like you say a lot of good things, and I'm like, shit, what am I gonna say? Like at the end of that. on this subject especially, I'm like, that's sort of what
There's nothing. What do you think happens after we die? No, that's a rhetorical question. What were we talking about? Grandmaster. Grandmaster. So, how hard is it to reach? What are the requirements for Grandmaster? By the way, and what are the requirements for International Master? You mentioned a few requirements and so on.
Yes. So the first one is you have to know how to use a Shure mic and an arm. I'm slowly.
You were impressed by the Shure microphone, by the way. For people listening, we're using this Shure SM7B that a lot of podcasters use. I don't know why. And Michael Jackson on Thriller. Garage.
Really?
That's fine. I think it looked a little different, but it's the same underneath it. A few musicians used it in the studio. I don't know where it became popular as a podcasting microphone, because I think most broadcasters use condenser mics that look like really fancy.
Yeah.
This looks a little.
It also smells great. It sounds really, really good. And I told you before that I wanted to use it, but it requires an external dashboard of some sort, and I'm way too lazy to learn how to do it. And my microphone doesn't sound that bad for YouTube and for Twitch, but this is a long term.
I still have to figure out how to stream stuff, and I haven't figured that out
Because
because
you want to go down into the world of Twitch.
no, I don't.
You just want to learn how to do it.
No, for
Do you know what we have over there?
so first of all, yes, it is. It's like I feel like the Hobbit going into like Warner. Like yeah, the Twitch is a very intense one, but there is useful cases when you should have your microphone work with like the processing chain work in real time, so you can do like interviews. And also, I try to play a video game once a month. So I've done that like 3 times already. So stream that kind of stuff for like an hour. I play Skyrim. I love playing Skyrim. I actually love the idea. I haven't done that yet, but apparently in Skyrim you can turn off the monsters. And you can just walk around. So I love the idea of just walking around in Skyrim for a couple hours. Just like, because it's beautiful nature. Like do you know anything about those?
I know I know little about Skyrim, but
So it's kind of like chess. No. Yeah, it's this beautiful world. So there's games that are able to create this sense of, who you feel when you go hiking, sense of nature.
Yeah.
It's not that they're ultra realistic, but they capture some majestic aspect of nature. I think some of it is also music, something peaceful, like old timey, medieval type of music, and just the trees, like the wind, like and you could, and then there's in the distance there's the mountains, and you can like you have a sense of history that the nature gives you. You have a sense of space, like this, like this tiny little creature, and there's this big world all around you. I don't know how that's like an art for a video game to create that. It's not just about the monsters in front of you. Yeah. It's about this world and this feeling of a world. So I can just walk around and enjoy it.
I get asked this question a lot. Why don't I stream more video games?
Yes.
And I didn't know that such video games, first of all, existed. I thought it was mostly just various sci-fi-ish characters and shooting and objectives.
Call of Duty. Yeah.
I played Overwatch on stream. It's the only video game I actually played a lot and got decent at. And I couldn't play it on stream anymore because my teammates would use racial slurs in the voice chat.
Yeah.
So that is.
One of the, because I've been thinking of talking to a few streamers, and they're a little bit, I don't know, as far as that community broadly does use racial slurs and seem to make them okay. But for the ones I would talk to are a little bit, they're just harsh in general in the intensity of language. And I don't know what to do. Like, I don't want to be the guy who says, like, kids these days with their mean language on the internet. Like, you want to kind of adapt to the different communities. But at the same time, there's lines that you cross, right? Like, if you make everything into a joke, because that's what they kind of do. Everything ends in LOL. Everything is funny.
Yeah.
And that becomes a lubricant. That it's like a slippery slope that takes you to a place where you actually make pretty mean ideas, even evil ideas, okay, because it started as a joke. And so when you start getting into the territory of, because I've been reading a lot on Hitler and Stalin and so on, and you'll see those kinds of topics come up in that community, and it's like, oof, they have a very different perspective on that stuff. And to them, it's just a fun joke, fun time. And I see that the contrast of that with Call of Duty, where you're shooting, and I love shooting and killing things in video games, but there's a slippery slope there too, because then just having visited the front in Ukraine, you get to see the real killing of people, and you see how one can lead to another. It's not obvious, but there's something that happens in video games where you're like, well, this is not reality. The same kind of thing happens in war. Well, the people on the other side aren't really human. it does become a kind of video game, and that same mechanism. I feel like I want to be cautious about our brain going down that road. So yeah, I do worry about that community. But there are video games that don't have such community at all. I think Skyrim. I don't think Skyrim is an outlet.
Minecraft, I think, is relatively civil from what I've seen.
Interesting.
Good community. I think it's a lot of right now. It's booming. It's a lot of young creators who are all seemingly quite close, and I think the community then extends to social media. Some of them are intense, but who isn't? And I think they foster a more or less kind of good group of folks. But no, I completely agree. I think a lot of that stuff, and combined with the anonymity stuff that we mentioned earlier, totally dehumanizes the way people interact with each other. It's scary. I don't know. Combine that with 2 years of some people barely going outside.
Yeah,
It's
with
not,
COVID, yeah.
it's not a good mix. It's not a good mix at all.
I mean, you'd like to think that folks, it's like in their teenage years, kind of go through those and they mature out of it and stuff. So they start to realize the weight of their words. Like, that's my hope. We're all trying to figure that out. How the internet has changed youth. Like easy access to porn, easy access to like some dark communities,
Yeah.
where dark ideas um, breed. I don't know. But then again, I trust in the goodness and the intelligence of people at the end of the day. And I think kids would not sound like an old man, but it's good for kids to play with different ideas and then they grow out of it, hopefully. But then you have to have parents, a good school, and like good friends that kind of calm out their bullshit. You need that. If you're stuck inside under anonymity, maybe you don't have some of those signals. Kids these days with their internet.
I had to go through this. It's kind of what I mentioned. So I didn't have two divorced. My parents were divorced. I didn't have two households. I had three. So I had the third one. So I went to school most of my childhood in a town where my grandmother lived, and she was kind of like the Switzerland. So I would be with her, and my mom would come with me there half the week. Dad would take me to his place for the other half of the school week, and my parents would split weekends. My mom's weekends were in New York, where my stepdad was, and that family. So three houses.
The grandma, your dad,
Mom and dad,
and then
yeah, step siblings, there and there, new people, there and there, extended family, there and there, and also at grandma's where I would come anytime I had a conflict. And when I was 12 and 13, and being just a total lunatic, emotional manipulator of all folks in my family, and just a teenager rebelling, and also having to deal with three different households. And I mean, I carried a backpack, the same backpack, literally, that not physical one, but what's inside of it that I carried. Like when I came here to record the episode and have my stuff in the hotel, a backpack with a laptop, a bunch of clothes, a bunch of other things that I need throughout the week, deodorant, things like that. I mean, of course, you start getting that stuff in all the houses, but that was the way I lived for some of the most important developmental years of my life. And who knows if I had too much of what we're describing, one sprinkle of this too much, one sprinkle of this too much, if I had someone influence me in a negative way. Luckily, I managed to steer clear a lot of it. And
yeah, how did you not get into trouble with the internet? Meaning, like, how did you? What was your experience with the internet? So
I wasn't.
having to move a lot, having to have multiple households, was psychologically difficult upbringing.
Yeah, it was extremely tough. It's hard to speak about it now because I'm in a completely different mental state. I don't even remember some like those moments, but
It's almost like a different person.
yeah, that's exactly how it feels. But I remember I had a big video game addiction, just like most teenagers. I want to say teenagers, but probably teenage boys. But I'm not. I don't know. I don't know how addicted teenage girls are to video games.
Yeah,
I didn't.
you know that.
I definitely look back on things that I did in certain instances, like, well, I was a teenager, that was stupid. Oh, I scammed somebody in some video game. Well, that was, wow, hilarious. Like, and just, it was just an idiot teenager. I didn't do anything unforgivable, luckily, and for the most part, just kind of went about my life. And I somehow got older and started getting more independent and stopped playing video games. And to be honest with you, I would love to sit here and say I have some sort of logical explanation of why I am the person I am today. But I think you need elements of the right upbringing and support system, as you said, and you also need luck. I've been in some situations as a teenager where I almost got killed by some gang members. That's a very exaggerated story, but I was in a park in New York City and I got into it with a kid whose brother was in a notorious gang of that neighborhood. And he told me his brother was going to come and kill me, basically, over a stolen basketball. And I was going to fight this kid because I was 14. He stole my basketball. Of course I'm going to fight this kid. This kid was like 12. He had a pierced tongue. Yeah. Like, this wasn't a joke. Yeah. This kid was from a totally different way of life. And his brother did show up. But his brother was I was a little teenager. I wasn't a big. Now 14-year-olds are 6 feet tall. Maybe something would have happened to me. But I was a little kid. And but looking back at that is crazy because I definitely had some of these moments in New York City more than anywhere else because it's such a big place. But luck. You need some luck.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that there's certain moments in life on which the entire trajectory of your life can turn.
Yeah.
And then they're all like in that case, nothing happened. But I most intensely feel this when I get almost run over by a car, kind of thing.
How many times did you almost get run over?
I don't know. Maybe it happened like twice in my life.
Okay.
That kind of stuff. Like when somebody runs a red light.
Yeah.
That happened here in Austin. You realize, oh shit, that was like your life flashed before your eyes. Those moments can turn. And then there's more meeting certain people where you meet them and for the positive. They're like, wow, this moment of inspiration, like, wow, this is possible. Wow, this kind of person can exist. Maybe I can be that kind of person too. But yeah, those things can like change the direction. But maybe not. Maybe they just reveal something that was already there, and the momentum is always carrying you forward into a thing that you are always going to end up in. Yeah, I wonder about that. Speaking of teens doing stupid things, let's return to the Magnus saga.
Yeah.
How did it start? Who is Hans Niemann? Who is Magnus Carlsen? How did it start? There's 3 games. It started in Miami.
Yeah, a good background story is Magnus Carlsen is the arguable greatest player of all time. Very close, I would say, to Garry Kasparov, world number 1 for now over 10 years.
At the top of this game, you think? Like close to the top of the game right now?
After the most recent thing, yes. I think he has the uncanny ability of top athletes to absorb the bullshit and show, oh yeah, dad's home now. You know,
Yeah.
Run. I was only trying 70% before that, and I think that's what I really think that's what I was in awe. If Magnus is playing in a tournament, yes, it's good for views to put him in my YouTube thumbnails and make the video title about him if he does something brilliant. But I was legitimately just blown away. It wasn't farming him for content. It was, this is unbelievable what he's doing to people. And he has a point to prove. Hans is I believe he's 19 years old right now. He's an American. I don't know if prodigy is necessarily the right word. Prodigies, you know they're prodigies from very, very young. In chess, you don't become a prodigy at 18. But he was always a good junior player. He was always a very unique character. I met Hans when he was 11, 12 years old. This little kid just trash-talking folks at the Marshall Chess Club. And he already had a reputation, literally. Like, he had a reputation with counselors, and the truth is, I was similar. I was kicked out of chess camp by one of the best chess grandmasters of all time, Arturo Yusufu. I was in a chess camp. I was 9 years old. What did you do? I was just an asshole.
Yeah.
I was too strong. So I helped other people with all their work.
You let your ego shine.
I was a kid. I mean, I wouldn't.
Not every kid lets the ego shine, but some do.
Oh, yes.
You did.
Yeah.
Hans does. There's interviews of when he's young,
Yeah.
or like he's kind of
Yes.
talking shit, but it's
Yeah.
entertaining.
Yes. What I try to stay away from is just guess I let my ego shine, but I don't think I even knew what any of that was when I was young.
Yeah.
So it's just sort of, I was just a loud, boisterous kid from a household where I wasn't paid attention to because I had 3 of them. So I just was like, here's where I'm going to show up and get my attention. And Artur Yusupov, he's a great, great man. I drove that man crazy. He was like top 5 in the world at some point in the 80s and 90s. He said it's either me or this kid.
Oh wow, so you really got to him.
Yes, he said, I'm not going to come back and teach camps unless it's me. And I remember like going through this. I have very vague, distant memories of this. My dad calling, apologizing.
Yeah.
And
Make you feel good that you got to grab him.
no, I felt horrible. I felt guilty. I feel guilty my whole life about it. I very rarely feel proud of bad things. Or, I showed them even things it's getting gets to the point you feel guilty about things you didn't do. That's why that's when your brain really goes crazy.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So okay, so you can relate to
To Hans.
Hans.
Yes, to young Hans. And he was like in and out of chess. This is what I remember. He was around the rating of 2300. And I remember looking at some of his games in a tournament in Philadelphia. And there was some game that he played and he didn't know the opening. It was like a London, which is a very popular opening, some theoretical. And I looked at it and I'm like, oh, he didn't know that. Okay, that's crazy. And I just kind of walked by. And I saw him in a tournament a few months later, and he did something very rare where in an open tournament, not a tournament of 10 players where everybody plays everybody, open tournament, randomized pairings depending on how many points you have, he played 9 Grandmasters, which is crazy. That means he was performing so well, so consistently, that was where he got his first eye on norm. Oh, here it is. Here comes that like boom of a young player where he gets mature, he gets back into the game, and he gets stronger. I don't follow a whole lot. Pandemic happens, and he starts streaming a bit, and he's boisterous. He's kind of like loud. He's talking trash, and he's gaining rating constantly. He's just, but so are a lot of people. So you don't think much of it. And then now you can go play over the board again, live tournaments, face to face, as opposed to online events. And he's like, I'm gonna go to this tournament. I want to win it. I'm gonna get my last gem norm. And he does. And then he's like, all right, my goal is this rating by the end of this year. He gets it. He just demolishes absolutely everybody. You know, this guy's over the board. Over the board. Like, this guy's for real. There's a lot of people like that. If you look at the top juniors of the world, it's crazy. Ali Reza Firouzja, 2,800. Vincent Keimer, 2,700. A bunch of kids from India, 2,700.
Similar age or younger?
One, they're 2 years younger, maybe a little older by a year. It's just this wave, and you're just hyped for the guy.
Yeah.
Like, this is fucking awesome. Like, we got a young American guy who shit talks every time he's on camera, and he beats everybody he plays. But then you start hearing sprinkles here and there, maybe in some stream. I think he doesn't get to play on chess.com anymore. Like, chess.com doesn't put that badge there on the account sometimes. Sometimes they just tell the player, listen, we know. Players are like, all right, you got me. And that's it. There's no conversation. So there's like these sprinkles, but people cheat online, especially when they're young. It's very, it's very captivating. It's a very nice thing to do.
Just to be clear, I mean, just to make explicit that the accusation, and I think it's proven, but they're still being shady about it to the degree it's done, is that he cheated on chess.com when he was
12 and 16.
and 16. That's what he said.
He admitted to, but right now, chess.com put out a statement, and now Magnus put out a statement as well saying, we think it's more than that. And
Yeah, I've talked to Danny because he wants to come on the podcast, but I'm actually kind of interested in. I think he's a cool person. And they're also doing some really interesting anti-cheating stuff, which to me, from an algorithmic perspective, is interesting. But he is also the man. Like, there's always, in every field, there's the institution. So he represents the institution because chess.com is the institution. It's like in the Olympic, it's the IOC. It's like, I have to be careful.
in chess, FIDE is the institute.
FIDE, okay.
Yeah,
But
but
chess.com.
they've outgrown. Way more people actually know chess.com. Way more people know me. Way more people know Hikaru. It's one of the reasons
It's interesting where the power lays. Who has the most power?
Yeah, chess.com has the most power. Which
I
power?
don't know. Maybe you have power.
No,
Just their public opinion.
it's a very good question. I have to think with my evil cap now. What would happen if
I'd rather you have the even cup than Hikaru because I feel like he would really, the power absolute. If the two of you ruled the world, would be a problem.
You mean side by side or rivals?
The opposite. Yeah, it would be like as rivals, it would definitely be a war.
One of the reasons I would not chess box.
You guys, how much do you like each other? I mean, do you admire each other as fellow?
That's like how I feel.
So entertaining.
Well, we should finish Magnus Hans.
Yes, that's good. Yes.
I know. I feel like just inside we don't want to talk about it because it feels like it's been talked about too much. I'm trying to give.
No, for you, just remember. For me, it's even much less.
Yeah, and for the listeners,
for the listeners, zero. Yeah.
Right. So,
like Rogan asked me, like, so what?
I know. I heard him even talking.
What's this chess?
You know, Joe talked about the Indonesia thing. Yeah, he said some super random small thing, and that was a very funny moment.
I told him about this drama a few weeks ago, and then he's like, "Yeah, this is interesting. Is the anal beads is that possible? Is that good?" I think it's possible. It was, I don't remember how drunk he was, but so even he's curious. He doesn't really know. But anyway, cheating when he was 16, right? As he said, he admitted to cheating online when he was 12 and 16.
Yes, but for timeline's sake, let's just do it this way. He has a lot of over the board success, but nobody really talks about the online cheating stuff. It's sort of kind of kept low key. A couple hundred people, maybe a couple thousand people, which sounds like a lot, but it's not because there's millions of viewers know about this. It's generally kept kind of low key because historically, if you cheated online as a teenager, you're not cheating over the board. It's not possible. You will get caught. Nobody has ever attempted it. We've had over the board cheaters, but not at the ultra elite level. And so what happens is they play this tournament in Miami, and the first day Hans loses 3-0. This is important because on the very next day, it's not like Hans was destroying everything. The second day of the tournament, he sits down game 1 versus Magnus in their best of 4 and destroys him. Like, he destroyed him. Made it look like I was playing in Magnus' shoes. The level difference. It wouldn't even like it wasn't close. Of course, we can argue it might be because of maybe Magnus knew something ahead of time. There's obviously the psychological element. Not important. Hans leaves. They say, interviewer says, Hans yesterday, by the way, horribly phrased interview question. He goes, Hans, yesterday was terrible for you. And today you start with a masterpiece. What do you have to say? Chess speaks for itself. Walks away. You can argue it's cringe. You can argue, I thought it was cool. And then the guy then keeps asking a question with his arm extended because he's so shocked he doesn't know what to do. Like he didn't even occur to him how ridiculous it was. Yes. And then not only does Hans come back and loses the best of 4, he loses like 2 more games or maybe 3. I think he loses the next 3 games. He then proceeds to lose every single best of 4 match for the rest of the tournament. He ends with 0 points and a prize money of $0. They put up the graphic. He put Neiman 0. I think he got some minimum, right? So, wow, this is like insane. The guy comes out with this crazy interview, and in my recap videos, I was like, the next time Hans has success, he has to stay away from the cameras. Don't let him talk. Don't let him talk. It's gonna be bad luck. And I'm joking around like next time he plays, it's crazy. He's gonna. That was their kind of first interaction there. They also some photos. They were having fun playing on the beach. I don't know where they had a chessboard on the beach. Chess players are such. Yeah, they were. So they were still game them all. I guess so. Yeah.
Interesting, because I talked to him at that time. Would he have mentioned something? Right. I wonder what he would have said if I asked him about Hans, because that was cool. Did anyone care about Hans? No. Nobody. No. Hans is not a super known entity, right? He became more known.
He became probably a top 5 all-time popular chess player in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah. So it's not. It wouldn't even be a would-be question.
No, you don't know. Maybe Magnus already kind of knew. A lot of the top players, it seems, are coming out now and saying we already were suspicious.
And it seems like Magnus might have known, but maybe not enough to address it. He still might not be willing to address it.
Yes.
But anyway, so totally horrible tournament performance after.
Correct.
After Hans.
Yes. Then the annual tradition of the St. Louis tournaments happens, which is on field Larry's first 4-day tournament. there for chess. Chess Hall of Fame. Hall of Fame. But yeah,
Other countries play chess, are they?
they do, but you know, I don't know who determines where the Hall of Fame gets. We say it's the Hall of Fame. Okay. One day, some other part of the world's gonna be like, actually, it's over here. Yeah. So basically, what happens is we have a field set for the Sinfield Cup. Set. It's the top 10 players in the world. Some can't make it, so okay, you get number 11 in there or something. One of them can't come because of something related to coronavirus. It's not. Now we're gonna get a little asterisk on Spotify because it was mentioned. Get more info about COVID-19. So I don't know why he couldn't come, but he couldn't come. Okay, something happens, he can't make it. Hans Niemann is the replacement. Yeah. At the time, we didn't know this, but now weeks later, we knew Magnus wanted to not play. This is very important. Back then, we didn't know. Apparently, some other top players also didn't want to play. They also were suspicious. They also wanted increased anti-cheating measures, which, by the way, in chess are dog shit. Like, you give this little metal wand, and you put it on the ears, the body, and there's apparently an argument a micro earpiece would not be caught, something in the armpit vibrating would not be caught, something in the shoe. They don't make the players take their shoes off because it's too elitist. How are you going to make players take their shoes off? That's, oh my God. But if these things are out there.
Or if anything was inside any other orifice.
Correct. Yes.
I have to bring that up.
I mean, that is, to be honest, yes, that is very truthful. So
if nothing else, this podcast is about honesty and truth. So I have to be completely
and transparency. So what ends up happening in the Sinfield Cup is Magnus ends up still playing, but the anti-cheat measures are not introduced. So the first few games, Hans has a very, very impressive first-round game against Levon Aronian, one of the best players in the world. Okay, draw. He was pushing, draws. Second game, demolishes like a top player. Mamidiar crushes him. Dominant opening, but not like a perfect game. You understand? Like it was. He made some inaccuracies here and there, and he ended up winning in a complex game. Game 3 happens versus Magnus, and not only does he beat Magnus with the black pieces, he dominates him from start to finish. So in the opening, Magnus played something with white that he had maybe played once or twice before. There was some big debate about it. I'm not going to get into it. Basically, a very niche, small thing that just he had never played in maybe a long game before, with some sprinkled in venom that might get Hans off guard. Hans proceeds to play like the first 15-20 moves absolutely perfectly, and then converts the game into a slightly better endgame and squeezes Magnus to death. Basically beats Magnus with black, which nobody had done in years, the same way Magnus would have beaten other players. Then he goes and gives this interview where he claims that he had looked at those first 15-20 moves right before the game, basically. He got lucky.
Didn't you say he looked at something very similar?
No, it was either similar or literally that exact variation, which is possible. I've done that before. One of my best ones of my life. That morning I went, I'm not prepared. What if my opponent plays this Queen's Gambit accepted variation? And I literally learned the first 12 moves. He didn't know move 12. I killed him. Okay? Like, it just happens.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when you combine that with other small elements of the interview, and now there's body language experts going all on this, it was odd.
He gave an interview afterwards explaining the various details of the game.
But not really explaining them. That's the thing. The standard chess player interview is you sit down and you go, something about the opening, something about not, oh yeah, I looked at this right before the game. And then you explain various symphonies and compositions of variations, things that went through your head, things you were evaluating. But Hans's interviews are different. So everything about him as a chess player already is different, and his interviews are extremely strange and also different. That's fine. But not when you combine it then with the world champion withdrawing right after you beat him and ghosting the entire chessboard.
Yeah, so there's for people who haven't listened to it, there's a kind of sloppiness to the way he analyzes the game. Like he's like, oh yeah. Like it's very obvious. Like,
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Just completely winning here.
Yeah, I'm completely winning it. And it's like, I just played perfect. I played perfect. Like, there's a sense of like, but it also doesn't, for me, again, a very outside spectator, it doesn't raise any red flags. That's just his personality. He seems to really like to talk this way. And plus, this could be crazy, but do you have a sense that he's more of an intuitive player versus, like, he's just not the kind of person that analyzes really well? Or is that a ridiculous notion?
Well, let's put it this way. To succeed legitimately, because obviously this is a cheating scandal at the end of the day, at the 2750, 2800 level, the upper echelon of chess, you cannot be an intuitive player. You can be a little bit more intuitive than a calculator and a concrete evaluator of positions, meaning if I give you 5 seconds to play a move, you're going to choose the best move quickly. Those people are generally better at fast time controls. You have to be good at everything. And what raised red flags in this interview was the fact that it was different than every other interview any human being ever gave at that level of chess, particularly after beating Magnus for the first time as a teenager, which is a very small group of people. So that's where it got weird, and the very next day Magnus withdraws from the event. Chess World lights completely on fire for multiple weeks, and
He also tweets.
right,
That's the resignation. No, resignation.
the tweet was, "I'm withdrawing from the tournament in St. Louis. I've always enjoyed playing here, and I will in the future." And then it's a clip of Jose Mourinho. I cannot speak. I choose not to speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble. I don't want to be in big trouble. And that's some people nuts. That people said it's not even a cheating insinuation, which was one of the theories. Another theory was someone in Team Magnus told Hans what Magnus was looking at, and that's why Hans learned those first 15 moves, which is so fucking stupid because Magnus knows like 5 people. Like, not in his life, but his team is
Yeah, it's very close to it.
right. But to the outsider, that sounds like a very legitimate theory. How else can you explain? Hans said he knew before the game what was going to happen. Magnus senses a mole. He's not. No.
By the way, just so I know, like if that was, get the cheating aside, if you knew, doesn't matter how, the opening your opponent is going to do, they prepared, is that a significant help to you?
If that opening is ultra sharp and requires basically the game to be on the knife's edge,
Yeah.
yes. Meaning one mistake could be fatal.
Because then you can look up what the engine says. And
Yeah, you can know everything. You can know all the possibilities. So even if your opponent goes off that engine path, you will know how to punish it. In this case, what happened basically was Magnus played a line that, if completely optimally punished, would have given Hans a slightly better position. And that's what happened. But then he also demolished him in that later phase of the game.
Yes, and then, okay, so Magnus resigns, goes silent, chess world goes crazy. What else is interesting in that period of time?
Hans's 4th round game of that tournament, right after beating Magnus, was also just absolutely genius. Just an absolutely brilliant game, which he failed to win. But then after that game, he also gives once again another interview where he's like, "This game's absolutely genius. I was just killing him from start to finish." And like there was a moment he literally says, "Oh yeah, I just gave him a piece, like a full piece, which is a substantial advantage to the other side." And he starts explaining why the position is winning, but in words, not in chess moves, not in specific concrete chess moves, which is the way you're supposed to if you understand the position, right? So now there's this new theory that's being cultivated. The interviews are going to be used as the evidence. And beyond round 4, he just played like a good grandmaster. And he lost 2 or 3 games, maybe 2 games, and he drew the rest. So he didn't win again. He beat the first 2 out of his first 3 games. He beat Mamedyarov, he beat Carlsen. And he also went on the attack himself. That was when he publicly admitted to cheating in an interview that he gave to the St. Louis Chess Club. That's when he said he has never cheated over the board. Then he said Chess.com has banned me from the Global Championship, which is what I was invited to play. Privately, they banned me. They didn't ban me publicly. And then he said, and Hikaru is on Twitch every day, saying things about me, this and that. Since then, nothing. Tournament finishes somehow. I don't know how we got to the end of the tournament. I really thought that it was going to get called off. But tournament ends. Hans hasn't said anything since then. So,
Has he still said, when's the last time?
that was the last tweet that he sent, September 7th. Hikaru wants to play victim or something like this.
They face each other again
Mhm.
recently. What was it? What was that?
They played in the online event of this Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, which is a 16-player tournament where everybody plays everybody first. And after 15 games, the top 8 make a knockout bracket. And Magnus played the game. There was obviously a lot of hype prior for what was going to happen in this game. Magnus plays one move and resigns. Actually, I imagine he didn't want to play one move. I imagine he would have resigned the game as it was starting, but I think some websites don't let you resign before you make one move, because then the game isn't counted. Yeah. So I think he didn't want to play at all, but he played one move, and that made it even more epic, I suppose. He resigned, and that was that. Like,
So you lose that game count, right? You lose the rating.
These online events, unfortunately, don't count for any sort of rating. But on the tournament, yeah, yeah.
So he resigns, and then how does the tournament still work out? Is the tournament already over? So he made the 8. Magnus still made the top 8.
It was round 5, or like round 6 or something. So it was halfway through the preliminary stage.
Yeah.
It affected his standings. But then, after resigning that game, Magnus finished first in the bracket, in the preliminaries, and then he won the entire event. There was a chance that they were going to meet in the final, but Hans lost in the first round against the Vietnamese strong player, Le Quang Liam. And then Magnus gave a short interview to the live broadcast where he said he would give a statement at the end of the tournament, and then he did. He gave a statement at the end of the tournament, and now here we are. The only other thing missing from this is the very intense scrutinization of all those over-the-board games that I mentioned earlier that Hans dominated it. So people are now going through all of his games that he played in tournaments. They're analyzing them with engines, and they're saying he played exceptionally well. And the debate is, was he cheating, or was he way too good already but underrated? Because he could have had incubated knowledge, so he could have not played for a couple of years, was 2700 level, but was playing people who were 2400, 2500.
Well, over the board, I see. So not just over the board with the top level people like Magnus, but on the board in general.
Yes, before he got a chance to play in these super tournaments against the best players in the world, he had to go to Europe. He was the most active chess player in 2021.
And he was quite dominant.
Yes, I think he played more over the board games than any player in 2021 or 2022. I think it's 2021. And yes, I think his rise was steeper than everybody, maybe with the exception of Alireza Firouzja, who got the 2800.
See, I'd like to believe, because he talks about being he just became obsessed with chess.
Mhm.
I like stories like that.
Me too.
I like stories of the underdog, especially with the scarlet letter of having been a cheater in the past. I like the idea of somebody who is flawed psychologically and ethically, and just a full, fascinating personality, and this somehow just becomes obsessed. I mean, similar to Bobby Fischer, is also a tortured soul, also flawed, also just chaotic all over the place. You could see Bobby Fischer being somebody that might cheat when he was involved on online chess, right?
But if it existed, yeah, actually, I think in some podcasts, like small chess podcasts, I don't want to. I like Ben Johnson, so I'm apologizing for calling it small, but compared to, like, let's say Lex Fridman podcast, it's
what's this podcast?
it's perpetual chess. It's kind of like,
Oh, I love perpetual chess. You joke?
Really?
How dare you call? Yeah. Wait. All right. I'll show you because it does a lot of it talks makes me feel special. Let me see. Where's it? Professional chess. He does like improver series.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, he's great. Ben, I think I forgot some horrible names. His name is Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is Ben Johnson. Right. Yeah, the Perpetual Chess Podcast.
Awesome. And see, like when even individuals like myself who might have a large audience, when I look at you, you're just at a different level. I don't expect you to be listening to chess podcasts during the day. Just imagine you're doing something to change the world or talking to some visionary people.
Well, I should say, I've been running a lot, and I listen to podcasts a lot because I love human beings excited about stuff that really energizes me. And I've listened to a bunch of chess podcasts. I'm really energized by your love of chess. I really like, sorry, I just forgot his name, but Ben Johnson. I love it when he talks to Grandmaster. I love it when he talks to the regular folks, for the improvers, like to see how they balance life and chess and all that kind of stuff. He's pretty good at it. He's like super excited, and they talk about books.
Yeah,
and they get excited about different books.
Yes,
so, I mean, it also gives me a sense of where the chess world is from a different perspective. It's like people studying chess, like what they get excited about, how difficult it is. It's nice to get a sense of the community, the language that's used, because I did want to have a bunch of conversations uh, with folks about chess, because I think it's a beautiful game. I think it's a beautiful community. So that's one of the podcasts I listen to. So anyway, it's great. Anyway, you were saying why did you bring him up?
Yes,
great podcast.
Great podcast. Only reason I thought of it and I used the word small, no disrespect, Ben, is because even that episode, which he did with Hans, it was a small episode. It wasn't seen by mass audience of chess. And
he did an episode with Hans recently, or no?
Some time ago, yeah. And in that episode, Hans very openly is like, Bobby Fischer was misunderstood and he was my idol.
Oh, wow.
Said a couple of things like that, and Hans is an intense guy. Like when I listen to Hans, I get a little anxious. He brings out some sort of disturbance in my ecosystem.
Yeah, I can't really pin him down to like what's going on there.
Yes,
as a person who's trying to read people.
Yeah,
like I can. This is the dark aspect. He could be both the genius Bobby Fischer and a genius cheater. And you could see, like, there's something chaotic about him, which makes him very appealing in that way.
Yes. So, right now, late September 2022, the current environment is such that Hans hasn't said anything in weeks. And people are sort of dissecting every bit of circumstantial evidence that they can, and they're trying to present the case. I don't even know to who, ultimately. I guess it would be the FIDE anti-cheating commission or whatever.
It might be to you, essentially.
I mean,
the people with the platform.
It could be.
To present convincing evidence to where the people are convinced of one way or the other. Because for people who don't know, you should definitely follow Gotham Chess. You've been on this, you've covered it a lot. I'm sure if anything comes out, you cover it more. We've been quite balanced and thoughtful and kind of objective about the whole thing.
Yeah. So the reason for that is I understand the power that I wield with anything, and if I say one sentence the wrong way, I might be sending 10,000 people or more to go do something. And I hate that. I want to present the evidence, and I want the video to end, and people go, okay, I understand. Not, I'm gonna go fuck someone up.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, because and I also believe that even if Hans is guilty, this goes all the way back. He's a human being, and you can argue that cheaters gotta be punished, and you can argue that people who do things wrong, you shouldn't feel any sort of compassion. But I would hate to have the whole world pointing their fingers at me, the entire world that I've known my entire life. And even if I messed up, there's still a world after chess. There might still even be a world in chess. I don't know, but that stuff doesn't make me feel good to present all of the circumstantial evidence in my videos and start being like, yeah, it looks, so.
But at the same time, you deeply care about chess and the chess community, and there's some sense where, was it you or was it Magnus that said that cheating poses an existential threat?
Yes, Magnus.
But I mean, there is some aspect of truth to that, which is like, the chess is in a state where bots, chess engines are much better than humans.
Yeah.
And we're living in a world where technology becomes easier and easier to integrate with human beings, whether you put it in some orifice or elsewhere. And that does pose a threat to our ability to trust that a world champion is indeed a world champion, that somebody we think is good is indeed good. And so there is some aspect to the ecosystem that should punish cheating and perhaps over punish cheating.
And the other thing is, in sport, you can take PEDs and have bigger muscles, better reaction time, but you still have to perform the action in a successful way. There is still a chance you can lose if you take PEDs. Maybe in some sports, the gap between non-PED and PED user is significantly more noticeable, but in chess, if you cheat, you play God. You decide when the game is over. You can fake bad moves. You can fake everything. You can even, if you're cheating, quote unquote, the right way, you're going to lose plenty of games. To avoid getting detected,
You can create bots that are 2,800.
you can also just not listen. If you know all the best moves, but choose to play on your own, I made a mistake, not a big deal. You could, yes, bots are all at a different level. But if you were to cheat, that you play God. You can decide when you make your move and when the engine makes its move. And if you know the top 4 lines of the engine, you choose the 4th one. So in hindsight, people will analyze your game and they will go, "Oh, it wasn't perfect." Well, no shit. Only the stupid cheaters play the top engine line of the game.
By the way, I'm not saying that this is what's happening here,
Correct.
but there's probably an excitement in playing God to and getting away with it.
Like I know adults, grown adults who are successful in their fields, and they cheat. They cheat in lessons. They cheat in. Like I don't want to say I've taught any. I may or may not have. If for some reason, one of them watches this and they know they're guilty, and it happens. It happens. Not just teenagers, not just young adults, but full-grown adults will cheat when they play because they think it helps them learn.
Well, that's exactly just that justification. But I just meant it might not be just about winning. It might also just feel good to have that power. Like I bet you it's a drug.
Oh yeah.
I mean, like with a lot of criminals, I feel like part of like mass murderers and serial killers. I feel like a lot of it is they can get away with it. The fact that they everyone else is a sucker and they figured out how to do this evil thing. And obviously cheating is more close to that, but there's still a feeling of getting away with it. Yeah, I wonder. I mean, you're pretty objective on the whole thing. Where, if you were a betting man, what would you say is the probability? Are you changing day by day in your head? What's the probability that Hans cheated? Over the board against Magnus in St. Louis. Have you even allowed yourself to put a probability on it?
No, not on that specific game because I think a lot of that game was affected by Magnus's own psyche. That was one of his worst games ever.
So he played poorly to a Magnus,
which doesn't help his case. Hans might have cheated in that game, but we'll never know. I think day by day, the evidence is slowly starting to show more and more that he's cheated. It like how Magnus said, more than he said, and more recently. It's undeniable. Like right, a lot of the statistics are there. The problem is you can't prove you're not cheating. Yeah, unless you strip naked, like that site offered him $1 million to. Like everything about the
Which site?
somebody I saw some headline that said hunting was over. And where I struggle to comprehend is how on earth he could pull it off. And like I'm a guilty, that my brain goes to guilt first, and resentment, remorse, guilt, that trio.
Magnus put out a statement as we speak yesterday saying, "Dear Chess World, at the 2022 Sinfield Cup, I made the unprecedented professional decision to withdraw from the tournament after my round 3 game against Hans Niemann. A week later, during the Champions Chess Tour, I resigned against Hans Niemann after playing only one move. I know that my actions have frustrated many in the chess community. I'm frustrated. I want to play chess. I want to continue to play chess at the highest level in the best events. I believe that cheating in chess is a big deal and an existential threat to the game. I also believe that chess organizers and all those who care about the sanctity of the game who love should seriously consider increasing security measures and methods of cheat detection for over-the-board chess. When Niemann was invited last minute to the 2022 Sinfield Cup, I strongly considered withdrawing prior to the event. I ultimately chose to play." That's the thing you're referring to, that he could, like, now we know he was torn about the whole thing. "I believe that Niemann has cheated more and more recently than he has publicly admitted. His over-the-board progress has been unusual, and throughout our game in Sinfield Cup, I had the impression that he wasn't tense or even fully concentrating on the game in critical positions, while outplaying me as black in a way I think only a handful of players can do. This game contributed to changing my perspective. We must do something about cheating. And for my part, going forward, I don't want to play against people that have cheated repeatedly in the past, because I don't know what they're capable of doing in the future. There's more than I would like to say, unfortunately. At this time, I'm limited in what I can say without explicit permission from Niemann to speak openly. So far, I have only been able to speak with my actions, and those actions stated clearly that I am not willing to play chess with Niemann. I hope that the truth in this matter comes out, whatever it may be. Sincerely, Magnus Carlsen, World Champion."
How would you sign off your statement? If I was a world, no, just say whatever. Like Friedman, what would be that title?
Yeah, I don't know. I think I would not, even if I was a world champion, I'd just say Lex. Or make up a title. And I feel like I really fucked up in life if I have to tweet a statement as an image. That's like when you're a politician and you got caught cheating on your wife, like for many years in a row.
Yes.
Then I tweet an image. "I'm sorry for all the people I hurt and the people that believed in me and whatever else." And then I would sign World Chess Champion.
You know, the most, like, the modern way to give a statement, what I thought Magnus was going to do.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to write, "On the recent scandal," or "My statement on the past few weeks," tweet longer. So you put a URL.
Oh, yeah.
So that's for tweets, but it's unlimited characters. It's not 100.
I don't know what that is. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so generally when a celebrity has a giant audience on Twitter, they will make their statement on social media and say what it is in a sentence, one line, and then there's a link.
Where's the link take?
To a website called Twit Longer.
Oh,
They're like tweet longer, twit longer, yeah. And that is where they write their statement. That is what I was expecting. When
Who did this? I haven't seen this before.
Oh, this is.
Like,
I don't have one off the top of my head, but
Is this that Kanye, Kim Kardashian breaking up? They would use that.
streamers, musicians. Yeah, I don't think politicians use it because it's just
Yeah, they
use the image.
Use MySpace and Facebook, right? Yeah. I would probably go. See, I like. I'm not just being biased here just because I have a podcast. I'm a huge fan of podcasts. I feel like I would go on a podcast and talk about it with somebody I trust. So like long form and discuss it.
I thought he was going to do that too. In fact, I wanted to write him a message and be like, "I can be that guy for you." I have a very strange relationship with Magnus because
Good, bad.
we've never interacted. I very openly, I don't want to say use him for views, because that is a very crude way of saying it.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to insult my YouTube channel, that is what you would say.
So Magnus is in a lot of videos.
Thumbnails or videos. Not clickbaity, but if he's playing in a tournament and he plays a great game, he's going on that fucking thumbnail.
Because let's see, he's the number one chess player, very likely the greatest chess player of all time.
Right.
Plus, he's exciting.
And YouTube algorithm loves his name, and people click on it.
Oh, do they?
He's the best.
Yeah, but I don't know what the chicken or the egg is, but the reason it loves it, the reason people click on it is because he is an exciting personality. He's an exciting chess player. There's something compelling about him.
Yeah.
He's also he knows how to, in a subtle, dry, with humor way, talk shit with the silences and all of that. Yes, he knows it. He knows the whole game of it.
Specifically to Magnus, my relationship with him, we've never interacted, and throughout the last couple of years, he generally has interacted with Hikaru as a competitor.
Mm-hmm.
He has done some collabs with the Botezes. He obviously has talked to Ludwig, who's a very, very big streamer. And part of me regrets the fact that when I was smaller as a YouTuber and a Twitch streamer, I'm sure I used to make jokes or some tweets at Magnus. Like when Magnus would tweet something, I would try to respond so I could be the top reply because that was my social media. I literally think I once responded to a Magnus tweet and saying responding for engagement because it wasn't some controversial tweet.
Yeah.
It was just something funny. And I went, haha, responding for engagement. Because I was just being a little bit of an idiot, and I knew that if it got enough likes, it would be at the top, and people would see me, my brand, and just get to know me. This is the type of...
Please don't use the word brand, but yes.
Yes.
But yeah, no, and your worry is that he wouldn't take you seriously.
He wouldn't take me seriously, and if I was one of the best of all time, and I saw some dude on YouTube just kind of being a moron, and I'm all over his thumbnails, I can imagine he has a very legitimate case.
I appreciate your humility and self-critical nature, but one of the realities with people like him is he wouldn't hold a grudge or not treat you seriously. I'm pretty sure he's a fan. He's a big supporter. He doesn't watch YouTube videos of that kind.
I barely watch YouTube videos.
I think of chess.
Yes.
He might watch more fun chess adjacent stuff, but he just doesn't. It's not for him. So I'm pretty sure he knows of you and likes you, and your commenting on stuff has zero effect on his belief. Which it's funny that's something you think about. Yeah, you're perfect. You're well respected. Like a lot of people mention you as a person who's like, okay, this person's legit, which is an important thing. It's not just an entertainer. It's not just a shit talker. This person is a great educator, great fan, a student of chess, a great player himself. So all of those components. So yeah, you're definitely a good person. And on this particular aspect, have been very objective.
I understand that I'm nowhere near perfect. I'm not a different person on camera or off camera. I will say it like it is. Maybe on Twitch, you gotta dig in the mud there a little bit more, a lot more sarcastic, a lot more brash and whatnot. But you meet me in a taco place, and I'll talk with you the same way I might if it was a video. Just that you may not consider me just a random guy at a taco place. And that's why I think about this stuff specific to Magnus, and one of the reasons I don't reach out to him directly ever. I never have, never DM'd him on Instagram hoping for a response, never. I've never even reached out to anyone on his team trying to get the conversation very candid with him, which I think it would be. I even barely reached out to guys in the top 10 or top 15. Only recently started pushing myself more to do that. And I, even in my intro messages to them, preemptively say something like, you might think I'm some idiot. You might not be totally wrong.
Yes.
But, I think this would be a good conversation and give it a shot. And I've been surprised. I've been ignored by a few, but some said, I've seen your stuff. Generally a fan, no problem. I was actually really blown away. This YouTube channel, Levitov Chess, the Russian chess channel, and I think the last name of the guy is the name of the channel is named after Ilya Levitov, who has some sort of managerial role in the Russian Chess Federation. And this channel has interviewed some of the greatest players of all time. They have interviews with modern best Russian players and Kasparov, Karpov, Kramnik, you name these guys from Russian chess. It's history, it's unbelievable. I just thought this was a channel of just unbelievably well respected chess players and legion of fans that were longtime chess fans. And I mentioned them very briefly in a YouTube video. And that little clip went into their next community event. And the founder of the channel went on this 2-minute beautiful description of why he liked me and how he only watched my channel as a beginner and how I have a natural voice and how if I talked about cards I would have 100 million subscribers. Just all this really kind stuff that in my mind I thought was either undeserved or I just never fathomed that.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly should not feel as deserved. You should have humility about that kind of stuff. But I think that is the thing that works over time. It's like reputation spreads, which is like if one person likes you and they tell other people, it kind of spreads. And over time, you have one conversation with a top 10, like a super grandmaster, and they say nice things about you, and it just kind of spreads. Because I've been very surprised in all walks of life. Like, this really gets me. This makes me happy, honestly, because like people ask me like how I get guests and so on, and it just seems honestly just be a good person and like a real person and honest. It just kind of spreads the word of mouth.
So even coming here, I almost didn't reach out. I had seen you. I'd never talked to a chess person, and I've watched some of the things start to finish, especially if the guest I'm really interested in, like George St. Pierre, I'll watch that guy do whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I'll watch him do basically anything.
Yeah,
make an omelet or something.
Yeah, I love listening to him. Some of the other things I've listened to as well, and I noticed that to me, you obviously and Joe are the two biggest podcasters. I don't know if that's like factual. I don't know if some influencer has some podcasts, but you guys interview folks that I listen to more often than anybody else. And when Magnus came on, that's amazing. You know, I don't even know how I would reach out to someone like you. It just seems like a limb, like climbing a mountain. And then a couple days later, and I even in that episode wanted to write, but I didn't know how. Like, do I make a YouTube comment? I don't want that. I'm like a cloud chasing on the Magnus episode. Then we talked about Teslas, and I said, "Oh, what's this? I shouldn't overthink it."
Yeah.
Like, you know, I just said, "All right, fuck it. I'll just write a comment." And you're like, "Yeah, I'd love to have you on." I was shocked. You responded just within a couple hours or something.
Yeah, I loved it, man. I mean, it was an honor. It was a good way to connect. I also like on live streams. I try to resist commenting, but I'll watch some even smaller channels. I think I'll get super excited about them and connect in that way. There's an intimacy to that. And YouTube is beautiful. I don't know anything about Twitch. Maybe it's similar to them. But YouTube has, there's an intimacy. Like, especially if it's live. I don't know what that is. But if it's live, they're like right there. You can just like reach out and say hello.
Yeah,
cool. It's like really, I don't know. I'm just happy to live in this time where you can connect with people in that way. There's an intimacy. That's why I love podcasts too. I listen to people and I feel like they're my friend. It's cool. It's a cool feeling. It makes you feel less lonely in this world. Like you have a lifelong companion, especially like people that do a podcast for many, many years. Like you've gone through all the ups and downs of life together. With a creator, with a podcast, or with anything. It's cool. I don't know. It makes it's surprisingly intimate, one-way friendships. Maybe from nature, I don't know.
There's some negatives that people definitely describe. The word that gets used a lot is parasocial. You think the viewer will think that the streamer or the YouTuber knows them or owes them something or they have a bigger connection than they do.
But yeah, you know what? Actually, sorry to interrupt. I have to look. Maybe you can explain to me. I've heard this term parasocial a lot. I'm meaning to look it up. Might as well look it up while in live.
Yeah,
sure. Parasocial interaction (PSI) refers. Is this a new term? Because I have just started hearing it like the last
I think it's
year.
Yeah.
Parasocial interaction (PSI) refers to a kind of psychological relationship experienced by an audience in their mediated encounters with performance in the mass media, particularly on television and on online platforms. Viewers or listeners come to consider media personalities as friends, despite having no or limited interaction with. Oh shit, that's a term for a thing I've been referring to. Interesting. The term was coined by Donald Horton and Richard Wall in 1956.
Wow. When there was like almost very limited media, huh?
I guess TV and radio and stuff. Yeah. Parasocial interaction and exposure that gamers interested in persona become a parasocial relationship after repeated exposure to media. Yeah, okay, what's the downside? Bro, what's okay.
Oh well, I can tell you the downside. The downside is people thinking they're in relationships with streamers and stalking them. That's
Or the stalking part, but the relationship is like, I mean, okay, you mean like actual relationship, like waking up and saying, "How are you doing?" Like in your head to them. Yeah, no, but that might be an extension. More like, yeah, getting mad they don't respond to you in
anytime you're in the stream, or that convincing yourself the other person wants you and you need to go to them, so you need to find where they are. Like this has happened. Some of the biggest female streamers have reported that they get stalked and harassed for months, and that's born out of this. This, on a very small scale, is you come into a stream every so often and give an update about your academic career. That's not so bad. I was going to mention, I've streamed on Twitch for years, and I watched people have kids. People will come in over the course of months and say, "Hey, man, I just took the bar exam. Yo, man, like, I'm having my first kid." And that's crazy. That's amazing.
Yeah.
But if they do it in a healthy way, that's one thing. But
there's always gonna be downsides, but most of it is beautiful, man.
Yes.
I have I guess parasocial relationships with people that take it a little too far, but it's all love.
you also have a fundamental belief and hope in people to be good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I've been, I haven't gotten in trouble with it yet.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Me too. I've interacted with plenty of people in person, and no one's been negative. So
Yeah. And I've even gone to a war zone.
heck yeah.
There hasn't been, people have been very, I don't know, people have only surprised me in the positive direction, in the depth of the capacity they have for compassion. Okay, so now we're in this weird place with cheating. Can I ask you a question about how it's possible to cheat? Like if you and I, the conversation you're gonna have with Magnus, we're gonna play chess. We're trying to figure out how he, what are the different ways do you think? Over the board chess, what are the ways you cheat? Yeah.
That's where I lose the thread because I don't know.
See, that's what I immediately went to. Was like the engineering challenge of cheating.
Right. Well, because that's
Like how
you're good at that. I mean, you're not good at creating cheating in over the board situations. I'm just saying your brain works differently. I just choose to not even. Like, I can't entertain that. I can come up with some bullshit, but it's not going to be anywhere.
Oh, your mind is not like immediately attracted to pulling at that thread of like, how would you fuck with the system?
Yeah, my mind stops at, that would have to be a really sophisticated thing, and that's it. It doesn't go any further. My brain every day thinks about the best way to compartmentalize chess into a digestible format and put it out into content.
Chess.
That's what I think.
On the board, chess, not cheating.
Yeah, I just think about YouTube. I just think about that. That's currently where my mind is fully focused. I'm also working on like a book. So
that's what you think.
yes.
See, for me, because I built chess engines that without understanding chess much, as like as anyone does who's interested in AI, you build all kinds of systems that do all kinds of stuff. And chess is just an easy game. Like it starts with Othello, goes up to chess and Go. It's just a great benchmark, a great place to explore different AI algorithms, from search to machine learning and so on. But to me, cheating is like it's a similar kind of idea as, well, if I make it a board instead of 8 by 8, it's 10 by 10. Like how does it change things? And with cheating, it's almost like expanding the engineering challenge of chess out into the real world. To me, okay, so just allow me. I know cheating is slogan everything, but Stockfish, AI engine, and human working together in interesting ways. You forget chess, just machine and human working together to expand the capability of the human is really fascinating. That's like a beautiful thing to me. Of course, purely for the chess game, it ruins the game.
Yeah.
But I just like thinking of how AI can interact with the human in ways that is frictionless, like like Neuralink brain computer interfaces the dream of directly connecting the human brain to AI system.
The problem in this case is I don't think the human and the AI are interacting together. The AI dominates. The human is just the mechanism that makes the moves.
I actually played, if I may, maybe I need your advice on this. I thought, and I told myself I won't do it, and then a friend of mine said, and a couple of friends, and both of them are previous guests in this podcast, told me I definitely need to do it, which is, connect. So I already have for the chess arm that I built. This computer vision on the chessboard is able to extract from vision um, the way you do optical character recognition, extract the board. So I was gonna just build that cheating system, demonstrate it with. The reason I thought it was interesting. So something we didn't mention is I don't know who started this rumor, but the rumor started that it might have been like anal beads. That
Yeah.
I don't know who started this, but I do know that Elon magnified it.
My username was dead center in that thing that he retweeted, which was hilarious to me.
You're using it. Oh, what do you mean?
Like
For tweet.
he retweeted the clip, but also the copy pasta, like the paragraph that was like describing the whole anal beads theory, and dead center in the middle of that paragraph is as Gotham Chess says. And the worst part about it was I was literally tagged, so it was as user slash Gotham Chess says. So every time that paragraph gets posted on Reddit, I get tagged. Getting posted a lot. So yes, but yes, he tweeted.
And then there's also the funny thing, which I really love, the weirdest, most entertaining thing. Was that part of the same thing where, like, plot twist, Magnus has been using AOB this whole time. That's how he got. Yeah. I love that so much. Okay. But anyway, there's a. I quickly realized that there is. I have to admit that I know not much about sex toys. And then I quickly realized that there's a lot of sex toys that have Bluetooth capability that you can interact with. So it's very easy to connect Stockfish to sex toys.
Actually,
Well, actually, yeah. So apparently that's a popular thing. Like a lot of sex toys are Bluetooth enabled, so you can communicate with them. So this is actually pretty trivial to do. Not trivial, but But then, and then in fact, there's several libraries. One of them is really active, called this is on GitHub, friends. It's in Rust, but I think there's Python wrappers. It's called Bug Plug. It's the name of the library that communicates with. It supports a bunch of different devices, like a bunch of different like vibrators and all that kind of stuff. Then I looked at the kind of vibrators it supports, and they're all like creepy looking. I mean, like it doesn't have. I don't know. It felt too dirty, you know. Like there's a line. I was like, it's just not gonna. Because the reason I like that kind of stuff is I like the joke of it that ultimately is somehow educational. Because to me, I really care about AI, and this is a cool little project to do. It's pretty easy to share. Yeah, but I was thinking about doing it. At first, I said no. It kind of feels dirty. But then the aforementioned friend said no, you should definitely do it. I like the heater. Who's your test subject? No, we wouldn't test it. Well, I'm sure that people would sign up, right? I just went on the table, like show the vibrations, like you're basically converting. Now it's not. I'm not obviously a grandmaster. You have to say everything. I feel like no, you don't. You could say the square. You don't have to say the piece. The human will fill in the gap. No, a good human chess player. I can't. Oh, that's the point I wanted to make. Is like, for me, I would like to know the actual move I need to make. Yeah. So I need the full information. Right. So I have to convert the bishop c5 whatever to Morse code, which is a lot of vibration. Yes, exactly. But it still works. It's hilarious and fun. So I was thinking about doing it, but because it's pretty easy to do. It would be just like a fun exercise. I love a mix of technical rigor and humor. This is the perfect project for that. Right, exactly.
Yeah, this was born, I think, out of a user comment in a Twitch stream. So I thought it was born on Reddit, this theory, but I think Eric Hansen was streaming Chazbra, and someone in his chat made that joke, and he read it out loud. That was the first time it was read out loud. And then somebody clipped it, and it became international news. Like, have you followed how big the traction got on this anal beads thing? It was covered by every major news network, late night talk show, Trevor Noah, Stephen Colbert, international news in countries like China, where I would have never thought that they would report about anal beads. Yeah.
What was the tonality of it? Was it seen as a joke? Or did they say there's a cheating scandal?
I think it
How
was
you could mention anal beads?
I think literally anal beads. Like just
Accused?
accused
Just
denies cheating with anal beads, which he never did. He never denied cheating with anal beads. It was a joke internet theory.
That was him. I was leaving it to.
Yeah, I can't imagine that. I don't know what the right thing for him to do is, but it's.
He's not touching this thing.
Oh, I've talked about it. I don't say the words anal beads in my YouTube videos.
Yeah,
I'll say
you don't.
beads though. Yeah, I'll. The thing is,
Do you think I should do the code thing?
sure, yeah, I think it would be hilarious if you find a way to do it. Yeah, you can show that it is possible to theoretically vibrate via Bluetooth chess moves, and if someone shoves it up their ass, that was another joke. Okay, they offered you to play naked. They're gonna make you spread your cheeks.
Yeah, I didn't understand why naked solved the problem. I think it doesn't have to be naked. I don't think naked is enough.
Yeah.
Okay, some questions from Reddit. Ask Levy if he deep down hates his audience.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. I have a love-hate relationship with the chess subreddit.
Yeah.
So that's why some of those questions were going to be tough. I have a love-hate relationship.
Do you think that's a tough question, or is that come from a place of love?
Very, very tough to say. Very tough to say.
Love and hate, like they're basically next door neighbors on Reddit. I feel like
Correct.
they oscillate very quickly between each other.
Yes. So Reddit chess specifically, I think, is mostly folks who are around before the chess boom. So the chess
This is the chess subreddit, so I think.
Yeah. So a lot of them have been around for 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, even more. And I think the average age on Reddit is lower than the average age on the chess subreddit. I think the chess subreddit is beyond the age of 20, maybe even 25. Like a lot of folks there are
ancient people. They're
basically,
20s.
yeah, I mean, not 15 or 16. Anarchy chess is younger, so anarchy chess is basically chess memes.
That's a subreddit.
Yes, you got it. Yeah, anarchy chess. It's great. A lot of stupid memes on there.
Did they like you or no? Or is it
They did until my crypto sponsorship, which is a separate combo that I'm more than happy to have. Yeah, so my relationship with the Reddit chess subreddit is tough because my content on YouTube stops at a certain point with them. They can't learn from me because I'm tailoring to 95% of my audience, which is about 1700 and below. And I have a lot of content where I jokingly make fun of low-rated players. And everyone's in on it, and we all have fun. And I laugh at myself a ton. As you can even see in this conversation. But just like you mentioned with clips and out of context things, folks have already formed a perception of my personality. There's nothing I can do to win them back. And I think the dominant percentage of the loudest
I was
folks on the
listening to
chess
a
subreddit,
podcast.
they have a certain perception of me. It's
Hearing
not going to change. You have
lectures
something
are part
like
of
cryptocurrency sponsorship, which
my required
people on Reddit just in general are relatively negative on the subject. Is going to start, snowballing
studying
more and more. So if you ever look up a thread of should I buy a Gotham
be more
course,
proficient
and it's on Reddit chess,
in
just say no. Everyone's calling it a
my-
scam, overpriced.
I heard a lot of really positive stuff. I don't know where. On Reddit in general.
About
education.
me?
Yeah.
You might have been looking for it. You might have not been looking for negative things. And
I was looking for like best educators online, like that kind of stuff.
I'll it might have not been Reddit chess. I'll be
should
totally
be
honest
able
with you.
to
If
listen
you ever
to
go there and look
lectures
for something like
with
best
my camera
recaps or best
without being accused
educational
of
content
intentionally
for intermediate,
sleeping on
I'm not
camera.
mentioned. I
Period.
might not be mentioned because
I
I'm already
did not
expected to be on
intentionally
the list.
sleep on
They
camera,
just kind of want
comma.
to generally shout
I
out
was
smaller
listening
traders.
to
Totally fine with that.
lectures, which
And I'm not even
I
going
feel
on this whole
should
explanation
be
because I want
allowed.
to win folks back. It's just sort of the reality of the situation. A lot of my stuff is really clickbaity, and I'm playing the YouTube game.
Yeah.
They don't want that.
Do you ever feel like a limit or a tension between your creativity and the YouTube algorithm? Like, do you feel like it has negative effects on you?
Yeah. I want to cover more in-depth stuff in a 30-minute video that I think is super useful to people. It's only going to get 60,000 views.
And you feel, why is that a bad thing? Is it good? Is it good to mix it up?
Yes, it's good to mix it up, but I make a video a day. I make one bad video. The other videos suffer. And then if I make two videos that underperform, the rest of the videos don't get pushed out as much. Your earnings can go down 40% day to day, which doesn't happen in other careers. And if I ever want to supplement, if I ever want to make a very instructional video, I try to do it in a very fun way. So something like 8 of Magnus Carlsen's best endgames. You can still learn a ton, but the concept of the video is going to be different. Like I try to still teach things, but in more interesting and exciting ways. Like the guy who was scammed for $1 million, Alexei Shirov, was basically promised the world championship. If he won his match, he won his match. He didn't get a world championship. So there's still stuff in there you can learn, and you can. My goal is just you click on the video, you learn something, and you enjoy yourself. That's it.
Get people to click on it by any means necessary. But once they're there, have quality stuff they can learn. Yeah, man, I wish. So I have zero expression, but I also really, really, like I turn off views and all that kind of stuff. I don't pay attention to any of that. But I wish YouTube would the algorithm would include how good the video is, like beneficial for people's long-term well-being in the calculation. I actually really hate the fact that they turned off dislikes.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
Because now I don't know the difference between for tutorials specifically. Like I don't know what's a good chess video or not, or what's a good review or not.
Yeah.
I mean, it emphasizes following certain people more than do you trust the creator, but man, I really don't know
Welcome,
what's a good
welcome.
video or not. Essentially,
How are you?
What's up, Rabbi?
Just watching podcasts. How about you, big dog?
Just playing my game. I got my car stuck, so I'm just waiting for the break.
Almost no views.
All right, man. Well, feel free to play in here if you want to share your screen. I'll
Some
watch.
Some people who are just focused on the quality.
But I got my fucking car stuck. I gotta call the cops. They had to take me home.
All right.
Yeah, it sucks.
Did it get stuck in the snow or something?
No, I was drifting. I was drifting at the state park, and I fucked up. Then I fucking went into the grass, and then it went like a foot into the ground.
You didn't get arrested or anything?
Huh?
You didn't get in trouble or anything?
No, the officer came by. He didn't ask for my license or insurance. He just said, like, "Are you okay?" And it's like, was 20 degrees outside, so he said he will take me home.
Wow, you got very fortunate and ran into a really cool police officer.
Yeah, the cops are cool around here. We just sat down and just talked about guns, different models of guns.
Well, there you go, my man.
He's a pretty chill officer. I'm just glad he took me home because I called my family and they said they weren't able to come and help me until the morning.
Wow.
Because it was like 3 o'clock. Because it was 3 o'clock in the morning and everyone was asleep.
Yeah, so are you going to get your car later today?
Yeah, I have to go pick it up or it's going to get towed.
Right. All right, well, glad that everything's okay with you.
Yeah. I just came in because I'm just, I got banned out of the fucking chill zone.
Yeah, join the club, man. Why'd you get banned?
So, dude, this is gonna fucking sound stupid, but someone was posting porn inside the whiteboard, and I was blamed for it because the moderators were doing it, and I was blamed for it.
Dude, literally 20 seconds before you came in here, I just checked on my chill zone ban. I got banned because they said I was advertising when I'd been in there for months, like many, many months, and I've never said anything in there. I've never made any comments about my links or anything, but somebody just goes to my account and thinks that it's too much advertising, then I get banned. And so I've been banned there before, and I've appealed. Did you appeal your ban?
Not yet. I'm going to later. Hopefully I can get appealed.
Yeah. So I appealed my ban one time, and they let me right back in. They were really cool about it. And then this most recent time, the reason why I got banned was it was called advertising bot. Now, I don't know what they consider an advertising bot, but my camera's on. I'm like more a real person than most any other people in Socialize because you can see what I'm doing at any given time. You can see I'm a real person. And so I appealed it, and most recently, and my appeal was rejected because they said I did not take accountability for my actions. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to take accountability for being a bot because I'm not. If I'm a robot, then I would take accountability for it, but I'm not. So I don't understand how you want me to take accountability for something that I'm not. And I haven't heard back yet. I looked. The last time they did a mass, like they do a thing where they let people see when they've been banned and unbanned, and the last people who were unbanned were like on the 21st. So I'll just keep trying. I don't think I'll have too much of an issue getting back in there, but if they don't want me in there, I understand. But it's like, all right, whatever. Things happen.
Well, I don't understand that server because, like, for the amount of shit that goes on in that server, they just get rid of like trolls and people like you, but they won't get rid of the actual fucking problem.
Yeah, you know? I mean, one person's advertising is another person's name. Like what? Like some people. Like if I change my name to be Google Viral Rabbi in YouTube or something like, or search Viral Rabbi in YouTube. Okay, to some people that's not what my name is in there, but to some people that's advertising. To other people that's a name. And in the same way, if I just go in there with the name Rabbi Rothschild, that's my name. And then if you want to click on it and dig through all my shit and you consider it advertising, one person considers it advertising, another person doesn't. I see this happen all the time where people will have like a Discord in their profile How is that not advertising? You're advertising another Discord. But yet they'll let that happen. But when I say, hey, join my Discord or, search me in YouTube, that's considered advertising. However, that isn't really clear in their rules. They say, do not advertise in the VCs or in the chat, which I'm not. I'm not DMing people. I'm not saying, hey, check me out. I'm not typing that. If you want to click on my profile, that's on you. And that's how I kind of feel. I can put whatever I want in my profile. So I actually even said to their in my most recent appeal, both times, I said, tell me what you want me to change and I will. I mean, I'll be as flexible as you want me to be. And I can't stand some of the times. I know like many of these moderators are. I mean, they're unpaid people who get power trips, and they're anonymous, so you can't see who they are. You can't take action against them. You can't complain about them. I mean, I have been banned, I think, in more discourse than perhaps anyone on earth. And one thing that I find interesting, a lot of times actually when I'm banned, I will appeal the ban. And sometimes people will be like, I get banned all the time without any warning as well. And there's a reason why they have warnings, like, hey, we think that you're advertising or something like that. But no, instead it's just you were in good graces with them, and then all of a sudden you're done. And I feel like, hey, you could have warned me. And so I'll say in my appeal, like, please talk to the moderator who banned me and tell them that they should give somebody a warning because of this. And many times that's when I get like a full-on permanent ban. For the rest of my life, because some random individual in 2024 or 2023 or 2022 who might not even be in the Discord anymore assumes that I was advertising and then wants to ban me. It's absolutely ridiculous that you get a permanent ban for life. I don't understand that. So
You're just saying facts, bro.
Right. It's just how I feel. It's been my experience.
Okay, that's just that community, bro. They're sensitive, right? If you, like you said, they're power trips. Like, they're sensitive and they have power trips.
Right. And it's a very large server, and so I understand that they go through a lot of shit. But in such a large server, that's why you have warnings. That's why you have a lot of moderators who can warn people before it's just you're done. And another interesting thing to me is that I was streaming in there for like 3 months before, 24/7. Never an issue. But then all of a sudden it became an issue. I didn't do anything differently. Why wasn't it an issue 3 months ago? Why is it an issue now? And what ends up happening is just, I've heard it happen many times. You get two people who are like, or one person is just like, what's this person always doing streaming in there? And then somebody will be like, oh, I don't know. They're always in there when I see them. And then somebody will just be bored and be like, well, why don't we ban them? And then it's like, okay, well, and then a moderator's like, yeah, well, if you guys want me to ban them, I'll ban them. And then they ban you. And it's like, it all happened because of one random ass person. This happened to me very recently in a very big server known as Memology. It had 700,000 people in it. And I was in there for 2 days. And one guy just added me and said, yo, do you know you've been streaming in here for 2 days? It's like, dog, that's nothing. I've been live in Aiden Ross's stream for like 6 months. And then all of a sudden I got banned. And I said to the guy who added me, I'm like, hey, dude, just so you know, thanks for that. It got me banned. He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you brought attention to me that you didn't like me streaming in there, or at least you found the behavior odd, and that triggered a moderator to ban me for life, permanently. And he's like, oh, man, he was really, really nice. He was like, is there anything I can do? I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Like, I was just bored and making a comment, basically. And it's like, yeah, I understand. People don't realize that the system that's currently in place of just banning someone permanently is somewhat too harsh. I mean, I almost feel like you should have to get a warning or something like that to be able to change your behavior. Because how do you know if you're doing something wrong if you don't get warned about it?
True. So how was work today? I don't know if you went to work.
I don't work. I don't need to work.
Oh, shit. I thought you worked for those one companies.
I do when I need to. But yeah, I mean, also it's Sunday, so normally I wouldn't work on a Sunday either. I don't work on the weekend. Um, but yeah, I don't. If I need to work, I'll pick up a project. But if I am doing okay financially, I don't work. And I
Shit,
have
if you don't mind me asking, how are you financially?
I'm comfortable right now because I made a good amount of money this summer, and I can live on that till perhaps into next year. And then um, a lot of times I don't want to say I'll turn down work, but people will come to me. They'll see the previous work that I've done for people, and they will offer me, you know, thousands of dollars to work on a project for them. So, like an example, I know, like I'm sponsored by cryptocurrencies or actually multiple cryptocurrencies, and I am live in their Telegram. So a lot of random people come into the Telegram and are like, "Hey, you're always in here." I'm like, "Yep," and they understand that I live stream my life and that I'm very good with social media. And a lot of times, guys are just wanting to start a cryptocurrency. So um, they have the developer to be able to do everything on the back end, but they don't know how to market it. And so, depending if it's a friend of mine, I'll do it for hundreds of dollars. If it's a random client, it'll be thousands of dollars. And basically, I can make thousands of dollars in like 48 hours. And the way that I do it,
And that's how you get your free cryptos through that.
yeah, they give me crypto as well. In addition, I mean, there's a community that just they give me cryptocurrency, and so I've got a nice wallet from that. I'm not even including that in what I make. I mean, I make money, U.S. dollars, from these companies. So, or these projects. So what they'll do is they will they'll be like, "Hey, will you market our coin for us?" And I'll say, "Sure." So what I do is I create 20 different social media accounts for them. Everything from a Gmail account to a YouTube account to a Twitch account to a TikTok account to a Flickr account to a Snapchat account to a Rumble account, a Kick account. I'll create um, Instagram accounts for them, a Facebook account for them, a Facebook group for them. I will create Discord accounts for them. I'll create a Discord for them. Basically, I have packages that I give to people, but um, generally, I think that there's like 20 different of the mainstream social media platforms that are out there. So then what I do is I use AI to create some videos for them to market their coin. So I just generally like create a cool short little clip with a really popular song behind it and then post that on all of their social media that I've created. And within a week, they have gone from not being found on the internet to having every top position when you Google their name. So, for instance, like let's say you wanted a coin that was just a Mike coin. Okay, great. And I would say, all right, are you sold on the name Mike coin? Yep, I want that coin. That's my coin. Okay, great. So then I will find one username that works on all the different platforms. So Mike coin, or let's say we can't get Mike coin on everything. So then we'll find like MikeCoin.eth or the Mike coin or whatever it is, and we'll make sure it is unified on all the different platforms. And then when you type that in, my goal is that you are the top 10 results in Google. And I'll give people a link tree. I'll make sure that they have um, a website if they need. I mean, I go into website packages too. But yeah, I mean, just doing that for someone over the course of like, it takes me like 24 to 48 hours, yields thousands of dollars. And then on top of that, I get cryptocurrency just from people who want to be nice people, and that's cool too. So I don't think. I mean, you never know; things can happen, but I'm hope that I don't have to work until, well, at least until perhaps next year, sometime in the meantime, I'll have somebody who says, "Hey, I want you to do for me what you did for the Mike coin or something like that," and I will see what their budget is, and if it is something that I'm interested in and I want to align with, I'll hop on it. I don't say that I do every single project that people with which people approach me, but I'm pretty open to doing just about anything to market people's coins. And then once these people have their coins marketed, they see an immediate impact of like 10x, 100x, 1000x, depending on the coin, because all these people start finding it in search engines and Instagram and YouTube and all that other stuff. And so it's a very good investment for them.
That's smart. Okay, I gotta ask one question when it comes to your crypto ventures. How you know, like a lot of those are just gonna get rug pulled, right? Like probably a lot of the ones you advertise are just gonna get rug pulled, like within like a week after you doing all that, right?
Yeah.
You acknowledge that, right?
Well, the ones that I've done have not, surprisingly. I've known the developers for them, and so they're long-term investors. I mean, I understand that many cryptocurrencies do have rug pulls, and I wouldn't be against helping one that was in their own way if they just said, look, this might be a rug pull or it might be really successful. We don't know what's going to happen. All right, that's any cryptocurrency. But the ones that I've been with now for, I mean, like I've been live in one of their telegrams for more than a year and a half or so. And, that one's worth $300 million. So it's certainly not a rug pull. Another one that I did this summer is worth about $15 million, which when I started with it, it wasn't anything. So that certainly wasn't a rug pull. And then I've done some for friends that I don't know if they ever at any point really had an opportunity to be really, really big, but they've gone to pretty close to $1 million, and it's just like one person on their end. So I've been fortunate. I haven't had any projects, at least of which I've been a part, that have been absolute rug pulls. But I do know those exist, certainly.
Nice.
Yeah.
At least you're honest about it. Most people would just like come up with 5 different excuses of how like the projects aren't rug pulls. At least you're like honest.
Yeah, I would. I mean, that's kind of the name of the game when it comes to cryptocurrency. That at any given time you can get a whale who can come in and manipulate the market and then pull out. That can always happen, and I'm fine with still helping those kinds of projects. See, when people call these things rug pulls, that's fine, but I'm a very, very long-term investor. I mean, you've heard me talk before. I talk about life extension technology and mind uploading technology. I think every coin that's been a rug pull is potentially in the future going to be very successful. Every single one of them. And here's why. Here's why.
To a coin?
Pardon me? Talk to a coin I think can be a major, major successful coin. Here's why. It's almost to me playing out perfectly as a coin. Everybody who doesn't know anything about cryptocurrency sees a chart and they see a red candle and they assume it's a rug pull. But they don't see this for the long-term investment. And I see it like this. Haley Welch is a big-time podcaster already. She's a social media phenomenon. And she's like in her early 20s right now. Wait till she's in her early 30s, her early 40s, her early 50s. And she's become the girl next door who just made a quick little TikTok, or it was in a TikTok interview. And now she may be in movies someday. She may have her own television show someday. And that cryptocurrency that everyone considered a rug pull back in the day may actually be very, very lucrative because it was essentially seen as a rug pull. So why not make it very, very successful?
I see what you mean. I can see where that's coming from.
Yeah, that's how the internet is. They love a comeback story, or the internet loves a comeback story. And they love Haley Welch. And so it makes a lot of sense to me that, I mean, it wasn't even like a giant rug pull. It was like to be expected. I think if you didn't know anything about cryptocurrency, then you would think, oh, okay, well, this is a really great investment. And then you put all your money into it thinking that you're going to double or triple or quadruple it within a week or two, and then you're going to pull the rug on it. But no, if you're a long-term investor and you realize that cryptocurrency, if you give it 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, you may see a 10x, 100x, 1000x from it. If you just give it time, I think it's an excellent investment, especially when you are insulating yourself from inflation and you realize that the United States dollar has 1/100th of the buying power that it originally did in 1913. When you really start to realize that the dollar isn't that strong and that some of these cryptocurrencies do have the opportunity to be very strong, especially in long term, I still think that they're good investments. In fact, if I was into buying cryptocurrencies, because I'm not, people just give them to me. But if I were into buying them, I would buy Hawk Tua right now, after it's already been run. Why? Because I could get a ton of it for absolutely nothing and sit on it for 10 years. I bet it's worth something.
That is, you know what? I can see where you're coming from, but I just feel like, I don't know. I watch CoffeeZilla. That's where I get the information from.
Yep, I saw that interview, and I've watched CoffeeZilla interviews as well. I think he does a great job for trying to find corruption within the cryptocurrency world. But I almost think that this could have been planned. So let's say we're just behind the scenes, and you're the Haley Welch person, and I say, look, Mike, we're going to start the Mike coin. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to use all your social media to get everybody to know about it, and we know that it's going to be a rug pull. We know that we're going to get some whales in there who are just going to give it a huge market cap and then have that market cap collapse within a short amount of time. But guess what? Everybody's going to know about our cryptocurrency. And then from there, we ensure that we hold on to our bags for 5 or 10 years. And over time, it's going to continue to grow. And we keep buying more and more of it as much as we can. And as Haley Welch becomes a bigger figure in the investment world or in the social media world as an influencer, her coin will continue to have power. And just like you, I would say the same thing with you. So Mike, we would say you're going to be a really big influencer for the next 10, 20, 30 years. So we're going to plan for this rug pull. And all you have to do is for a few weeks, take some of the backlash. But the thing is, everybody's going to write about our coin. Before this was a woman or even college girl or whatever, who didn't have a lot of money, didn't have a lot of education, and basically had 15 minutes of fame. Well, what's the next thing that she did? Then she started a podcast. Okay, that gave her 16 minutes of fame. All right, well, now she had a rug pull. That gives her 17 minutes of fame. It is prolonging her career at this point, and I think that's a smart strategy. So if I were someone to invest in cryptocurrencies myself, I think that Hawk Tua coin still has a lot of opportunity. People just haven't given it a long-term analysis. I look at it like this. Have you ever had something in your house that is basically like junk? Like, I don't know, an old lamp or an old phone or just something that you don't consider valuable. Have you ever had something like that?
Something like that. I want to say valuable like that. I have trading cards. That's the only thing I can think of.
Perfect example. All right, so you've got trading cards. And maybe you bought them within the last 10, 20 years, and maybe they've gone up in value, maybe they've gone down in value. Okay, fine. But look at them when they're 50 years old, 100 years old. Eventually, they get to a certain level where they become antiques. And once something becomes an antique, then it has extreme value. And your trading cards will have extreme value. And so will cryptocurrency. So will NFTs. A lot of people say, oh, I bought this NFT for thousands of dollars and it's worth pennies now. And then they sell it. That's the dumbest thing you can do. Hold on to that NFT for as long as you can, because it will be seen as digital art. And the fact that it was a 2024 NFT will give it value. in 20 years or 30 years. It'll be one of the earliest NFTs that were ever available. And that's, to me, it's the somewhat like an antique philosophy, in the same way that assets age, they go up in value if given enough time. And then you get into, they become of extreme wealth once they become artifacts. They move from antiques to artifacts. And in the crypto world, 10 to 20 years will make these things go from antiques to artifacts. So that's how I feel on the matter. And thus, anybody who thinks that a rug pull has occurred with the hop to a coin or similar coins, I think they're just looking at it over the course of the past 2 months. And I look at it over 2 decades. I still wouldn't give up on that coin.
Okay. So it's just a long-term investment
Absolutely.
for you.
As it should be. And look, if anybody wants to make a quick buck, well, then there are ways to do it within cryptocurrency, but it's a lot easier to have major gains if you have the opportunity to hold on to it for a long period of time. What game are you playing?
Yeah. I guess you're like you're more in a position where you can at least like hold all the coin. You don't even buy it, so you don't spend your crypto. So yeah,
Exactly.
actually,
And that makes me the ultimate holder. People love me because they know that if they give me their coin, I won't sell it. And the fact that I won't sell it means that I'm a diamond hand holder. Basically, I am a valuable person to have their coin because I'm a long-term investor. And that means that when people look at their coin and see how many holders that they have, they see that these holders hold on to it for a long period of time. I'm the best kind of investor that they could want.
get my ass kicked so far.
What game are you playing?
It's doing so good. Naruto Storm.
There you go.
It's a fighting game.
Sure.
So I'll stream it for you. Just give me a second.
Take your time, man.
Get my head. Oh, that's bullshit.
To this in defining the sort of the creative energy of our whole civilization.
Yeah.
The youth.
Not just chess.
When do you go to chess box against Derek Rosen? This is a question from Reddit. Chess box. You said your hands are all messed up.
Yeah.
Are you training for something or a regular thing?
So I also just remembered we never talked about Hikaru, so I can talk about Rosen and Hikaru in the same chess boxing.
Is this your McGregor like shit talk segment?
No. Eric Rosen is actually a close friend of mine. I probably have 5 of those, and he just so happens to be not just a chess streamer, but we talked about buying homes, and we've talked about he's stayed at my place. He took my wedding photos. I flew him to New York and paid for all his stuff just so he could hang out with my wife and I and take some 6 a.m. photos in the sun in the park. So,
he looks familiar.
Yeah. So he's a good friend of mine. Now, in terms of chess boxing is this really fascinating sport where you have boxing, you also have chess, and you have rounds. You start a chess game with a clock. That segment itself lasts for a couple of minutes. They put the board away and pause the clock, whatever the time situation is, and you box for a minute. And that keeps going on. I don't know how it works in terms of the time expiring, meaning in fighting, there's judges that just tell you how the fight was going, right? Here, I don't know who wins and how. Like, do you win you can win by knockout, you can win by checkmate, or their clock can run out on the chessboard. But is there
judges?
Who Was there a round limit? Like, does this just go on and on and on and on? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought it was like 12 rounds, right? Isn't this a thing in Russia?
It's a big thing in the UK.
UK?
Yeah, UK, I don't know why. And there's a lot of YouTuber events just for boxing. YouTubers just learn to box, and then they just box. No chess. They just straight up box each other. Like Jake Paul, for example. You ever gonna get Jake Paul in here?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. I feel like there's so many different guests have been mentioned. Yeah, Jake Paul would be a fun guest, but he's obviously the biggest scammer. He's legitimately boxing people. But chess players never going to learn to box to that level. All of us are starting basically from zero. And Rulado would talk to me behind the scenes, say, "Hey, how would you feel about being in a chess boxing match?" I said, "Okay, yeah, maybe. When is it going to be?" He said, 5 months from now. I've always wanted to train combat. I've weightlifted, I've done cardio, played
You said
basketball.
you're UFC fan.
Yeah, but
You admire fighting.
I would enjoy it. I just have a really bad lower back, and that makes a lot of different combat difficult. But I said, you know what, screw this. I'm going to contact a few local gyms.
Yeah.
And one of them, the guy emailing me back and forth, had actually watched my YouTube videos. So he was the first to respond. And he said, yeah, like, come in, do a couple classes, like, see how you feel. So first I did conditioning, which killed me because fighting conditioning, as you know, it kills you. It's completely different type of conditioning. But I felt good, and I really wanted to come back. And since July, I've been training 3-4 days a week.
Right.
Like,
I feel pretty good.
I love it.
Lower back feels good.
Lower everything, just the whole body got stronger.
So what you're saying is you gotta fuck up your car. Is he training?
I'm not fighting. So I talked to Eric about it, and the truth is we're both concerned about head trauma. I haven't actually sparred. I light sparring, shadow boxing, but I go there, I do personal training. I don't do a group class. I'm not fighting. I'm fighting the bag. I'm doing shadow boxing. My form is improving, but I haven't been punched. I get hit in the stomach, I get hit in the side with kicks. Nobody's punched me in the face yet. So I think we both were adequately concerned about that, and there was not some ridiculous amount of money on the table, so we decided it's just not worth pursuing.
How does Hikaru come into the picture?
Well,
He's a possible competitor.
people ask me all the time, who would you fight? People are like, Andrea Botas would kick your ass. That's a tough one because I can't. What am I going to say? I'm going to fight a woman who I'm larger than, and so I just have to take the L against anytime a woman is mentioned. That's fine. I'm like 0-6.
There's no winning that one.
Right, exactly. So I've lost to both Botases, Anna Rudolph, Anna Kremling. They're all chess creators.
Like hypothetically.
Yeah, I get it.
Hypothetical fight.
Yeah.
They've been training. I think Andrea's been training.
That's because an event got announced. This event that I was hypothetically going to be the main event against Eric Rosen.
Yeah.
It was
got announced.
Yeah.
And then you kind of thought maybe.
No, I knew once I declined to fight Eric that I would not be participating, and I even knew I knew who was going to be the main event because I was kind of offered both of those guys. So Amon Hamilton.
Is this still going on?
The chess boxing event will happen in December in Los Angeles. Yeah.
Nice. So who is the main?
It's Amon Hamilton, who's also Chess Bro. So they have a couple of guys as part of the Chess Bro channel. And Lawrence Trent. Lawrence Trent is a international master from England. I think he's done some boxing a little bit. He's a commentator, brash guy, right? Controversial guy, yeah. It's funny because Lawrence put out some videos, and I went, damn, I should have done this.
Yeah, I think it. But I mean, you're right. First of all, there's so many things to say. One of which is, if you want to take it seriously, it does pull you in. Train a lot. It's gonna affect the rest of your life.
Here we go.
And then it changes you. I think taking combat sports seriously changes you in good.
Very cool.
And there's negative costs to it, I think, because it's a whole nother thing, man. It's like doing marathon running or something. It really pulls you in.
Can you Naruto run in this?
It's a fighting game. So, I mean, yeah, we can dash stuff, but it's not what you think.
Yeah, I gotcha.
You ever watch?
Do I what?
Did you ever watch Naruto?
No.
No, it's a pretty good show. If you ever have the time, it's like 1,000+ episodes.
Oh wow, it's huge.
Yeah, it's not fucking One Piece huge. One Piece huge is like almost on 2,000 episodes.
Wow.
One Piece is just like they just go on different adventures and stuff. So after they're done with an adventure, they go on another one.
Very cool.
Did you ever like watch TV, or did you just grow up on YouTube and stuff?
No, they didn't have YouTube when I grew up, so I watched a lot of TV. Generally American television, starting with like the Cosby Show, Cheers, the Golden Girls, moving into things like Seinfeld, Frasier, Friends, then into like The Office, Parks and Recreation, also like Sex and the City, The Sopranos. Um,
So classic Johnny's.
yeah, definitely. In addition to like I Love Lucy and MASH and Gilligan's Island and all those kinds of shows. So I've watched a lot of television. What I haven't watched a lot of is anime. I don't know if people consider Family Guy anime. To me, it's just like a cartoon.
No, that's it. No, that's animation.
Yeah, exactly. What's the difference between anime and animation?
Art style.
All right. I would say that it's like
That's about it.
okay. And so The Simpsons and Family Guy, I've watched a lot of, especially
Oh
Family
wait, no. Okay. The Simpsons, like the Simpsons, the Family Guys, the adult American Dad. That's called adult animation.
Okay, well that's what I watch.
Yeah.
And
I love those shows.
same here. I was watching Family Guy earlier today. And then like when it comes to anime didn't really wasn't a major player in the United States until around I would say 2005 or so, maybe 2000 with like Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z and that kind of stuff. But I was already too old for that, and so when people ask me what's your favorite anime, I say, well, if you count Family Guy and The Simpsons and stuff, I guess that. But if most of the time they're like, no, Japanese anime or something, or Asian anime or something, then I say,
Man, I got one good show. You have Netflix, right?
I do not.
Oh, never mind.
I can get it though. I mean, whatever the show is, I go to F Movies and they have everything.
Yeah, it's called Arcane. It's such a good show. I think most people would like it.
Excellent.
It's based on a game.
Okay, I was gonna say, is there a game involved with that?
Yeah, you know League of Legends.
Yeah, I was just kicked out of their server earlier today.
You played League of Legends or not?
No, I was just in the community. Like I'd love to really get into a game, but I have a fear that if I do, I won't pay attention as much to my streams and all those other things. So I do my best to.
Nah, you could do both. Actually, that would be perfect for you doing both.
Well, I run into some issues. I have gamed. I've played Fortnite and some other things on stream. Generally, at least the computers that I have aren't super fast. I would rather personally have 10 different devices than one really good gaming laptop. So I've made that sacrifice. Now, I could go and buy one, but even still, you run into some issues when you game, especially depending on the audience or the people who participate and the language they use, and you can get in trouble for that. And there's no way to really get yourself out of it. So say, for instance, we're playing a game and somebody just comes in and starts saying some things that you're not allowed to say on Instagram or you're not allowed to say on YouTube. I can get in trouble for that. So then I have to leave the game and I don't have as much control over it. And just, generally I do my best to keep costs to a minimum. So I don't want to have just recurring subscriptions to gaming. And so I do play. I play a couple games actually, with some friends in here just about every night. Not every night, but just about every night. And we just play like miniature golf using this app. And then we'll also play card games and stuff. I mean, really the games that I like to play are pretty simple. I like chess. I like Go. I like simple board games. They don't have to be super complicated to me. And then the other games that I like, truthfully, I've said this to myself, I'm not going to game until Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. when Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out, I'll live on that device.
On God, dude, I'm living on it.
Right.
You know, it's not released on computers. It's only going to be released on consoles.
I figured that. Nevertheless, I'll get the newest Xbox that I need, and I'll get everything else that I need to be able to play that. And so, I've played them all. I've beaten them all. I've even beaten some of them. At least one, Grand Theft Auto Vice City.
Did you play online for 5?
I have played. I have it online for 5. The computer that I had that I used for which I used that went down on me. It just was an older computer. But yeah, I mean, I played that online. I run into issues too. I mean, unless you want to spend like thousands of dollars on one device to ensure that it has all of the latest specs, all of the latest video cards and everything, it's very difficult to multi-stream. So basically, to stream what you're showing while you're doing all of the other things, it can just causes lag, slows things down, and I get frustrated with that. I really like sport.
Troubleshooting's cancer.
Oh yeah, definitely. I run into issues. Well, I should say I really like sports games. So like Madden, I like football games. I like 2K. I like FIFA. Those are my games. But they sink me with as much time as I spend on them, and like I basically make everything about them, and I don't want to do that. I know how addictive I can get on things, and I don't want to let that happen.
I'm the same way. Like, I don't play games. Like, when I play a game, it has to be good. And then if it's good, I just spend hundreds of hours on it. Like this game, I have hundreds of hours on this game. Minecraft. Like, well, I just don't pick up any game.
Right.
So if the game catches me, I just play the fuck out of it.
Right. And I already know Grand Theft Auto 6 will be something like that for me.
Same. Fucking same. I'm excited, though.
Same. When is it supposed to come out?
There's no release date. The only release thing they have was the leaks. And they're really quiet on this game.
Super quiet. Have they even...
No, dude. So when they got the leaks out, the game wasn't even close to being done. That happened like last year.
Right.
But the game was not polished. There were a bunch of bugs. Like, so they're not close. It's going to be like another 3 years.
Right. I'm thinking 2026 at the earliest.
Which is kind of crazy because that's going to be like 15 years.
Ridiculous. Look, when I was a kid, Grand Theft Auto came out every single year. And you'd almost be like, I'm not done playing the old one. And then the new one would come out. I remember getting Grand Theft Auto 3, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. I had 100% completion on that. Grand Theft Auto 4, and then Grand Theft Auto 5 came out a few years later, and then all of a sudden, I guess there was San Andreas and everything, but then all of a sudden, nothing for 15 years, and they're just living off of the online mode. Pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's profitable. That shit is profitable.
Yeah.
I glitched the fuck out of it. Me and my friends on the consoles, it was impossible to hack it. So me and my friends found an exploit to get money. And we became like overpowered characters. People would come to us and ask us to do glitches and stuff. Man, I miss those days. It just sucks my friend group got separated.
That happens.
Growing up causes it. Everyone moved outward.
There you go.
Now my brother's in Korea.
He's
in the military.
He's in the military there? What's he doing there? Just stationed there?
He's logistics and artillery.
All right.
So he like gets in the trucks and he sends the missiles to the artillery or it sends some time Mars people. This person I went against way too many times today. He's not happy. Nope, he actually just left. It's stupid.
The other thing that has prevented me from really getting into games is, like I've said, I get banned for all kinds of reasons. And especially on Xbox, like, you can't get banned that many times, or you have to keep paying for it. I mean, it's like then you have Xbox Live. If your Xbox Live gets banned, then you're going to get an IP ban. Then you have to create a new account. Then it's more money for a new Xbox Live account. It, it,
Yeah, it really be like that. Like when it comes to like shit talking on Xbox, if you get reported, save spot, or just get banned.
yeah, I mean, and I just take a lot of shit from my name as well, and so people just like, and just I initially, people initially just are like, oh, who's this person? They'll Google me, they'll see that I'm live streaming. Sometimes they'll say I'm live streaming them without their consent, and I can get banned. There's just a lot of things that for which you can get banned on the internet. But the one that's really worried me is Xbox Live, because you can't keep creating accounts with that. You need like different credit cards and all kinds of other things, and it's just I do
just play it safe.
Yeah.
Play it safe by Discord and all these other things.
Well, yeah. I mean, I do have a lot of accounts on Discord, and like I have more social media than perhaps anyone on earth. I have 100 YouTube accounts, 200 Instagram accounts, 300 Twitch accounts. I have 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So when it comes to creating accounts, if I know you can create multiple accounts using a platform, I will. But Xbox and PlayStation, you can't do that. Or it's not as easy to do that. This is a cool game. So it's like, well, back in the day, there was a game called Tekken that this reminds me of. It's like three-dimensional fighting. Yeah, it's like three-dimensional fighting.
Well, I got this.
You're good.
Okay, hello?
Yo.
Okay. Sorry, my game was way too loud. No, this fighting game is fast. You see how fast-paced it is.
Super fast-paced, yeah.
I lost it.
And the other thing is the head trauma. Like you have to take that kind of stuff seriously, especially if you're doing sparring and all that kind of stuff. Still, some of the celebrities, I don't know why, but it's pretty exciting, right? I don't know why it'd be fun to watch it. Like there's something. I
I always said if Hikaru and Magnus did a boxing event and I was the co-main event against I don't know who, that'd be.
Has Magnus said anything about it? Like going to chess box?
Well, first of all, he's going to commentate the Ludwig event, which he said. He kind of said, oh, there's been people in the past that are my level in chess, not mine, his level in chess, and wanted to get physical with him. I think he's talking about Hikaru.
So Rabbi, do you do any like drugs?
That'd be a good one, man. That'd be a good one. I think Magnus.
Yeah, as many as I can get my hands
I
on.
think Magnus is in better physical shape. He's also a little
Yeah,
bit
as many
bigger.
as I can get my hands on.
Longer reach.
I think Hikaru's is.
Wait, are you joking?
I think
No, I'm dead
I don't
serious.
think he's gonna get out of that. Like I don't think he's gonna quit in the ring.
Like,
I would think
you just
Hikaru
smoke
goes
nuts.
Allegedly, perhaps I have. I really like
You have a
LSD.
specific drug.
My favorite drug is probably LSD.
Same. Have you ever done DMT before?
I have not. Something I've always wanted to do.
Yeah, you've ever heard of DMT before?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, I remember one time I did it and I had an accident.
Did you talk to aliens or whatever?
No, it's like, so when I did it, right, I was tripping. And when I did the DMT, everything just went like black. Everything, like, I could only see like a foot, and everything surrounded me was just pure black. It was funny. So I was stuck in the void.
What's one of the crazier drugs
get
you've done?
exhausted. Would that be
You know, I don't even know what it was. There was a time where you could, I'm not sure you still can, but you'd buy designer drugs online. And that's how I got into cryptocurrency actually, that's how you had to buy drugs on the dark web. And so I would buy drugs on the dark web and they'd be shipped to me from like Amsterdam. And there's this one drug that I did that so what was it? It was like 5-MeO. It wasn't 5-MeO DMT, but it was like 5-MeO something or a version of that. Just some designer drug. And this shit really fucked me up. Meaning it put me on the bathroom floor for more than a day. And I could not move. And it was like paralyzing. And I remember I just saw like geometric shapes, and it was just one of the worst trips of my entire life. And so it really made me realize I can't just take whatever I find. I should be really careful and probably go with the standards. So, but I've microdosed, I've fucking macrodosed on psilocybin and LSD. LSD is my favorite. It's super cheap. It's super easy to do. It's super easy to carry, and like if you needed to go somewhere with it, it's like to me the best drug. I understand if like you've got something going later today, well then you don't want to do LSD. But if you don't have anything for the next 48 hours, an LSD trip can change your life.
For real. I feel like I don't know. Are you the type that like talks to aliens and shit, or have like you see someone when you do acid?
No, at least not the acid that I've ever done. I've done a lot of acid before, and the best I've ever felt physically was doing it. I remember this like immense amount of pleasure that went up my spine, into my spinal cavity, into my like I could feel it going from the very tip of my spine, rising all the way up to essentially my neck, and then into like the reptilian part of my brain. And just, I've said to the people who were there, I don't think that you can feel any better than I feel right now. And it was just the best feeling I've ever had physically. It was wonderful.
So back when I was in high school, my sister's ex-boyfriend used to sell acid. He would just get a bunch of it because he would have like he would make profit. Would have like the whole like 2 strips left.
That's amazing.
Yeah, he used to give me a lot of. Yeah, he used to give me a lot of acid. At least back in high school when I did acid, it was good. But, now when I do acid and strips and stuff, I get bad trips. But I mean, it's good. Bad trips are good. It's not like I'm killing myself. It's just making me feel not where I'm at.
Right.
So it's really good when you do that. Before it doesn't like so a lot of it. I miss those times. Now I just want to go to concerts and shit and do drugs.
Generally, if I'm going to do drugs, I like to stay in, just because I know I'm safe and nothing will happen to me. Not to say I haven't been out and about when I do it. Um, like I've,
You just prefer it at home.
yeah, I mean, like I'll go out and smoke on camera, like at the little park by my house, and but I don't want to be on like an LSD trip for a long period of time, just because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I remember I was taking like 3 tabs once every few days. I would just tabs, suit off for a while. So do you think acid got like you think acid gave you the idea to do this, or was this just a like you had that project or like dream? Or was it an awakening or something?
Um, no, it wasn't drug related. It started with me. Well, I had a dream, like a really powerful dream. I don't know how it happened, but this was like almost 4 years ago, and it was like it was a um, it was some rabbinical colleagues of mine came to me in a dream and were like, "You're going to be the most famous person in the world. You're going to be the wealthiest person in the world. You're going to live stream your life for the rest of your life, like the Truman Show." And I remember like there's all kinds of really specifics about this dream. Now, has everything in the dream come true? No. So it could have just been a powerful dream that I had, but I would um, I just did what they told me to do in the dream, or I don't want to say what they told me to do, but like basically um, like 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 interesting things. Like I would go um, after work, I would go and hit golf balls. Well, like something in the dream that happened was I I was gonna go to become a member of Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, and I did. And they told me like all this stuff that was gonna happen. Like I'd never been able to straighten my drive. I've always had like a really bad slice, and they told me exactly what I needed to do. And I have all this footage of me on the tee hitting just perfectly straight balls every single time, and it was like wild to me. And just like little things that I remember from this dream, I would utilize in my life, and that's basically like I remember it was like there was stuff that was in the dream that would come true, but it wouldn't come true until later on. Like what? Like I remember there was something in the dream that was like there's gonna be a. I remember it was just like this. It was like, do you know chatbots that you use online? And I remember being like, yeah, they suck. And they were like, yeah, well, there's gonna be a chatbot in the future with AI that will basically be perfect, and that's what ChatGPT turned out to be. And like a few other predictions that were made that I've been able to like see come to fruition. Has everything come to fruition? No, but some weird things. There've been weird synchronicities, and like most of my dreams, I normally don't remember, and I still remember a lot of this. Like this is a dream that sticks out in my head, and so I basically like it was just like a conversation that I had in a dream that put some things together for me. I mean, I'm in tech, and it was like, all right, do you know that like there was a gold rush? Yeah. And there's like, the Rockefellers of petroleum. Yeah. All right. Well, you are essentially going to be the Rockefeller of data. And you know that data is Earth's number one resource. And with all of that, I thought, okay. And I've just basically lived my life very similarly to how I had this dream. Do I have those dreams anymore? No, I think I maybe had one or two ever before I started this. And here I am now, 3.5 years later, and I grow every single day. I get new people in here every single day. And I remember how it said that I was going to go viral. And it was, believe it or not, in a Wall Street Bets Discord, which I didn't even know was a Discord when I originally had the stream. But it's a Wall Street Bets Discord. I'm live in there right now. Basically, I created a robot. If anybody ever kicks me out of that Discord, it lets me back in. And I think somebody from there is going to get interested in what I do, perhaps, and then they're going to share it. And if it shares in the right circles, it can go viral. Now, do I know this for a fact? No, it was a dream, just like any dream that I have. It could all not be true, but there was like a step-by-step plan that I kind of envisioned, and just about everything has gone pretty similar to that plan.
Oh, I lost. I was doing so good against this guy.
First round.
So, you have any family?
Yeah,
You don't mind me asking.
yeah, I have family.
They're supportive about this.
They don't, to my knowledge, they don't even know about it.
I have a huge family. I rely a lot on my liquor.
Sweet, not crazy. Honestly, I just love to see that, which is like the effect of physical exertion on the game. I think it's sugar. Strong enough.
Yes, but I think we definitely underestimate the effect of the punch, maybe bleeding out of your nose or something like that. It's no joke. I can't say I'm anticipating the first day I actually do some sparring and get seriously hit, because I know it's not going to feel good. Even now, I take a hard jab to the stomach or the ribs. I mean, I had to do 3 minutes on heavy back, and when I finished, I had been slacking on my form because my arms were tired, and I hit with my fingers instead of my knuckles, and my hands are like, you can see the red skin, like completely pink meaty skin. And I didn't realize when I was hitting, and only today the pain is unbearable. So I can't imagine. It must be.
No, I mean, it's a different thing. I mean, of course, your skin gets tougher and it gets tougher, so it gets used to it. The head is a weird one because it's not going to send you those kinds of signals. You're not going to get the skin type of signals. The brain is a weird thing because it doesn't hurt. Yeah, it just does the damage, and the damage can materialize itself, manifest itself only years later. Yeah, it's a weird one. But then we all die. There's that great part speech. I can ask you about boss. It's super interesting. You played a lot of boss at different levels. You have a video called "The Advanced Chess Bots Are Terrifying."
Yeah.
So what's the difference between playing humans and bots? Like you mentioned, this Nelson bot that brings his queen out. I think rated. Okay. So like, there's a style to those. What the difference between the way bots play and the way humans play?
A lot of people prefer playing bots because they have anxiety playing other humans. It's a very legitimate thing. A lot of beginners, they don't like live chess. They get nervous, feel anxiety, you get close to your highest ever rating, you panic. Happens to me too. Yeah. Happens to me even now. So they play bots.
They're somehow more reliable or something.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's a big thing. It's a big thing. And the popularity of that video shows that people enjoy watching you play chess bots. So I'm going to demystify this. This won't be shocking. Those bots are all the same bot for the most part. You could just program a bot to make mistakes at a certain moment. Program a bot to spend less time on certain moves. And it's gotten sophisticated enough that you can basically program it to play at whatever more or less level that a human plays at. They'll play at an 1800 level. So it's programmed to throw in mistakes. The problem is, and this is why it's all beginners to not play bots, because bots are programmed in the following way. Beginner bots are like literal toddlers. They have no understanding whatsoever. They will literally lose all their pieces, but they won't lose all their pieces and make mistakes. And beginners actually know how to start a game. They just struggle the first 8 moves, 9 moves. Their mistakes are very different than bot. Bot plays completely outlandish types of mistakes that you can not pick up in terms of a pattern standpoint, because no actual humans play like that. Humans are going to the opposite side of the board for no reason. You can take it.
Yeah, it's not even a blunder. It's almost
Yeah.
like random.
It's completely random. And this problem extends further because advanced bots will play an opening completely reasonably and they just hang a rook. Which, okay, maybe happens, but that's not exactly how you get to 1800. At 1800, that's a very strong level of the game. You know your openings very well. You start navigating the middle game based on already things that you remember. And then basically one side chooses a bad plan. The other side chooses a better plan. One thing leads to another. Nobody just recreationally hangs all their pieces. Just the way bots are kind of programmed to play. But some of those bots in that video were, I remember playing them, and they were nuts. They were out calculating me every time I thought I had a trick in 2-3 seconds. Moment of thought, it would just play the best move. And sometimes that also happens. It gets into a dead loop where it just starts bulldozing you and it can't stop. So it made its mistakes already. Yeah, it's programmed to make only a few, and then it just bulldozes you the rest of the way.
I mean, that's why I played with Stockfish a bunch. So I got, I built for myself a bunch of different chess experiments recently. I had to do with the chess playing bot, but I also built the infinite chessboard where it was Stockfish was playing like an infinite number of chess games. And one of the parameters that was interesting to play with is how long it gets to think about a move and how that affects the rating and the thing.
Oh, I did that a little bit.
Because that's a tricky one. I'm sure people know how to do that well, but it's tricky. It's not trivial to understand. Like, there must be a good formula for it. But it's also interesting to think about like a controlled number of blunders.
Mm-hmm.
But it's probably better. The controlled number of blunders is not a good way to build a bot.
Yeah.
For training purposes, at least.
The time per move is probably better. But the craziest thing is, I did that. A couple of my devs were helping me with build like I'm scaling my courses into a better chess learning platform. Essentially, we've done a lot of different experiments with Stockfish, which I'm even happy to get into here. And Stockfish making moves in 0.1 milliseconds plays better than a human, which is disgusting and disturbing, frankly, because that's crazy. Like, you can't react to a car stopping in front of you anywhere near that fast.
Yeah, so the reason I was interested in that is because when you have a very large chessboard, you have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of games going on at the same time, you have to like think of the minimum amount of thinking per move that you can allow for. And it's damn good, at least in my eye, basically at the lowest possible setting you can give it. So, yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible bots here. Even now, it's, as far as I know, it's primarily machine learning based. Stockfish. The Stockfish moved to machine learning. But it's not doing search. as far as I know.
Yeah, this is where you lose me a bit, but the move discovery and evaluation is what's been changing the way Sluggish works. So discovering of moves and then the way it looks forward and then evaluates positions, that has changed. But Matthew Sadler, who wrote the book Game Changer about Alpha Zero, yeah, that he explains it significantly better. That's the way I think it works.
What did that make you feel when you first saw the Zeros play?
I was excited. I didn't have any sort of existential thoughts. I enjoyed watching it completely destroy openings that people thought were good, and that experiment though does have some caveat in the sense that I think Alpha Zero was playing with a full tank of servers, and I think Stockfish wasn't, which I think is what one of the things people point out. They weren't playing.
Since then, they were able to demonstrate much less.
Yeah,
But also, Alpha Zero stopped
Well, where
developing.
am I? I'm ahead of that.
They stopped
You
developing.
take care, big dog.
yes.
Sweet dreams. Come back when you have more
But
time.
Again, from their perspective, from
Yeah, I'll come back.
Excellent.
All right, well, we took on this
Beautiful, man.
game.
Take care, Mike.
Did something honestly incredible.
They won.
Well, not just one. I mean, they did it without any human supervision. So, like, without any training on human expert games. So only through self-play, which, I mean, that's what learning is about. It's like, it's what you think of as a child, a human child, and how the learning from, somewhat nothing and becoming a capable human. That's what we think of when we think about intelligence. So the fact that it's able to play itself and become the best player in the world at the game of Go and all kinds of games is just incredible. And obviously that inspired the modern Stockfish to do all the same kind of self-play methods. Somebody on Reddit asked a pretty interesting question. I don't know if you have an interesting answer to it. What makes a chess move, quote unquote, human? As you are someone, this is to me, but mentioning you in third person. As you are someone working in AI, this idea of humanness would seem incredibly interesting. Yes, sir, it is. Especially since most cheat detection relies on humanness as a way to detect cheaters. I think since children being born right now will have the advantage of engine training their whole life, they will start to see the game the way an engine does. Will a person be considered a cheater if they play like an engine? There also seems to be a discrepancy, especially with Levy, about who can play what appears to be a non-human move. He often says things like, quote, if you were a normal player, normal in quotes, if you were a normal player, I would think you were cheating. And since it's madness, I don't doubt madness is great, but if humanness is our benchmark, what is the ELO rating where your moves can start to look like an engine without fatigue? There's a bunch of questions in there.
They combined two of my quotes into one. So one thing that I like to say is sometimes in a chess game, moves look or an opening looks so ridiculous that if a viewer played it, I would make fun of them or slap them. If I was your chess coach, I'd smack you. But when Magnus plays it, it's wow, it's very different. So they mixed up this quote with another quote, which is, if I'll be explaining something and I'll say, and here the engine says you should play like this. If one of your opponents plays like this, report them for cheating. They fused two quotes. They said, human can't play like that, but because it's an engine move, but because Magnus is playing. So they mix kind of two things.
But there's interesting levels of humor and insight there on both of those.
Yeah. The difference between human move and engine and like what an engine move is I think two things. Number one, a computer move is outlandish in its concept and its idea. So the best example that I can give of that is if you gave 100 grandmasters a position and told them, what do you think the best move here is for black? Not in this position, right? We have nothing, but an overwhelming amount of them would look at the position, evaluate everything they know about the game of chess, which is relatively similar, but obviously slightly imbalanced based on their skill level, and they would come up with a sample size of 2 or 3 moves. And in comes the computer with a fucking haymaker, and suddenly everybody goes, everything we know about chess has gone out the window. So they all start looking at that move, and they know it's the best move. So now they start adding the evidence behind the verdict, as opposed to getting to the verdict while first looking at the evidence. So the concept of it and the idea of it is so outlandish based on a certain type of position that you can't fully grasp it. You have to continue to beg the engine to tell you what the variation is. A move is only good if its extension is good. That's the way chess works. So, like a move is good is because the computer has seen the various branches of things going forward are also good. So you bring all that back, and no human could have even conceptualized that initial thing. But the second thing about computer moves is they look counterintuitive. So that's a if you might be in a position where it looks like the demands of the position are A, B, C. And then the computer is like, nope, it's not, because I've seen the future way more than you possibly could have, and I don't have emotions.
So like dumb moves and brilliant moves can look similar.
Yes, and oftentimes do. And this is actually back to the Hans thing. A lot of people now dissecting these games they're playing, and they're basically saying, like, even Fabiano Caruana, one of the best players in the world, was on some podcast yesterday, basically saying, yeah, "This is beyond my level, saying, out of my league. What's that? What's out of your league? You play for the World Championship, and we get what we can read between the lines, right?
Is it possible that Hans is that level of genius? Is there like different kinds of genius, like where one you could be out of each other's league, kind of thing?
Maybe. In the case of Magnus, it's understanding of endgames. It's just somehow he understands that last phase of the game and the complexities and the problems he can pose better than anybody else.
So you could see Magnus do poor looking moves in the end game,
Or
like moves that don't fit what your gut says that this move it would be the optimal.
yes, but also, so it's not that you even think they're right. You just might not even consider them because of over reliance on your own information or even the computer. That was what was going on in Game 6. Just kept doing things, kept playing, and kept finding play, posing those questions that humans and computers could not understand. But he beat the engine, basically. He wouldn't have beaten the engine because they would have defended. Jan lost that game in the 90s, move psychologically, he thought the game was over, so that contributed. The computer would have defended.
So by the time this podcast comes out, which I don't know, will be in a week or something like that, I feel like more will happen. Let's see, you're predicting, and how does this Hans drama end? Saga. Let's look in 3 months. By the time we get to the next World Championship, let's say, what are the options? What are the possible? Let's imagine. Let's not say like what the probabilities are. What are the options? Chess.com is forced to, or agrees to, or whatever, to come up with a huge amount of evidence of cheating in the past. Or Hans comes out. What can Hans do with this? So I'm uncomfortable with the general. Actually, you could maybe update me on this. There was a little bit of an attack on him, a lot of an attack, that he's a cheater, right? Without evidence, without clear, conclusive evidence.
Physical evidence.
So all of those,
Right. That's the tricky thing.
yeah. So like that stuff we're talking about is beyond that level. That starts being kind of intuitive, circumstantial evidence.
There's the statistical evidence behind the over-the-board games that he's played in 2020, 2021, where the games match what's called engine correlation more than Magnus and many other top grandmasters combined. But that can be argued is because he was very strong in playing weaker opposition. So there's always kind of this argument against statistics, right? There's the fact that the guy who Magnus name dropped, Maxime Blugi. Blugi is a chess grandmaster, and he's even been, I think, president of the U.S. Chess Federation. I've played him in some Blitz games. It turns out I wasn't even fully aware of the extent of this. He has been banned from chess.com
For cheating.
for cheating.
Has him and Hans actually worked?
Yes, but that was why he name dropped that, right? That's also not good. You see where this is getting? You still don't have the physical proof, but you have smoke. So I don't know how this ends. I don't know if he denies it to the death, and he ends up filing some sort of legal action, some sort of ethics complaint, or he admits everything. I don't know.
Well, no matter what, I hope, despite chess or not, that he's mentally strong enough for whatever is to come.
That's what I keep saying, because
He's been under fire, right?
I can't imagine. I really can't imagine. And maybe we just have too much compassion, but I don't think so. I really just feel like
At the end of the day, chess is just a game. But it is a game played by millions of people throughout history, and nations have basically fought wars over the chessboard. So, like, there's a lot. It's like Olympics. Olympics is just a little, this dude running and so on. The hockey is just a thing with a pump. But, it's also much more than that. It's also nations sort of figuring out their conflict in a way that doesn't involve violence. Yeah, it's a serious thing, and it's a thing that inspires millions of people, and it's a testing ground for intelligent systems that eventually take over human civilization. Yeah, I mean, the bots are really interesting. I don't know if there's other lessons. Like, you played a clone of yourself. You watch Stockfish versus Stockfish. You have a video. People should check out each other. You have a lot of awesome videos. You have a video titled Stockfish versus Stockfish.
And that was the experiment. I made them play each other. So I made them play.
What did you learn from that experiment?
I enjoy. First of all, they will always make a draw. So engines don't get to play each other from a beginning position because they will always draw, especially if they're the same engine. So Slackfish 15, I don't think one side will ever beat the other, basically. But if you program them to play a certain opening position, according to chess theory, you get to see interesting ways into how they evaluate. One of the ways that it played against the London opening was absurd. Like, it was completely ridiculous. Black sacrificed 2 pawns as early as move 6, which is a borderline completely lost position. And then both sides foresaw that the only way White was going to be able to use that material advantage was to give it back and stabilize their own position. Black just got a crazy attack. Jesus, this is crazy.
Yeah,
but they drew. I mean, they ended up drawing. So I'm also going to make them play against each other in either bad openings or like some of the most popular gambits. Looking at something like that. And the way I'm going to do this is basically say which chess gambits are the best. And the way I'm going to do that is, theoretically, the engine should be able to beat a gambit. Because a gambit is very rarely blessed by the computer. So if the computer cannot beat that gambit, that means it's good. That means it's not losing. If it's a completely lost gambit, it will beat it. But if it draws, despite getting that early disadvantage, then that means the gambit is very reliable and you can play it.
So that's a good way to evaluate opening games.
Yeah.
What's the best? What's your favorite opening? Or what openings do you like?
There was an opening that got me back into chess when I was 15. I quit for like 3 years, and I went to my friend's house, and he had a book by Lars Skandorf, a Danish grandmaster, called The Caro-Kann Defense, which is C6.
You want white? Do you want black? You want to show the opening?
This is the Caro-Kann Defense. So you play E5, I play C6. I have to play black.
That's it.
Yeah, and we developed from here. I took my.
But what counts as an opening? Okay, but does the development matter?
Yeah, so from here the development goes into the variations of the Caro-Kann. So this is the Caro-Kann. Like, you can be in a city, but then you can be in neighborhoods.
That's a very non-dramatic. Okay.
Yeah. 2 pawns in the center. So that's called the Breyer variation.
So what's a good thing for me?
Two squares. Yeah, if you can put 2 pawns in the center, yeah, you should. And then
that's a good thing.
Yes, and then I will go here, and now you have to decide what you're going to do with your center pawn. You can push, take, or defend it.
And push, take, or defend. Right.
Yeah.
What would you suggest? Take is the worst.
Take is just stable, so we just trade. But pushing is considered the best, advancing and taking my space away from me. So I think Alpha Zero or Stockfish would probably always push. And now there's something called like the main line or the sideline. Main line is what's the most popular, played at all levels, which is moving the bishop here. I've played this a lot, but for beginners, and intermediate players, this is why I love this opening so much. On move 3, black already has a plus 4, which is crazy. It's not supposed to happen. And there's this very tricky second most popular move, which is undermining your center, trying to get you to take my free pawn, but destabilize and leave both of them kind of hanging. And
is that why the plus 4? Because you're susceptible to the destabilization.
Yes, because people at 99% of the rating ladder do not understand how to deal with what's coming, basically. They don't know how to deal with a structural attack.
So would Stockfish try to defend the pawn here?
No, it would take the pawn and tell you to go fuck yourself.
Oh. Because I am 3,400.
Right. It would take the pawn and be like, all right, win it back. And even if you did, you would suffer. It would make you win it back in the most annoying way. It would make you tie your shoes together. And
so I, like, as Stockfish, I would take.
Yes. That's the best move.
That's the best move.
But not at 99% of the rating ladder, which is funny.
Interesting. But you like to play those.
I play this against GMs. I play both. I move my bishop.
And what are the different ways it evolves? Like, then the rest doesn't matter. So this is just like a pawn structure thing.
Yeah, and I mean,
how deep are most openings? So it's anywhere from like 2 moves to like 10 moves kind of thing?
Yeah, you can be out of theory very, very quickly. Move 2, move 3. Like basically on your own, you have a general idea, but you don't remember games. I mean, I know Caro-Kann games from start to finish because I've played it since 2011.
So you know all the different branches that goes in that down.
Yeah, I think I know every opening in chess, basically. I think most title players know every opening, but we can't play it competitively because it would be. But
what are some of the weirder openings that, like, slightly suboptimal, but might be explored? Like, Magnus might play them just to fuck with the opponent.
He played something recently, actually, against this German prodigy, Vincent Keimer, which was a specific move order in a very popular opening. So basically, the position has been reached thousands of times. But the move order Magnus chose with white was played maybe 0.05% of the time, which is crazy, thousands of games. And it's supposed to be not good, meaning it allows black to equalize. Because that's what black is going for. Not winning the game, but equalizing, because you go second. Magnus says, I don't care about equalizing. I just want a position. I don't want my opponent to know the answers to the test.
That's so interesting. Yeah, too, because also fucks you psychologically. It throws you off and just always keep you on your toes. He's in a weird position, but he also has the advantage of being able to intimidate.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many people, how much is that a role of it, like being scared of the other person?
It's true. I think some of the top guys would deny it, but when you're in the 7th hour and you're playing Magnus, it's a very different feeling than some of the other. When Magnus is messing around in the opening, it's very different than another person messing around in the opening. You just kind of like expects for something to be there. We'll see if it translates to poker for him, but I think he gets a little bit maybe less respect in the poker world. The chess world, he's sort of alpha.
He gets a lot of respect. I just talked to Daniel Negrado. He gets the only person that doesn't respect Magnus Carlsen, honestly, either in chess or poker, is Magnus Carlsen.
I was gonna say
But like Magnus is hilarious. I mean, when he talks about his rating, he's like, "Yeah, it's pretty good." When he talks about how good he's in poker, I suck. But I think that self-critical view that I think he honestly believes, to a degree, is probably part of the engine that fuels it to get better and better and better and better.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is if you're face to face with Magnus at a chessboard, it's not the same as being at a 9-handed poker table. You kind of keep an eye on him, maybe he's a mysterious guy, but chess is different because you're like, this is the man.
Yeah, there's very few people. Yeah, so in poker they talk about Phil Ivey that way.
Yeah.
As like this super intimidating. I think that's it's probably harder to intimidate in poker. Yeah, I don't know. There's something intimidating about like excellence in a deterministic game that's just terrifying. Like you're fucked. I mean, it's like playing stockfish. Like, you're fucked. This thing will suffocate you. And especially when you make moves that you don't understand. To me, the most beautiful thing, honestly, is the sacrifices that the engines do. It's such a fuck you.
Yep.
Like, I could sacrifice pieces, and I'll get them back, and I'll get them back more, and I could
I don't even have to get them back. Your position is so bad. I gave you full material, and there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah.
That's terrifying.
Yeah.
That's terrifying. That's like, that transfers to AI systems in general, like a system that plays weak just to fool you. For people who are trying to get better at chess, beginners or at any stage of their development, what advice would you give about getting better? Except to watch your
Yeah, of course, watch my videos. Check out chessly.com. Let's get the courses. But no, on a serious note, you have to be prepared to lose way more than win. My mom gave me advice when I was 13 or 14, and I just discovered that I liked girls. She said, you're going to get a lot more no's in life than yeses. That even happened with my wife, actually. Our whole journey is quite fascinating.
Just paved with rejection.
Paved with, yes, various ghostings over the course of years. But we got married and we love each other very much. So it's a wonderful tale. But it's the same in chess. You're going to lose a lot, and you have to be, for adults, I noticed kids and adults learn chess very differently. Kids yell out in class and they're very excited and they don't realize how many times they get something wrong. Adults never want to talk during lessons because they're afraid of being wrong. Adults will preface correct answers with, this is probably wrong, but like, shut up. You're paying for a private lesson. This is the place to be wrong. So adults especially think that being dominant in a career where they dedicated a lot of their brain power, a lot of their work ethic, and a lot of their study time is going to translate to chess. They do it to their own kids. They helicopter their own kids because they try to apply a lot of the same stuff. Studying chess is different than studying anything else. Anything else. Same could be argued for martial arts, I guess, but
yeah, 100%. You have to have a beginner's mind, and what that actually means is sucking in every aspect of the game and studying all the interesting ways in which you suck.
And you will realize you get better without actually trying to get better. I show up to the boxing gym one day, I move my hips better.
Yeah.
I would do shadow boxing. Sensei goes, you're moving your feet better today. You got better. Your brain just starts putting it all together randomly. You might study a shitload and still lose 100 points. If you're going to study chess, and for fuck's sake, this is the only activity where people go in going, how much do I have to work to be a grandmaster? Nowhere else in my life have I ever seen someone try to pick up a hobby and want to be the top ranking level. Only in chess.
You're right, but like, for example, when I like grappling sports, I'll see people come to a gym and basically ask like, how long before I can get to the UFC, right? But UFC champion is different. I mean, no, grandmaster is equivalent to getting into the UFC.
Yes, yeah.
So, but people quickly realize when like the 110-pound girl taps them out over and over, and they're a 230-pound ripped dude, they realize like, okay, this is an art, this is a journey.
Yeah.
And I think if you resist the lessons that failure teaches you, that's when you don't grow. So like, just relax. And one of the things you have to learn, probably applies to chess too, is to know how to relax your body, your mind, and just like, there's something about, just like you said, like, if you don't resist it, if you relax, then your body, your mind will learn the way of this game. And probably after that is just put a lot of hours in of having fun. But then I on that perpetual chess podcast, I listened to somebody that say like, it doesn't, like, puzzles, none of that. What matters is the number of hours you spend kind of suffering. Meaning like thinking deeply, like counting, like straining, like thinking with your mind, like really working hard. So, and then you have the Magnus who says, no, what matters is the number of hours you spend having fun.
Yeah, it's a mix. It's a mix. He's right. I don't quite agree with suffering, but I think people do a lot of fake learning. They play speed games. They just go through tactics. So, okay, I have to do 20 tactics. Okay, boop, wrong. Next one. I used to tell my students, you need to do 10 puzzles and you need to get 100% correct. I don't care how long it takes. So I suppose that kind of is like the suffering theory. But if you do 30 puzzles and you get 8 correct, what even is that? That's it's a laughable and the correct amount of, it was 29%. I don't know, but 26%. You can't do that. You have to get things right, and that's the only way you're actually.
And that requires like thinking deeply and like really struggling. Like especially if you're doing the puzzles at the level that's your level.
I've done the puzzle for an hour before because I was so stubborn.
Yeah.
I didn't want to just put in a wrong answer.
Yeah, the guy I was listening to said like that's good. You should do
Maybe
that.
for me, and the same with blindfold chess. I have to say, like my blindfold skills, I never practiced. I can visualize the board quite well. I played at most. I played 4 games blindfolded at the same time. That sucks. That just feels horrible in the brain afterward. But like I can play 4 simultaneous games
Blindfolded.
Yeah,
Yeah, what's that take to do that?
I don't know, and I get asked that all the time. How do I practice? I don't know. You do it. There's no
It's a good
need.
party trick.
It is, yes. It is. The video of Magnus doing it in Columbus Circle on YouTube has like, I don't know. I did it live with an announcer. I can't imagine how chaotic that was. But yeah, it's a great party trick.
Yeah. Oh, there is a Reddit thing. I forgot to ask Magnus, but they asked me to ask him because they moved the wrong piece.
Yes. And then somehow he remembered. I don't know how that happened.
I kind of presume that he figured out from the way the other person was moving that they moved the wrong piece. You said, you know, ups and downs in your childhood. A little rough sometimes. Also, you get attacked by the beautiful, wonderful people on the internet. So sometimes it's difficult. What's been the lowest point that you ever gone to in your mind?
In my career, in my life.
In your life, in your career, and everything, your mind. So, have you ever been depressed?
For sure. Yes.
How did you, like, if you can remember moments, how did you overcome that?
Well, I will share 2 anecdotes. One when I was May 2012, so I was 16 and a half, and I was living in a household situation where I thought nobody knew what was going on, basically, without sharing obviously extremely personal details, like what was going on except me. And I confided in my grandmother. I was imagine living in a house where you basically feel like a prisoner. You don't want to interact with anybody in the house. You don't know how you're supposed to bring these things up. Of course, this sounds extremely vague, and I just don't. I don't feel like exposing all of my entire family drama to the audience. But I lived this way for probably something like 8 months. I don't know, something ridiculous. It was the junior year of high school, so I was supposed to take my SATs. That was the year I was supposed to finish up my portfolio for college because you only get really a few months of senior year to start applying. It was a nightmare, a complete nightmare, and I don't know how I got through it. Time went by. I listened to sad music and tried to spend as little time as almost possible. I would pretend to fall asleep at my friends' houses so that my mom was like, "You coming for dinner?" And I would just pretend to be asleep.
It was just a grind.
Yeah, it was a grind. I don't remember a whole lot from that period. Just sort of finding what made me happy and trying to focus on it. And I was a teenager in the house. I wasn't going to run away. I still had a roof over my head, so I'm not saying I had it better or worse than others. I just had it different. And actually, recently, this is much more raw in my memory. I more or less tore up a very happy life my wife and I had. And I've talked about this in bursts on stream. But essentially, what happened was we had just been living in. It's actually funny that the way we got into this apartment was also very bad. But we were living in just a very like nice little apartment, high-rise apartment, safe. And the reason we moved into a high-rise was because we had lived in a house for 2 weeks that got broken into. Not because of who I am, but because we suspect we had people moving in mattresses, and they went, "Oh shit, these two people live here? That's it?" And basically, there was 3 apartments. My upstairs neighbor let in somebody that they didn't expect, and the guy cracked our door open with a crowbar. Thank God that was the first day. In 2 years, my wife went to work. Did they know? Did they not know? I don't know. Everything happens for a reason. So
Nobody got hurt.
Nobody got hurt. Yeah, they stole some couple of important things, but nobody was hurt. And cops did nothing.
So you
You
moved into a high rise.
We moved into a high-rise
in New York.
Yeah, New York for safety, and we're away from things, and we have our own nice little nook. And somewhere, some months into it, I started hearing noises from above, our neighbors. And it started in the morning, 7 a.m. It started in the afternoon, and I picked up on it, and I expected it every day for weeks, and it was driving me crazy. And I was like, okay, we're gonna go have a civil conversation with who's ever up there. Sounds like kids. We go knock. Lady gaslit the shit out of us. I've never been gaslit that hard in my life. She went, "Noise, what noise?" Probably our other neighbor, who's a boxer. Lady, you have kids. We can hear you through the vents. Hear you talking to your kids too. Went to the front desk of the building. They did nothing. Went to the leasing office. They did nothing. And basically, over time, I just let this drive me nuts. It was back to the stubbornness thing. I decided we were leaving. We were going to live somewhere there was no noise, because we can't beat these people. There's nothing we can do, right? And my wife, I dragged her around to a bunch of different viewings. That was dead set. I was decided I was completely miserable, and we found a house to rent, like a nice house. Family had just moved away. House, standalone house. Not gonna have neighbors. But wife decided that. Not wife decided. We decided that too big for this. So we're gonna get a dog. We always wanted an animal, so we're gonna get a dog. So we get an absolute lunatic puppy who just doesn't let us sleep at all. This is on top of everything else, the mental health crisis. This is what's going on. And the day we are moving to this house, I realized I fuck up. Like, I realized that this whole thing was in my head, and I don't want to leave. I don't want to leave. This could have all been avoided. And the guilt and I didn't want to exist. Like, it's not that it wasn't suicide, but the feeling of just, you want to just observe yourself from a distance. And I couldn't sleep. I thought my wife was going to leave me. And that's what anxiety does. It also takes everything you feel to an absolute dread. And that I experienced for a good chunk of 2 weeks. And then we kind of settled down and decided, like, we're going to live.
Did you tell her about it? Like, were you able to talk through it?
Yeah.
Does she know the levels of madness that could be inside your mind?
I don't know if she'll ever know, but I tried to tell her that. And yes,
I'm not sure you'll ever. I kind of point.
Yeah, I try to. That's why I try to keep busy. But that was the darkest I got. And yet through all of that, I went on stream every day. I made YouTube videos every day. Like, I understood that I had a job to do, and I did it, and I talked about it here and there. But that was the worst it ever got, because I'm learning that the emotions I experience are guilt, remorse, and your brain just goes in circles, basically, about things that you've done or haven't done.
It's funny because noise do that.
Mm-hmm.
So the noise was real, but it was building in your head.
Yeah. So
I try to. I actually. It's kind of funny because I like to focus people. I'll have like sources of noise. I've tried to teach myself over time. I'll go to like coffee shops and stuff to like. I almost try to put myself next to annoying situations so I get like trained.
really, maybe I should do that.
But it's at a certain point. At the same time, I've gotten to hang out with certain people, especially in LA. They're like in the middle of nowhere, like in Malibu or something, and it's like that quiet.
You hear your ears ringing and so quiet.
Basically. And it's like, holy shit, this is a good place. This is a good way if you want to write something or create something. It's just like super quiet.
So my mom does. My mom's a science journalist, science author. She just published her first book actually on the poop of all things. Yeah, fecal the waste management. It is actually a very fascinating concept to look through history. And she would do that. She goes to complete solitude and she writes. Yeah, and it's beautiful. No sirens. I mean, New York is the opposite of that, so you know. Mm-hmm. You brought it on yourself. I've lived there for 20 years.
Has it been tough, like going on stream, to put on the face of happiness through that?
Yeah. Yes, but I find my ways to have moments where I can talk about it. If it's on a stream, I don't get 10,000 live viewers, so it's very different. If I stream late night, I get 1,500, 2,000 viewers. I used to care a lot more about viewers on stream, but I've basically invested fully in YouTube, so that's kind of the.
And I think, I don't know, maybe you're correct, I think people appreciate the human being behind the chess screen.
I think so. I think a lot of people, not in the chess world, but just a lot of people, they put on a persona, and just in general, social media is the highlights of your life, or the lowlights, just as long as they're dramatic. But I try to be very open and honest. When I'm tired, I'm tired. It's what makes my recaps of my tournaments, I think, so real.
Yeah, man, you're an incredible person. I've been a fan for a long time. It's kind of funny that we connected and we got a chance to talk. Please keep creating, keep teaching people.
For now, I'm not going anywhere.
Well, it could end at any moment, as we talked about. So yeah, thank you so much for talking today, man. Thank you for everything you do. It was an honor.
Great. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Levi Rosman. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Irving Chernev. Every chess master was once a beginner. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
When we use the term free will, we're talking about this feeling that consciousness, that we have a self, that there's this concrete thing that's separate from brain processing that somehow swoops in and is the cause of our decision or the cause of our next action. And that is, in large part, if not in its entirety, an illusion.
The following is a conversation with Annika Harris, author of Conscious, a brief guide to the fundamental mystery of the mind. And is someone who writes and thinks a lot about the nature of consciousness and of reality, especially from the perspectives of physics and neuroscience. This is the Let's Figure podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Annika Harris. In your book, Conscious, you described evidence that free will is an illusion, and that consciousness is used to construct this illusion and convince ourselves that we are in fact deciding our actions. Can you explain this? I think this is chapter 3.
First of all, I really think it's important to make a distinction between free will and conscious will, and we'll get into that in a moment. So free will in terms of our brain as a system in nature, making complex decisions and doing all the complex processing it does. There is a decision-making process in nature that our brains undergo that we can call free will. That's fine to use that shorthand for that. Although once we get into the details, I might convince you that it's not so free, but that the decision-making process is a process in nature. The feeling, our conscious experience of feeling like consciousness is the thing that is driving the behavior. That is, I would say in most cases, an illusion. And usually when we talk about free will, that's the thing we're talking about. I mean, sometimes it's in conjunction with the decision-making process, but for the most part, when we use the term free will, we're talking about this feeling that consciousness, that we have a self, that there's this concrete thing that's separate from brain processing that somehow swoops in and is the cause of our decision or the cause of our next action. And that is, in large part, if not in its entirety, an illusion.
So conscious will is an illusion, and then we try to.
Free will, I would say, is good shorthand for a process in nature, which is a decision-making process of the brain.
But decisions are still being made. So there's, if you ran the universe over again, would it turn out the same way? I mean, maybe trying to sneak up to like, what does it mean to make a decision in a way that's almost, that means something?
So this is where our intuitions get challenged. I've been thinking about some new examples for this just because I talk about it a lot. And the truth is, most of the things I write about and talk about and think about are so counterintuitive. I mean, that's really what my game is breaking intuitions, shaking up intuitions in order to get a deeper understanding of reality. I'm often, even though I've thought about this for 20 years and think about it all the time, it's an obsession of mine, really. I have to get back into that mind frame to be able to think clearly about it because it is so counterintuitive.
How long does that take? How hard is that?
Depends on if there are kids around or if I'm alone or if I've been meditating. But what I was going to say, actually, I felt like we needed to just take one step back and talk a little bit, just because I think the importance of shaking up intuition for scientific advancement is such an important piece of the scientific process. And I think we've reached a point in consciousness studies where it's very difficult to move forward. And usually that's a sign that we need to start shaking up our intuition. So, throughout history, the huge breakthroughs, the things that have really shifted our view of the universe and our place in the universe and all of that, those almost always, if not always, require that we, at the very least, shift our intuitions, update our intuitions, but many of them we just have to let go of intuitions that are feeding us false information about the way the world works.
Well, the weirdest thing here is that here we're looking at our own mind.
Yeah.
So you have to let go of your intuitions about your own intuitions.
Yeah, right, exactly. It's very meta and makes it hard. And it's part of the reason why doing interviews for me feels so difficult, aside from the fact that I just have social anxiety in general.
Well, it's good because I took mushrooms just before we started. So we're on this journey together. Let's go. So where do we take a step backwards?
Well, I was going to say, this leads into the point I was going to make, but what I was going to say is, also just for me, I feel like I'm not as good at speaking as I am at writing, that I'm clearer in my writing. And because these topics are so difficult to get our minds around, it's hard to kind of get to any real conclusion in real time. It's actually how I started writing my book, was just writing for myself. I decided that I needed to spend some time writing down all of my thoughts in order to get clear about how I think about them.
So you write down a sentence and you think, in the silence,
Paragraph.
quiet paragraphs, and you just.
And then I see if that makes sense, and then I check it with my intuitions, which is really the scientific process. And I really, in many ways, I feel like I'm a physicist at heart. All of my inquiry, all of my career, everything I'm interested in, actually going back to being a child, is just deep curiosity about how the world works, what this place is, what it's made of, how we got here, just being amazed at the fact that I'm having an experience over here and you're having one over there, and we're in this moment of time, and what does that all mean? My interest in consciousness really came out of originally an interest in physics, and I guess that the two were always side by side, and I didn't really connect them until I was older, but I've always been really interested in just understanding the nature of reality before I even had language to describe it.
You talked about sort of laying down and looking up at the stars.
Yeah.
Sort of trying to let go of the intuition that there's a ground below us.
Yeah.
Which is a really interesting exercise, and there's many exercises of this sort you can do, but that's a really good one.
Well, and I think, scientists and children who will become scientists, who are just kind of scientists at heart, really enjoy that feeling of breaking through their intuitions. And I remember the first time it happened, actually, I was playing with marbles. And, marbles have all these different shapes. Each one is unique, and they're all these, it looks like there's liquid inside them. And I remember asking my father how they got the liquid inside the glass ball, and he said, actually, it's solid all the way through. It's all glass. And I had such a hard time imagining. It just didn't seem right. And I was very young but he's a complicated person, but he was wonderful in this way, in that he would kind of entertain my curiosity. And so he said, let's open them up. And he got a towel, and we put the marbles on the towel, and got a hammer, and he smashed them all. And lo and behold, it was all glass. And I remembered, like, the first time I had that feeling of realizing, wow, the truth was so different from what I expected. And I liked that feeling. And of course, we need to be able to do that to understand that the earth is flat, to understand the germ theory of disease, to understand long processes in nature like evolution. I mean, we just can never really intuit that we share genes with ants.
Did you just say the earth is flat? I mean, the earth is not flat.
Did I say that?
Yeah, this is great. But I actually like to think
Exactly.
about.
See, this is why I need to write and not speak.
Well, I actually really like, conspiracy theories and so on. I really like flat earth people that believe the earth is flat, or not believe, but argue for the earth is flat.
That's interesting, because you can see, I mean, the intuition is so strong. I just said it.
The thing I love about folks who argue for flat earth is they are thinking deeply. They're questioning actually what has now become intuition. It's become the mainstream narrative that the earth is round, where people actually don't, don't think actually how crazy it is that the earth is round.
Right.
We're in a ball.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what you're doing. You're looking out at the space. It's really humbling. I think the basic intuition when you're walking on the ground, there's a underlying belief that Earth is the center of the universe. There's a kind of feeling like this is the only world that exists, and you kind of know that there's a huge universe out there, but you don't really load that information in.
Right.
And I think flat earthers are really contending with those big ideas.
Yeah. No, and I think, I mean, the truth is that when those observations were first made, when the celestial observations were made that revealed this fact to us, I can't remember how long it took, but I think it was close to 100 years before it was actually accepted as common knowledge that we're no longer the center of the universe, or of course we never were. But and that's true almost every time we have a breakthrough like that challenges our intuition. There's usually a period of time where we have to, and this is an important part of the process, because often our intuitions give us good information. And so when the science goes against, when our scientific observations go against our intuitions, it's important for us to let that in and to see, which side is going to win. And once it's clear that the evidence is winning, then there's this period of time where we have to grapple with our intuitions and shift the way we frame our worldview and go through that process.
But free will
is a hard one.
It's a hard one.
So here we are, still, in consciousness studies, pretty stuck, at least in terms of the neuroscience. And so that's why I started thinking more deeply about that. That's why a lot of scientists right now are actually interested in studying consciousness, where it was very taboo before. And so we're at this really interesting turning point, and it's wonderful, but it will require that we shake up our intuitions a bit and reframe some things and look at what the neuroscience is telling us. And there are a lot of questions. We have more questions than answers. But I think it's time. I think if we're going to make progress in consciousness studies, we need to start really looking at the illusions and false intuitions that are getting in our way.
Do you think studying the brain can give us clues about free will, like some of these?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think it already has. And I think many facts that have come out of neuroscience are still barely seeping into the culture. I mean, I think this is going to be a long process. So part of my work is really just looking at areas where we already know some of our intuitions are wrong, and starting to accept them, and starting to let them in, and starting to ask questions about, well, what does this mean then about the nature of consciousness?
Let's try to actually get into this question of free will and conscious will. I have my intuitions here are, I mean, I'm a human being.
Yeah.
It's really, I mean, I approach it from two aspects. From one as a human being, and two from a robotics perspective.
Right.
And I wonder how big the gap between the two is. And that's the useful. From an engineer perspective, is another perspective that's useful and helpful to take on this. It's like, are we really so different, you and I, the robot and the human? We'd like to believe so, but you don't exactly see where the difference is.
Research into AI and just the fact that it's entered our consciousness at the level of stories and film and all of these questions that it's raising is facing us with that. It's almost like the zombie experiment is coming to life for us. You know, we're more and more looking at human-like systems and wondering, is there an experience in there, and how can we figure that out? When you were talking about your experience of looking at robots, it reminds me of how I, for many years, have been looking at plants because of plant behavior. And actually, this is the example. Maybe we'll just try it out. It may not work. This is an example I was thinking of recently because I was reading back on the work of Mark Jaffe, who did this research with pea tendrils. I'm sure he did many other plant studies, but this is the one I was reading about. And I'm hoping this analogy, I'll just set it up. I'm hoping that this analogy will be something that we can keep coming back to as we move forward, because, you know, as we shake up our intuitions and get confused, and then we come back to our intuitions, I know that just can't be. I think this analogy might